Chapter 1 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 1. Sisters. Ursula and Gudrun Brangwen sat one morning in the window bay of their father's house in Breadalby, working and talking. Ursula was stitching a piece of brightly coloured embroidery, and Gudrun was drawing upon a board which she held on her knee. They were mostly silent, talking as their thoughts strayed through their minds. "Ursula," said Gudrun, "don't you really want to get married?" Ursula laid her embroidery in her lap and looked up. Her face was calm and considerate. "I don't know," she replied. "It depends how you mean." Gudrun was slightly taken aback. She watched her sister for some moments. "Well," she said ironically, "it usually means one thing. But don't you think anyhow you'd be," she darkened slightly, "in a better position than you are in now?" A shadow came over Ursula's face. "I might," she said, "but I'm not sure." Again Gudrun paused, slightly irritated. She wanted to be quite definite. "You don't think one needs the experience of having been married?" she asked. "Do you think it need be an experience?" replied Ursula. "Bound to be in some way or other," said Gudrun coolly. "Possibly undesirable, but bound to be an experience of some sort." "Not really," said Ursula. "More likely to be the end of experience." Gudrun sat very still to attend to this. "Of course," she said, "there's that to consider." This brought the conversation to a close. Gudrun almost angrily took up her rubber and began to rub out part of her drawing. Ursula stitched absorbedly. "You wouldn't consider a good offer?" asked Gudrun. "I think I've rejected several," said Ursula. "Really?" Gudrun flushed dark. "But anything really worth while? Have you really?" "1,000 a year, and an awfully nice man. I liked him awfully," said Ursula. "Really? But weren't you fearfully tempted?" "In the abstract, but not in the concrete," said Ursula. "When it comes to the point, one isn't even tempted. Oh, if I were tempted, I'd marry like a shot. I'm only tempted not to." The faces of both sisters suddenly lit up with amusement. "Isn't it an amazing thing?" cried Gudrun. "How strong the temptation is not to." They both laughed, looking at each other. In their hearts they were frightened. There was a long pause, whilst Ursula stitched and Gudrun went on with her sketch. The sisters were women, Ursula 26, and Gudrun 25. But both had the remote virgin look of modern girls, sisters of Artemis rather than of Hebe. Gudrun was very beautiful, passive, soft-skinned, soft-limbed. She wore a dress of dark blue silky stuff, with ruches of blue and green linen lace in the neck and sleeves, and she had emerald green stockings. Her look of confidence and diffidence contrasted with Ursula's sensitive expectancy. The provincial people, intimidated by Gudrun's perfect sang-froid and exclusive bareness of manner, said of her, "She is a smart woman." She had just come back from London, where she had spent several years working at an art school as a student and living a studio life. "I was hoping now for a man to come along," Gudrun said, suddenly catching her underlip between her teeth, and making a strange grimace, half sly smiling, half anguish. Ursula was afraid. "So you have come home expecting him here?" she laughed. "Oh, my dear," cried Gudrun, strident, "I wouldn't go out of my way to look for him. But if there did happen to come along a highly attractive individual of sufficient means, well—" she tailed off ironically. Then she looked searchingly at Ursula, as if to probe her. "Don't you find yourself getting bored?" she asked of her sister. "Don't you find that things fail to materialise? Nothing materialises. Everything withers in the bud." "What withers in the bud?" asked Ursula. "Oh, everything. Oneself, things in general." There was a pause, whilst each sister vaguely considered her fate. "It does frighten one," said Ursula. And again there was a pause. "But do you hope to get anywhere by just marrying?" "It seems to be the inevitable next step," said Gudrun. Ursula pondered this with a little bitterness. She was a class mistress herself, in Willey Green Grammar School, as she had been for some years. "I know," she said. "It seems like that when one thinks in the abstract. But really imagine it. Imagine any man one knows. Imagine him coming home to one every evening, and saying hello, and giving one a kiss." There was a blank pause. "Yes," said Gudrun in a narrowed voice. "It's just impossible. The man makes it impossible." "Of course there's children," said Ursula doubtfully. Gudrun's face hardened. "Do you really want children, Ursula?" she asked coldly. A dazzled, baffled look came on Ursula's face. "One feels it is still beyond one," she said. "Do you feel like that?" asked Gudrun. "I get no feeling whatever from the thought of bearing children." Gudrun looked at Ursula with a mask-like, expressionless face. Ursula knitted her brows. "Perhaps it isn't genuine," she faltered. "Perhaps one doesn't really want them in one's soul, only superficially." A hardness came over Gudrun's face. She did not want to be too definite. "When one thinks of other people's children—" said Ursula. Again Gudrun looked at her sister, almost hostile. "Exactly," she said, to close the conversation. The two sisters worked on in silence, Ursula having always that strange brightness of an essential flame that is caught, meshed, contravened. She lived a good deal by herself, to herself, working, passing on from day to day, and always thinking, trying to lay hold on life, to grasp it in her own understanding. Her active living was suspended, but underneath, in the darkness, something was coming to pass. If only she could break through the last integuments. She seemed to try and put her hands out, like an infant in the womb, and she could not yet. Still, she had a strange prescience, an intimation of something yet to come. She laid down her work and looked at her sister. She thought Gudrun so charming, so infinitely charming in her softness and her fine, exquisite richness of texture and delicacy of line. There was a certain playfulness about her too, such a piquancy of ironic suggestion. Such an untouched reserve. Ursula admired her with all her soul. "Why did you come home, Prune?" she asked. Gudrun knew she was being admired. She sat back from her drawing and looked at Ursula from under her finely curved lashes. "Why did I come back, Ursula?" she repeated. "I have asked myself 1,000 times. And don't you know? Yes, I think I do. I think my coming back home was just reculer pour mieux sauter." And she looked, with a long, slow look of knowledge, at Ursula. "I know!" cried Ursula, looking slightly dazzled and falsified, and as if she did not know. "But where can one jump to?" "Oh, it doesn't matter," said Gudrun somewhat superbly. "If one jumps over the edge, one is bound to land somewhere." "But isn't it very risky?" asked Ursula. A slow, mocking smile dawned on Gudrun's face. "Ah," she said, laughing, "what is it all but words?" And so again she closed the conversation, but Ursula was still brooding. "And how do you find home, now you have come back to it?" she asked. Gudrun paused for some moments coldly before answering. Then in a cold, truthful voice she said, "I find myself completely out of it." "And father?" Gudrun looked at Ursula almost with resentment, as if brought to bay. "I haven't thought about him. I've refrained," she said coldly. "Yes," wavered Ursula, and the conversation was really at an end. The sisters found themselves confronted by a void, a terrifying chasm, as if they had looked over the edge. They worked on in silence for some time. Gudrun's cheek was flushed with repressed emotion. She resented its having been called into being. "Shall we go out and look at that wedding?" she asked at length, in a voice that was too casual. "Yes!" cried Ursula too eagerly, throwing aside her sewing, and leaping up as if to escape something, thus betraying the tension of the situation, and causing a friction of dislike to go over Gudrun's nerves. As she went upstairs, Ursula was aware of the house, of her home round about her, and she loathed it. The sordid, too familiar place. She was afraid at the depth of her feeling against the home, the milieu, the whole atmosphere and condition of this obsolete life. Her feeling frightened her. The two girls were soon walking swiftly down the main road of Breadalby, a wide street, part shops, part dwelling houses, utterly formless and sordid without poverty. Gudrun, new from her life in Chelsea and Sussex, shrank cruelly from this amorphous ugliness of a small colliery town in the Midlands. Yet forward she went, through the whole sordid gamut of pettiness, the long amorphous gritty street. She was exposed to every stare. She passed on through a stretch of torment. It was strange that she should have chosen to come back and test the full effect of this shapeless, barren ugliness upon herself. Why had she wanted to submit herself to it? Did she still want to submit herself to it? The insufferable torture of these ugly, meaningless people, this defaced countryside. She felt like a beetle, toiling in the dust. She was filled with repulsion. They turned off the main road, past a black patch of common garden, where sooty cabbage stumps stood shameless. No one thought to be ashamed. No one was ashamed of it all. "It is like a country in an underworld," said Gudrun. "The colliers bring it above ground with them, shovel it up. Ursula, it's marvellous. It's really marvellous. It's really wonderful. Another world. The people are all ghouls, and everything is ghostly. Everything is a ghoulish replica of the real world. A replica, a ghoul, all soiled, everything sordid. It's like being mad, Ursula." The sisters were crossing a black path through a dark, soiled field. On the left was a large landscape, a valley with collieries, and opposite hills with cornfields and woods, all blackened with distance, as if seen through a veil of crape. White and black smoke rose up in steady columns, magic within the dark air. Near at hand came the long rows of dwellings, approaching curved up the hill slope, in straight lines along the brow of the hill. They were of darkened red brick, brittle, with dark slate roofs. The path on which the sisters walked was black, trodden in by the feet of the recurrent colliers, and bounded from the field by iron fences. The stile that led again into the road was rubbed shiny by the moleskins of the passing miners. Now the two girls were going between some rows of dwellings of the poorer sort. Women, their arms folded over their coarse aprons, standing gossiping at the end of their block, stared after the Brangwen sisters with that long, unwearying stare of aborigines. Children called out names. Gudrun went on her way half dazed. If this were human life, if these were human beings, living in a complete world, then what was her own world outside? She was aware of her grass-green stockings, her large grass-green velour hat, her full soft coat of a strong blue colour, and she felt as if she were treading in the air, quite unstable. Her heart was contracted, as if at any minute she might be precipitated to the ground. She was afraid. She clung to Ursula, who through long usage was inured to this violation of a dark, uncreated, hostile world. But all the time her heart was crying, as if in the midst of some ordeal, "I want to go back, I want to go away, I want not to know it, not to know that this exists." Yet she must go forward. Ursula could feel her suffering. "You hate this, don't you?" she asked. "It bewilders me," stammered Gudrun. "You won't stay long," replied Ursula. And Gudrun went along, grasping at release. They drew away from the colliery region, over the curve of the hill, into the purer country of the other side, towards Willey Green. Still the faint glamour of blackness persisted over the fields and the wooded hills, and seemed darkly to gleam in the air. It was a spring day, chill, with snatches of sunshine. Yellow celandines showed out from the hedge bottoms, and in the cottage gardens of Willey Green, currant bushes were breaking into leaf, and little flowers were coming white on the grey alyssum that hung over the stone walls. Turning, they passed down the high road that went between high banks towards the church. There, in the lowest bend of the road, low under the trees, stood a little group of expectant people, waiting to see the wedding. The daughter of the chief mine owner of the district, Thomas Crye, was getting married to a naval officer. "Let us go back," said Gudrun, swerving away. "There are all those people." And she hung wavering in the road. "Never mind them," said Ursula. "They're all right. They all know me. They don't matter." "But must we go through them?" asked Gudrun. "They're quite all right, really," said Ursula, going forward. And together the two sisters approached the group of uneasy, watchful, common people. They were chiefly women, colliers' wives of the more shiftless sort. They had watchful, underworld faces. The two sisters held themselves tense and went straight towards the gate. The women made way for them, but barely sufficient, as if grudging to yield ground. The sisters passed in silence through the stone gateway and up the steps, on the red carpet, a policeman estimating their progress. "What price the stockings?" said a voice at the back of Gudrun. A sudden fierce anger swept over the girl, violent and murderous. She would have liked them all annihilated, cleared away, so that the world was left clear for her. How she hated walking up the churchyard path, along the red carpet, continuing in motion, in their sight. "I won't go into the church," she said suddenly, with such final decision that Ursula immediately halted, turned round and branched off, up a small side path, which led to the little private gate of the grammar school, whose grounds adjoined those of the church. Just inside the gate of the school shrubbery, outside the churchyard, Ursula sat down for a moment on the low stone wall under the laurel bushes, to rest. Behind her, the large red building of the school rose up peacefully, the windows all open for the holiday. Over the shrubs before her were the pale roofs and tower of the old church. The sisters were hidden by the foliage. Gudrun sat down in silence. Her mouth was shut close, her face averted. She was regretting bitterly that she had ever come back. Ursula looked at her, and thought how amazingly beautiful she was, flushed with discomfiture. But she caused a constraint over Ursula's nature, a certain weariness. Ursula wished to be alone, freed from the tightness, the enclosure of Gudrun's presence. "Are we going to stay here?" asked Gudrun. "I was only resting a minute," said Ursula, getting up as if rebuked. "We will stand in the corner by the fives court. We shall see everything from there." For the moment the sunshine fell brightly into the churchyard. There was a vague scent of sap and of spring, perhaps of violets from off the graves. Some white daisies were out, bright as angels. In the air the unfolding leaves of a copper beech were blood red. Punctually at 11 o'clock the carriages began to arrive. There was a stir in the crowd at the gate, a concentration as a carriage drove up. Wedding guests were mounting up the steps and passing along the red carpet to the church. They were all gay and excited because the sun was shining. Gudrun watched them closely, with objective curiosity. She saw each one as a complete figure, like a character in a book, or a subject in a picture, or a marionette in a theatre, a finished creation. She loved to recognise their various characteristics, to place them in their true light, give them their own surroundings, settle them for ever as they passed before her along the path to the church. She knew them. They were finished, sealed and stamped and finished with, for her. There was none that had anything unknown, unresolved, until the cries themselves began to appear. Then her interest was piqued. Here was something not quite so preconcluded. There came the mother, Mrs. Crich, with her eldest son, Gerald. She was a queer, unkempt figure, in spite of the attempts that had obviously been made to bring her into line for the day. Her face was pale, yellowish, with a clear, transparent skin. She leaned forward rather. Her features were strongly marked, handsome, with a tense, unseeing, predative look. Her colourless hair was untidy, wisps floating down onto her sack coat of dark blue silk from under her blue silk hat. She looked like a woman with a monomania, furtive almost, but heavily proud. Her son was of a fair, sun-tanned type, rather above middle height, well made and almost exaggeratedly well dressed. But about him also was the strange, guarded look, the unconscious glisten, as if he did not belong to the same creation as the people about him. Gudrun lighted on him at once. There was something northern about him that magnetised her. In his clear northern flesh and his fair hair was a glisten, like sunshine refracted through crystals of ice. And he looked so new, unbroached, pure as an Arctic thing. Perhaps he was 30 years old, perhaps more. His gleaming beauty, maleness, like a young, good-humoured, smiling wolf, did not blind her to the significant, sinister stillness in his bearing, the lurking danger of his unsubdued temper. "His totem is the wolf," she repeated to herself. "His mother is an old, unbroken wolf." And then she experienced a keen paroxysm, a transport, as if she had made some incredible discovery, known to nobody else on earth. A strange transport took possession of her. All her veins were in a paroxysm of violent sensation. "Good God!" she exclaimed to herself. "What is this?" And then, a moment after, she was saying assuredly, "I shall know more of that man." She was tortured with desire to see him again, a nostalgia, a necessity to see him again, to make sure it was not all a mistake, that she was not deluding herself, that she really felt this strange and overwhelming sensation on his account, this knowledge of him in her essence, this powerful apprehension of him. Am I really singled out for him in some way? Is there really some pale gold, Arctic light that envelops only us two? She asked herself. And she could not believe it. She remained in a muse, scarcely conscious of what was going on around. The bridesmaids were here, and yet the bridegroom had not come. Ursula wondered if something was amiss, and if the wedding would yet all go wrong. She felt troubled, as if it rested upon her. The chief bridesmaids had arrived. Ursula watched them come up the steps. One of them she knew, a tall, slow, reluctant woman, with a weight of fair hair and a pale, long face. This was Hermione Roddice, a friend of the Cryes. Now she came along, with her head held up, balancing an enormous flat hat of pale yellow velvet, on which were streaks of ostrich feathers, natural and grey. She drifted forward, as if scarcely conscious, her long blanched face lifted up, not to see the world. She was rich. She wore a dress of silky, frail velvet of pale yellow colour, and she carried a lot of small rose-coloured cyclamens. Her shoes and stockings were of brownish grey, like the feathers on her hat. Her hair was heavy. She drifted along with a peculiar fixity of the hips, a strange, unwilling motion. She was impressive in her lovely pale yellow and brownish rose, yet macabre, something repulsive. people were silent when she passed, impressed, roused, wanting to jeer, yet, for some reason, silenced. Her long pale face, that she carried lifted up, somewhat in the Rossetti fashion, seemed almost drugged, as if a strange mass of thoughts coiled in the darkness within her, and she was never allowed to escape. Ursula watched her with fascination. She knew her a little. She was the most remarkable woman in the Midlands. Her father was a Derbyshire baronet of the old school. She was a woman of the new school, full of intellectuality, and heavy, nerve-worn with consciousness. She was passionately interested in reform. Her soul was given up to the public cause, but she was a man's woman. It was the manly world that held her. She had various intimacies of mind and soul with various men of capacity. Ursula knew among these men only Rupert Birkin, who was one of the school inspectors of the county. But Gudrun had met others in London. Moving with her artist friends in different kinds of society, Gudrun had already come to know a good many people of repute and standing. She had met Hermione twice, but they did not take to each other. It would be queer to meet again down here in the Midlands, where their social standing was so diverse, after they had known each other on terms of equality in the houses of sundry acquaintances in town. For Gudrun had been a social success, and had her friends among the slack aristocracy that keeps touch with the arts. Hermione knew herself to be well dressed. She knew herself to be the social equal, if not far the superior, of anyone she was likely to meet in Willey Green. She knew she was accepted in the world of culture and of intellect. She was a Kulturträger, a medium for the culture of ideas. With all that was highest, whether in society, or in thought, or in public action, or even in art, she was at one. She moved among the foremost, at home with them. No one could put her down. No one could make mock of her, because she stood among the first, and those that were against her were below her, either in rank, or in wealth, or in high association of thought and progress and understanding. So she was invulnerable. All her life she had sought to make herself invulnerable, unassailable, beyond reach of the world's judgment. And yet her soul was tortured, exposed. Even walking up the paths of the church, confident as she was that in every respect she stood beyond all vulgar judgment, knowing perfectly that her appearance was complete and perfect according to the first standards, yet she suffered a torture under her confidence and her pride, feeling herself exposed to wounds and to mockery and to despite. She always felt vulnerable. Vulnerable. There was always a secret chink in her armour. She did not know herself what it was. It was a lack of robust self. She had no natural sufficiency. There was a terrible void, a lack, a deficiency of being within her. And she wanted someone to close up this deficiency, to close it up forever. She craved for Rupert Birkin. When he was there, she felt complete. She was sufficient, whole. For the rest of time, she was established on the sand, built over a chasm, and, in spite of all her vanity and securities, Any common maidservant of positive, robust temper could fling her down this bottomless pit of insufficiency by the slightest movement of jeering or contempt. And all the while the pensive, tortured woman piled up her own defences of aesthetic knowledge, and culture, and world visions, and disinterestedness. Yet she could never stop up the terrible gap of insufficiency. If only Birkin would form a close and abiding connection with her, she would be safe during this fretful voyage of life. He could make her sound and triumphant, triumphant over the very angels of heaven. If only he would do it! But she was tortured with fear, with misgiving. She made herself beautiful. She strove so hard to come to that degree of beauty and advantage when he should be convinced. But always there was a deficiency. He was perverse too. He fought her off. He always fought her off. The more she strove to bring him to her, the more he battled her back. And they had been lovers now for years. Oh, it was so wearying, so aching. She was so tired. But still she believed in herself. She knew he was trying to leave her. She knew he was trying to break away from her finally, to be free. But still she believed in her strength to keep him. She believed in her own higher knowledge. His own knowledge was high. She was the central touchstone of truth. She only needed his conjunction with her. And this conjunction with her, which was his highest fulfilment also, with the perverseness of a willful child, he wanted to deny. With the willfulness of an obstinate child, he wanted to break the holy connection that was between them. He would be at this wedding. He was to be groomsman. He would be in the church, waiting. He would know when she came. She shuddered with nervous apprehension and desire as she went through the church door. He would be there. Surely he would see how beautiful her dress was. Surely he would see how she had made herself beautiful for him. He would understand. He would be able to see how she was made for him, the first, how she was for him the highest. Surely at last he would be able to accept his highest fate. He would not deny her. In a little convulsion of too tired yearning, she entered the church and looked slowly along her cheeks for him, her slender body convulsed with agitation. As best man, he would be standing beside the altar. She looked slowly, deferring in her certainty. And then he was not there. A terrible storm came over her, as if she were drowning. She was possessed by a devastating hopelessness, and she approached mechanically to the altar. Never had she known such a pang of utter and final hopelessness. It was beyond death, so utterly null, desert. The bridegroom and the groomsman had not yet come. There was a growing consternation outside. Ursula felt almost responsible. She could not bear it that the bride should arrive, and no groom. The wedding must not be a fiasco, it must not. But here was the bride's carriage, adorned with ribbons and cockades. Gaily the grey horses curvetted to their destination at the church gate, a laughter in the whole movement. Here was the quick of all laughter and pleasure. The door of the carriage was thrown open. to let out the very blossom of the day. The people on the roadway murmured faintly, with the discontented murmuring of a crowd. The father stepped out first into the air of the morning, like a shadow. He was a tall, thin, careworn man, with a thin black beard that was touched with grey. He waited at the door of the carriage patiently, self-obliterated. In the opening of the doorway was a shower of fine foliage and flowers, a whiteness of satin and lace, and a sound of a gay voice saying, "How do I get out?" A ripple of satisfaction ran through the expectant people. They pressed near to receive her, looking with zest at the stooping blonde head, with its flower buds, and at the delicate, white, tentative foot that was reaching down to the step of the carriage. There was a sudden foaming rush, and the bride, like a sudden surf rush, floating all white beside her father in the morning shadow of trees, her veil flowing with laughter. "That's done it," she said. She put her hand on the arm of her careworn, sallow father, and frothing her light draperies, proceeded over the eternal red carpet. Her father, mute and yellowish, his black beard making him look more careworn, mounted the steps stiffly, as if his spirit were absent. But the laughing mist of the bride went along with him undiminished. And no bridegroom had arrived. It was intolerable for her. Ursula, her heart strained with anxiety, was watching the hill beyond, the white descending road that should give sight of him. There was a carriage. It was running. It had just come into sight. Yes, it was he. Ursula turned towards the bride and the people, and from her place of vantage gave an inarticulate cry. She wanted to warn them that he was coming. But her cry was inarticulate and inaudible, and she flushed deeply between her desire and her wincing confusion. The carriage rattled down the hill and drew near. There was a shout from the people. The bride, who had just reached the top of the steps, turned round gaily to see what was the commotion. She saw a confusion among the people, a cab pulling up, and her lover dropping out of the carriage and dodging among the horses and into the crowd. "Tibbs! Tibbs!" she cried in her sudden, mocking excitement, standing high on the path in the sunlight, and waving her bouquet. He, dodging with his hat in his hand, had not heard. "Tibbs!" she cried again, looking down to him. He glanced up, unaware, and saw the bride and her father standing on the path above him. A queer, startled look went over his face. He hesitated for a moment. Then he gathered himself together for a leap to overtake her. "Ah!" came her strange, intaken cry, as on the reflex she started, turned and fled, scudding with an unthinkable swift beating of her white feet and fraying of her white garments towards the church. Like a hound the young man was after her, leaping the steps and swinging past her father, his supple haunches working like those of a hound that bears down on the quarry. "Aye, after her!" cried the vulgar women below, carried suddenly into the sport. She, her flowers shaken from her like froth, was steadying herself to turn the angle of the church. She glanced behind, and with a wild cry of laughter and challenge, veered, poised, and was gone beyond the grey stone buttress. In another instant the bridegroom, bent forward as he ran, had caught the angle of the silent stone with his hand, and had swung himself out of sight, his supple, strong loins vanishing in pursuit. Instantly cries and exclamations of excitement burst from the crowd at the gate. And then Ursula noticed again the dark, rather stooping figure of Mr. Crich, waiting suspended on the path, watching with expressionless face the flight to the church. It was over, and he turned round to look behind him at the figure of Rupert Birkin, who at once came forward and joined him. "We'll bring up the rear," said Birkin, a faint smile on his face. "Aye," replied the father laconically, and the two men turned together up the path. Birkin was as thin as Mr. Crich, pale and ill-looking. His figure was narrow, but nicely made. He went with a slight trail of one foot, which came only from self-consciousness. Although he was dressed correctly for his part, yet there was an innate incongruity which caused a slight ridiculousness in his appearance. His nature was clever and separate. He did not fit at all in the conventional occasion. Yet he subordinated himself to the common idea, travestied himself. He affected to be quite ordinary, perfectly and marvellously commonplace. And he did it so well, taking the tone of his surroundings, adjusting himself quickly to his interlocutor and his circumstance, that he achieved a verisimilitude of ordinary commonplaceness that usually propitiated his onlookers for the moment, disarmed them from attacking his singleness. Now he spoke quite easily and pleasantly to Mr. Crich as they walked along the path. He played with situations like a man on a tightrope, but always on a tightrope, pretending nothing but ease. "I'm sorry we're so late," he was saying. "We couldn't find a button-hook, so it took us a long time to button our boots. But you were to the moment." "We are usually to time," said Mr. Crich. "And I'm always late," said Birkin. "But today I was really punctual, only accidentally not so. I am sorry." The two men were gone. There was nothing more to see for the time. Ursula was left thinking about Birkin. He piqued her, attracted her, and annoyed her. She wanted to know him more. She had spoken with him once or twice, but only in his official capacity as inspector. She thought he seemed to acknowledge some kinship between her and him, a natural, tacit understanding, a using of the same language. But there had been no time for the understanding to develop. And something kept her from him, as well as attracted her to him. There was a certain hostility, a hidden, ultimate reserve in him, cold and inaccessible. Yet she wanted to know him. "What do you think of Rupert Birkin?" she asked, a little reluctantly, of Gudrun. She did not want to discuss him. "What do I think of Rupert Birkin?" repeated Gudrun. "I think he's attractive, decidedly attractive. What I can't stand about him is his way with other people. His way of treating any little fool as if she were his greatest consideration. One feels so awfully sold oneself." "Why does he do it?" said Ursula. "Because he has no real critical faculty, of people at all events," said Gudrun. "I tell you, he treats any little fool as he treats me or you, and it's such an insult." "Oh, it is," said Ursula. "One must discriminate." "One must discriminate," repeated Gudrun. "But he's a wonderful chap in other respects, a marvellous personality, but you can't trust him." "Yes," said Ursula vaguely. She was always forced to assent to Gudrun's pronouncements, even when she was not in accord altogether. The sisters sat silent, waiting for the wedding party to come out. Gudrun was impatient of talk. She wanted to think about Gerald Crich. She wanted to see if the strong feeling she had got from him was real. She wanted to have herself ready. Inside the church, the wedding was going on. Hermione Roddice was thinking only of Birkin. He stood near her. She seemed to gravitate physically towards him. She wanted to stand touching him. She could hardly be sure if he was near her, if she did not touch him. Yet she stood subjected through the wedding service. She had suffered so bitterly when he did not come that still she was dazed, still she was gnawed as by a neuralgia, tormented by his potential absence from her. She had waited him in a faint delirium of nervous torture. As she stood, bearing herself pensively, the rapt look on her face that seemed spiritual like the angels, but which came from torture, gave her a certain poignancy that tore his heart with pity. He saw her bowed head, her rapt face, the face of an almost demoniacal ecstatic. Feeling him looking, she lifted her face and sought his eyes, her own beautiful grey eyes flaring him a great signal. But he avoided her look. She sank her head in torment and shame, the gnawing at her heart going on. And he too was tortured with shame and ultimate dislike, and with acute pity for her, because he did not want to meet her eyes, he did not want to receive her flare of recognition. The bride and bridegroom were married, the party went into the vestry. Hermione crowded involuntarily up against Birkin to touch him, and he endured it. Outside, Gudrun and Ursula listened for their father's playing on the organ. He would enjoy playing a wedding march. Now the married pair were coming. The bells were ringing, making the air shake. Ursula wondered if the trees and the flowers could feel the vibration, and what they thought of it, this strange motion in the air. The bride was quite demure on the arm of the bridegroom, who stared up into the sky before him, shutting and opening his eyes unconsciously, as if he were neither here nor there. He looked rather comical, blinking and trying to be in the scene, when emotionally he was violated by his exposure to a crowd. He looked a typical naval officer, manly and up to his duty. Birkin came with Hermione. She had a rapt, triumphant look, like the fallen angels restored, yet still subtly demoniacal, now she held Birkin by the arm. And he was expressionless, neutralised, possessed by her as if it were his fate, without question. Gerald Crich came, fair, good-looking, healthy, with a great reserve of energy. He was erect and complete. There was a strange stealth glistening through his amiable, almost happy appearance. Gudrun rose sharply and went away. She could not bear it. She wanted to be alone, to know this strange, sharp inoculation that had changed the whole temper of her blood. End of chapter 1. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 2 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 2. Shortlands. The Brangwens went home to Beldover. The wedding party gathered at Shortlands, the Crys' home. It was a long, low old house, a sort of manor farm that spread along the top of a slope, just beyond the narrow little lake of Willy Water. Shortlands looked across a sloping meadow that might be a park, because of the large, solitary trees that stood here and there, across the water of the narrow lake, at the wooded hill that successfully hid the colliery valley beyond, but did not quite hide the rising smoke. Nevertheless, the scene was rural and picturesque, very peaceful, and the house had a charm of its own. It was crowded now with the family and the wedding guests. The father, who was not well, withdrew to rest. Gerald was host. He stood in the homely entrance hall, friendly and easy, attending to the men. He seemed to take pleasure in his social functions. He smiled and was abundant in hospitality. The women wandered about in a little confusion, chased hither and thither by the 3 married daughters of the house. All the while there could be heard the characteristic imperious voice of one Cry woman or another calling, "Helen, come here a minute." "Marjorie, I want you, here." "Oh, I say, Mrs. Witham." There was a great rustling of skirts, swift glimpses of smartly dressed women. A child danced through the hall and back again. A maidservant came and went hurriedly. Meanwhile the men stood in calm little groups, chatting, smoking, pretending to pay no heed to the rustling animation of the women's world. But they could not really talk, because of the glassy ravel of women's excited, cold laughter and running voices. They waited, uneasy, suspended, rather bored. But Gerald remained as if genial and happy, unaware that he was waiting or unoccupied, knowing himself the very pivot of the occasion. Suddenly Mrs. Cry came noiselessly into the room, peering about with her strong, clear face. She was still wearing her hat and her sack coat of blue silk. "What is it, mother?" said Gerald. "Nothing, nothing," she answered vaguely. And she went straight towards Birkin, who was talking to a Cry brother-in-law. "How do you do, Mr. Birkin?" she said in her low voice, that seemed to take no count of her guests. She held out her hand to him. "Oh, Mrs. Cry," replied Birkin, in his readily changing voice. "I couldn't come to you before." "I don't know half the people here," she said in her low voice. Her son-in-law moved uneasily away. "And you don't like strangers?" laughed Birkin. "I myself can never see why one should take account of people, just because they happen to be in the room with one. Why should I know they're there?" "Why indeed, why indeed," said Mrs. Cry in her low, tense voice, "except that they are there. I don't know people whom I find in the house. The children introduce them to me. 'Mother, this is Mr. So-and-so.' I am no further. What has Mr. So-and-so to do with his own name? And what have I to do with either him or his name?" She looked up at Birkin. She startled him. He was flattered, too, that she came to talk to him, for she took hardly any notice of anybody. He looked down at her tense, clear face with its heavy features, but he was afraid to look into her heavy, seeing blue eyes. He noticed instead how her hair looped in slack, slovenly strands over her rather beautiful ears, which were not quite clean. Neither was her neck perfectly clean. Even in that, he seemed to belong to her rather than to the rest of the company, though, he thought to himself, he was always well washed, at any rate at the neck and ears. He smiled faintly, thinking these things, yet he was tense, feeling that he and the elderly, estranged woman were conferring together like traitors, like enemies within the camp of the other people. He resembled a deer that throws one ear back upon the trail behind and one ear forward to know what is ahead. "People don't really matter," he said, rather unwilling to continue. The mother looked up at him with sudden, dark interrogation, as if doubting his sincerity. "How do you mean, matter?" she asked sharply. "Not many people are anything at all," he answered, forced to go deeper than he wanted to. "They jingle and giggle. It would be much better if they were just wiped out. Essentially, they don't exist. They aren't there." She watched him steadily while he spoke. "But we didn't imagine them," she said sharply. "There's nothing to imagine. That's why they don't exist." "Well," she said, "I would hardly go as far as that. There they are, whether they exist or no. It doesn't rest with me to decide on their existence. I only know that I can't be expected to take count of them all. You can't expect me to know them, just because they happen to be there. As far as I go, they might as well not be there." "Exactly," he replied. "Mightn't they?" she asked again. "Just as well," he repeated. And there was a little pause. "Except that they are there, and that's a nuisance," she said. "There are my sons-in-law," she went on, in a sort of monologue. "Now Laura's got married, there's another, and I really don't know John from James yet. They come up to me and call me mother. I know what they will say. 'How are you, mother?' I ought to say, 'I am not your mother in any sense.' But what is the use? There they are. I have had children of my own. I suppose I know them from another woman's children." "One would suppose so," he said. She looked at him, somewhat surprised, forgetting perhaps that she was talking to him, and she lost her thread. She looked round the room vaguely. Birkin could not guess what she was looking for, nor what she was thinking. Evidently she noticed her sons. "Are my children all there?" she asked him abruptly. He laughed, startled, afraid perhaps. "I scarcely know them except Gerald," he replied. "Gerald!" she exclaimed. "He is the most wanting of them all. You'd never think it, to look at him now, would you?" "No," said Birkin. The mother looked across at her eldest son, stared at him heavily for some time. "Ay," she said, in an incomprehensible monosyllable that sounded profoundly cynical. Birkin felt afraid, as if he dared not realise. And Mrs. Crich moved away, forgetting him. But she returned on her traces. "I should like him to have a friend," she said. "He has never had a friend." Birkin looked down into her eyes, which were blue and watching heavily. He could not understand them. "Am I my brother's keeper?" he said to himself, almost flippantly. Then he remembered, with a slight shock, that that was Cain's cry, and Gerald was Cain, if anybody. Not that he was Cain either, although he had slain his brother. There was such a thing as pure accident, and the consequences did not attach to one, even though one had killed one's brother in such wise. Gerald, as a boy, had accidentally killed his brother. What then? Why seek to draw a brand and a curse across the life that had caused the accident? A man can live by accident and die by accident. Or can he not? Is every man's life subject to pure accident? Is it only the race, the genus, the species that has a universal reference? Or is this not true? Is there no such thing as pure accident? Has everything that happens a universal significance? Has it? Birkin, pondering as he stood there, had forgotten Mrs. Crich, as she had forgotten him. He did not believe that there was any such thing as accident. It all hung together, in the deepest sense. Just as he had decided this, one of the Crich daughters came up, saying, "Won't you come and take your hat off, mother dear? We shall be sitting down to eat in a minute, and it's a formal occasion, darling, isn't it?" She drew her arm through her mother's, and they went away. Birkin immediately went to talk to the nearest man. The gong sounded for the luncheon. The men looked up, but no move was made to the dining room. The women of the house seemed not to feel that the sound had meaning for them. 5 minutes passed by. The elderly manservant, Crowther, appeared in the doorway exasperatedly. He looked with appeal at Gerald. The latter took up a large curved conch shell that lay on a shelf, and without reference to anybody blew a shattering blast. It was a strange rousing noise that made the heart beat. The summons was almost magical. Everybody came running, as if at a signal. And then the crowd, in one impulse, moved to the dining room. Gerald waited a moment for his sister to play hostess. He knew his mother would pay no attention to her duties. But his sister merely crowded to her seat. Therefore the young man, slightly too dictatorial, directed the guests to their places. There was a moment's lull, as everybody looked at the hors d'oeuvres that were being handed round. And out of this lull a girl of 13 or 14, with her long hair down her back, said in a calm, self-possessed voice, "Gerald, you forget father when you make that unearthly noise." "Do I?" he answered. And then to the company, "Father is lying down, he is not quite well." "How is he really?" called one of the married daughters, peeping round the immense wedding cake that towered up in the middle of the table, shedding its artificial flowers. "He has no pain, but he feels tired," replied Winifred, the girl with the hair down her back. The wine was filled, and everybody was talking boisterously. At the far end of the table sat the mother, with her loosely looped hair. She had Birkin for a neighbour. Sometimes she glanced fiercely down the rows of faces, bending forwards and staring unceremoniously, and she would say in a low voice to Birkin, "Who is that young man?" "I don't know," Birkin answered discreetly. "Have I seen him before?" she asked. "I don't think so. I haven't," he replied. And she was satisfied. Her eyes closed wearily, a peace came over her face. She looked like a queen in repose. Then she started. A little social smile came on her face. For a moment she looked the pleasant hostess. For a moment she bent graciously, as if every one were welcome and delightful. And then immediately the shadow came back. A sullen, eagle look was on her face. She glanced from under her brows like a sinister creature at bay, hating them all. "Mother," called Diana, a handsome girl, a little older than Winifred, "I may have wine, mayn't I?" "Yes, you may have wine," replied the mother automatically, for she was perfectly indifferent to the question. And Diana beckoned to the footman to fill her glass. "Gerald shouldn't forbid me," she said calmly to the company at large. "All right, Di," said her brother amiably, and she glanced challenge at him as she drank from her glass. There was a strange freedom that almost amounted to anarchy in the house. It was rather a resistance to authority than liberty. Gerald had some command, by mere force of personality, not because of any granted position. There was a quality in his voice, amiable but dominant, that cowed the others, who were all younger than he. Hermione was having a discussion with the bridegroom about nationality. "No," she said, "I think that the appeal to patriotism is a mistake. It is like one house of business rivalling another house of business." "Well, you can hardly say that, can you?" exclaimed Gerald, who had a real passion for discussion. "You couldn't call a race a business concern, could you? And nationality roughly corresponds to race, I think. I think it is meant to." There was a moment's pause. Gerald and Hermione were always strangely, but politely and evenly inimical. "Do you think race corresponds with nationality?" she asked musingly, with expressionless indecision. Birkin knew she was waiting for him to participate, and dutifully he spoke up. "I think Gerald is right. Race is the essential element in nationality, in Europe at least," he said. Again Hermione paused, as if to allow this statement to cool. Then she said, with strange assumption of authority, "Yes, but even so, is the patriotic appeal an appeal to the racial instinct? Is it not rather an appeal to the proprietary instinct, the commercial instinct? And isn't this what we mean by nationality?" "Probably," said Birkin, who felt that such a discussion was out of place and out of time. But Gerald was now on the scent of argument. "A race may have its commercial aspect," he said. "In fact, it must. It is like a family. You must make provision, and to make provision you have got to strive against other families, other nations. I don't see why you shouldn't." Again Hermione made a pause, domineering and cold, before she replied, "Yes, I think it is always wrong to provoke a spirit of rivalry. It makes bad blood, and bad blood accumulates." "But you can't do away with the spirit of emulation altogether," said Gerald. "It is one of the necessary incentives to production and improvement." "Yes," came Hermione's sauntering response. "I think you can do away with it." "I must say," said Birkin, "I detest the spirit of emulation." Hermione was biting a piece of bread, pulling it from between her teeth with her fingers, in a slow, slightly derisive movement. She turned to Birkin. "You do hate it, yes," she said, intimate and gratified. Detest it, he repeated. Yes, she murmured, assured and satisfied. But, Gerald insisted, you don't allow one man to take away his neighbour's living, so why should you allow one nation to take away the living from another nation? There was a long, slow murmur from Hermione before she broke into speech, saying with a laconic indifference, "It is not always a question of possessions, is it? It is not all a question of goods." Gerald was nettled by this implication of vulgar materialism. "Yes, more or less," he retorted. "If I go and take a man's hat from off his head, that hat becomes a symbol of that man's liberty. When he fights me for his hat, he is fighting me for his liberty." Hermione was nonplussed. "Yes," she said, irritated, "but that way of arguing by imaginary instances is not supposed to be genuine, is it? A man does not come and take my hat from off my head, does he?" "Only because the law prevents him," said Gerald. "Not only," said Birkin. 99 men out of 100 don't want my hat." "That's a matter of opinion," said Gerald. "Or the hat," laughed the bridegroom. "And if he does want my hat, such as it is," said Birkin, "why, surely it is open to me to decide which is a greater loss to me, my hat, or my liberty as a free and indifferent man. If I am compelled to offer fight, I lose the latter. It is a question which is worth more to me, my pleasant liberty of conduct, or my hat." "Yes," said Hermione, watching Birkin strangely. "Yes. But would you let somebody come and snatch your hat off your head?" the bride asked of Hermione. The face of the tall, straight woman turned slowly, and as if drugged, to this new speaker. "No," she replied, in a low, inhuman tone that seemed to contain a chuckle. "No, I shouldn't let anybody take my hat off my head." "How do you prevent it?" asked Gerald. "I don't know," replied Hermione slowly. "Probably I should kill him." There was a strange chuckle in her tone, a dangerous and convincing humour in her bearing. "Of course," said Gerald, "I can see Rupert's point. It is a question to him whether his hat or his peace of mind is more important." "Peace of body," said Birkin. "Well, as you like there," replied Gerald. "But how are you going to decide this for a nation?" "Heaven preserve me!" laughed Birkin. "Yes, but suppose you have to," Gerald persisted. "Then it is the same. If the national crown piece is an old hat, then the thieving gent may have it." "But can the national or racial hat be an old hat?" insisted Gerald. "Pretty well bound to be, I believe," said Birkin. "I'm not so sure," said Gerald. "I don't agree, Rupert," said Hermione. "All right," said Birkin. "I'm all for the old national hat," laughed Gerald. "And a fool you look in it," cried Diana, his pert sister, who was just in her teens. "Oh, we're quite out of our depths with these old hats," cried Laura Crich. "Dry up now, Gerald. We're going to drink toasts. Let us drink toasts. Toasts. Glasses? Glasses. Now then, toasts. Speech. Speech." Birkin, thinking about race or national death, watched his glass being filled with champagne. The bubbles broke at the rim, the man withdrew, and feeling a sudden thirst at the sight of the fresh wine, Birkin drank up his glass. A queer little tension in the room roused him.
He felt a sharp constraint.
"Did I do it by accident or on purpose?"
he asked himself. And he decided that, according to the vulgar phrase, he had done it accidentally on purpose. He looked round at the hired footman, and the hired footman came, with a silent step of cold, servant-like disapprobation. Birkin decided that he detested toasts, and footmen, and assemblies, and mankind altogether, in most of its aspects. Then he rose to make a speech, but he was somehow disgusted. At length it was over, the meal. Several men strolled out into the garden. There was a lawn, and flower beds, and at the boundary an iron fence, shutting off the little field or park. The view was pleasant. A high road, curving round the edge of a low lake under the trees. In the spring air the water gleamed, and the opposite woods were purplish with new life. Charming Jersey cattle came to the fence, breathing hoarsely from their velvet muzzles at the human beings, expecting perhaps a crust. Birkin leaned on the fence. A cow was breathing wet hotness on his hand.
"Pretty cattle, very pretty,"
said Marshall, one of the brothers-in-law.
"They give the best milk you can have."
"Yes," said Birkin. "Eh, my little beauty, eh, my beauty," said Marshall, in a queer high falsetto voice that caused the other man to have convulsions of laughter in his stomach. "Who won the race, Lupton?" he called to the bridegroom, to hide the fact that he was laughing. The bridegroom took his cigar from his mouth. "The race?" he exclaimed. Then a rather thin smile came over his face. He did not want to say anything about the flight to the church door. "We got there together. At least she touched first, but I had my hand on her shoulder." "What's this?" asked Gerald. Birkin told him about the race of the bride and the bridegroom. Said Gerald in disapproval. "What made you late, then?" "Lupton would talk about the immortality of the soul," said Birkin, "and then he hadn't got a button-hook."
"Oh, God!" cried Marshall. "The immortality of the soul on your wedding day? Hadn't you got anything better to occupy your mind?"
"What's wrong with it?" asked the bridegroom, a clean-shaven naval man, flushing sensitively.
"Sounds as if you're going to be executed instead of married. The immortality of the soul," repeated the brother-in-law, with most killing emphasis. But he fell quite flat. "And what did you decide?"
asked Gerald, at once pricking up his ears at the thought of a metaphysical discussion.
"You don't want a soul today, my boy," said Marshall. "It'd be in your road." "Christ, Marshall, go and talk to somebody else," cried Gerald with sudden impatience. "By God, I'm willing," said Marshall in a temper. "Too much bloody soul and talk altogether."
He withdrew in a dudgeon, Gerald staring after him with angry eyes, that grew gradually calm and amiable as the stoutly built form of the other man passed into the distance.
"There's one thing, Lupton,"
said Gerald, turning suddenly to the bridegroom.
"Laura won't have brought such a fool into the family as Lottie did."
"Comfort yourself with that," laughed Birkin. "I take no notice of them," laughed the bridegroom. "What about this race, then? Who began it?" Gerald asked. "We were late. Laura was at the top of the churchyard steps when our cab came up. She saw Lupton bolting towards her, and she fled. But why do you look so cross? Does it hurt your sense of the family dignity?"
"It does, rather," said Gerald. "If you're doing a thing, do it properly. And if you're not going to do it properly, leave it alone."
"Very nice aphorism," said Birkin.
"Don't you agree?" asked Gerald.
"Quite," said Birkin. "Only it bores me rather when you become aphoristic."
"Damn you, Rupert! You want all the aphorisms your own way," said Gerald.
"No, I want them out of the way, and you're always shoving them in it." Gerald smiled grimly at this humorism. Then he made a little gesture of dismissal with his eyebrows.
"You don't believe in having any standard of behaviour at all, do you?"
he challenged Birkin censoriously.
"Standard?
No. I hate standards. But they're necessary for the common ruck. Anybody who is anything can just be himself and do as he likes."
"But what do you mean by being himself?" said Gerald. "Is that an aphorism or a cliché?"
"I mean just doing what you want to do. I think it was perfect good form in Laura to bolt from Lupton to the church door. It was almost a masterpiece in good form. It's the hardest thing in the world to act spontaneously on one's impulses, and it's the only really gentlemanly thing to do, provided you're fit to do it."
"You don't expect me to take you seriously, do you?" asked Gerald.
"Yes, Gerald. You're one of the very few people I do expect that of."
"Then I'm afraid I can't come up to your expectations here, at any rate. You think people should just do as they like?"
"I think they always do. But I should like them to like the purely individual thing in themselves which makes them act in singleness. And they only like to do the collective thing."
"And I," said Gerald grimly, "shouldn't like to be in a world of people who acted individually and spontaneously, as you call it. We should have everybody cutting everybody else's throat in 5 minutes."
"That means you would like to be cutting everybody's throat," said Birkin.
"How does that follow?" asked Gerald crossly.
"No man," said Birkin, "cuts another man's throat unless he wants to cut it, and unless the other man wants it cutting. This is a complete truth. It takes 2 people to make a murder, a murderer and a murderee. And a murderee is a man who is murderable. And a man who is murderable is a man who, in a profound if hidden lust, desires to be murdered."
"Sometimes you talk pure nonsense," said Gerald to Birkin. "As a matter of fact, none of us wants our throat cut, and most other people would like to cut it for us some time or other."
"It's a nasty view of things, Gerald," said Birkin, "and no wonder you're afraid of yourself and your own unhappiness."
"How am I afraid of myself?" said Gerald. "And I don't think I am unhappy."
"You seem to have a lurking desire to have your gizzards slit, and imagine every man has his knife up his sleeve for you," Birkin said.
"How do you make that out?" said Gerald.
"From you," said Birkin. There was a pause of strange enmity between the 2 men that was very near to love. It was always the same between them. Always their talk brought them into a deadly nearness of contact, a strange, perilous intimacy, which was either hate or love, or both. They parted with apparent unconcern, as if their going apart were a trivial occurrence. And they really kept it to the level of trivial occurrence. Yet the heart of each burned from the other. They burned with each other inwardly. This they would never admit. They intended to keep their relationship a casual, free and easy friendship. They were not going to be so unmanly and unnatural as to allow any heart-burning between them. They had not the faintest belief in deep relationship between men and men, and their disbelief prevented any development of their powerful but suppressed friendliness. Chapter 3 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 3. Classroom. A school day was drawing to a close. In the classroom, the last lesson was in progress, peaceful and still. It was elementary botany. The desks were littered with catkins, hazel and willow, which the children had been sketching. But the sky had come over dark as the end of the afternoon approached. There was scarcely light to draw any more. Ursula stood in front of the class, leading the children by questions to understand the structure and the meaning of the catkins. A heavy copper-coloured beam of light came in at the west window, gilding the outlines of the children's heads with red gold, and falling on the wall opposite in a rich ruddy illumination. Ursula, however, was scarcely conscious of it. She was busy, the end of the day was here, the work went on as a peaceful tide that is at flood, hushed to retire. This day had gone by like so many more, in an activity that was like a trance. At the end there was a little haste to finish what was in hand. She was pressing the children with questions, so that they should know all they were to know by the time the gong went. She stood in shadow in front of the class, with catkins in her hand, and she leaned towards the children, absorbed in the passion of instruction. She heard, but did not notice, the click of the door. Suddenly she started. She saw in the shaft of ruddy copper-coloured light near her the face of a man. It was gleaming like fire, watching her, waiting for her to be aware. It startled her terribly. She thought she was going to faint. All her suppressed, subconscious fear sprang into being with anguish. "Did I startle you?" said Birkin, shaking hands with her. "I thought you had heard me come in." "No," she faltered, scarcely able to speak. He laughed, saying he was sorry. She wondered why it amused him. "It is so dark," he said. "Shall we have the light?" And moving aside, he switched on the strong electric lights. The classroom was distinct and hard, a strange place after the soft, dim magic that filled it before he came. Birkin turned curiously to look at Ursula. Her eyes were round and wondering, bewildered. Her mouth quivered slightly. She looked like one who is suddenly wakened. There was a living, tender beauty, like a tender light of dawn shining from her face. He looked at her with a new pleasure, feeling gay in his heart, irresponsible. "You are doing catkins?" he asked, picking up a piece of hazel from a scholar's desk in front of him. "Are they as far out as this? I hadn't noticed them this year." He looked absorbedly at the tassel of hazel in his hand. "The red ones too," he said, looking at the flickers of crimson that came from the female bud. Then he went in among the desks to see the scholars' books. Ursula watched his intent progress. There was a stillness in his motion that hushed the activities of her heart. She seemed to be standing aside in arrested silence, watching him move in another concentrated world. His presence was so quiet, almost like a vacancy in the corporate air. Suddenly he lifted his face to her, and her heart quickened at the flicker of his voice. "Give them some crayons, won't you?" he said, "so that they can make the gynaeceous flowers red and the androgynous yellow." "I'd chalk them in plain. Chalk in nothing else, merely the red and the yellow. Outline scarcely matters in this case. There is just the one fact to emphasize." "I haven't any crayons," said Ursula. "There will be some somewhere. Red and yellow, that's all you want." Ursula sent out a boy on a quest. "It will make the books untidy," she said to Birkin, flushing deeply. "Not very," he said. "You must mark in these things, obviously. It's the fact you want to emphasize, not the subjective impression to record. What's the fact? Red little spiky stigmas of the female flower, dangling yellow male catkin, yellow pollen flying from one to the other. Make a pictorial record of the fact, as a child does when drawing a face. 2 eyes, 1 nose, mouth with teeth, so." And he drew a figure on the blackboard. At that moment, another vision was seen through the glass panels of the door. It was Hermione Roddice. Birkin went and opened to her. "I saw your car," she said to him. "Do you mind my coming to find you? I wanted to see you when you were on duty." She looked at him for a long time, intimate and playful. Then she gave a short little laugh. And then only she turned to Ursula, who with all the class had been watching the little scene between the lovers. "How do you do, Miss Brangwen?" sang Hermione, in her low, odd, singing fashion, that sounded almost as if she were poking fun. "Do you mind my coming in?" Her grey, almost sardonic eyes rested all the while on Ursula, as if summing her up. "Oh no," said Ursula. "Are you sure?" repeated Hermione, with complete sang-froid, and an odd, half-bullying effrontery. "Oh no, I like it awfully," laughed Ursula, a little bit excited and bewildered, because Hermione seemed to be compelling her, coming very close to her, as if intimate with her. And yet how could she be intimate? This was the answer Hermione wanted. She turned, satisfied, to Birkin. "What are you doing?" she sang in her casual, inquisitive fashion. "Catkins," he replied. "Really?" she said. "And what do you learn about them?" She spoke all the while in a mocking, half-teasing fashion, as if making game of the whole business. She picked up a twig of the catkin, piqued by Birkin's attention to it. She was a strange figure in the classroom, wearing a large old cloak of greenish cloth, on which was a raised pattern of dull gold. The high collar, and the inside of the cloak, was lined with dark fur. Beneath she had a dress of fine lavender-coloured cloth, trimmed with fur, and her hat was close-fitting, made of fur and of the dull green and gold figured stuff. She was tall and strange. She looked as if she had come out of some new, bizarre picture. "Do you know the little red ovary flowers that produce the nuts? Have you ever noticed them?" he asked her, and he came close and pointed them out to her on the sprig she held. "No," she replied. "What are they?" "Those are the little seed-producing flowers. And the long catkins, they only produce pollen, to fertilise them." "Do they? Do they?" repeated Hermione, looking closely. "From those little red bits the nuts come, if they receive pollen from the long danglers." "Little red flames, little red flames," murmured Hermione to herself. and she remained for some moments looking only at the small buds out of which the red flickers of the stigma issued.
"Aren't they beautiful? I think they're so beautiful," she said, moving close to Birkin, and pointing to the red filaments with her long white finger.
"Had you never noticed them before?" he asked.
"No, never before,"
she replied. "And now you will always see them," he said.
"Now I shall always see them," she repeated. "Thank you so much for showing me. I think they're so beautiful. Little red flames."
Her absorption was strange, almost rhapsodic. Both Birkin and Ursula were suspended. The little red pistillate flowers had some strange, almost mystic, passionate attraction for her. The lesson was finished, the books were put away, at last the class was dismissed. And still Hermione sat at the table, with her chin in her hand, her elbow on the table, her long white face pushed up, not attending to anything. Birkin had gone to the window, and was looking, from the brightly lighted room, onto the grey, colourless outside, where rain was noiselessly falling. Ursula put away her things in the cupboard. At length Hermione rose and came near to her.
"Your sister has come home?" she said.
"Yes," said Ursula.
"And does she like being back in Beldover?"
"No," said Ursula.
"No, I wonder she can bear it. It takes all my strength to bear the ugliness of this district when I stay here. Won't you come and see me? Won't you come with your sister to stay at Breadalby for a few days? Do."
"Thank you very much," said Ursula.
"Then I will write to you," said Hermione. "You think your sister will come? I should be so glad. I think she's wonderful. I think some of her work is really wonderful. I have 2 water wagtails, carved in wood and painted. Perhaps you have seen it?"
"No," said Ursula.
"I think it is perfectly wonderful, like a flash of instinct."
"Her little carvings are strange," said Ursula.
"Perfectly beautiful, full of primitive passion."
"Isn't it queer that she always likes little things? She must always work small things that one can put between one's hands. Birds and tiny animals. She likes to look through the wrong end of the opera glasses and see the world that way. Why is it, do you think?" Hermione looked down at Ursula with that long, detached, scrutinising gaze that excited the younger woman.
"Yes," said Hermione at length, "it is curious. The little things seem to be more subtle to her."
"But they aren't, are they? A mouse isn't any more subtle than a lion, is it?" Again Hermione looked down at Ursula with that long scrutiny, as if she were following some train of thought of her own, and barely attending to the other's speech.
"I don't know," she replied. "Rupert, Rupert," she sang mildly, calling him to her.
He approached in silence.
"Are little things more subtle than big things?"
she asked, with the odd grunt of laughter in her voice, as if she were making game of him in the question.
"Dunno," he said.
"I hate subtleties," said Ursula.
Hermione looked at her slowly.
"Do you?" she said.
"I always think they are a sign of weakness," said Ursula, up in arms, as if her prestige were threatened.
Hermione took no notice. Suddenly her face puckered, her brow was knit with thought, she seemed twisted in troublesome effort for utterance.
"Do you really think, Rupert,"
she asked, as if Ursula were not present. "Do you really think it is worth while? Do you really think the children are better for being roused to consciousness?" A dark flash went over his face, a silent fury. He was hollow-cheeked and pale, almost unearthly, and the woman with her serious, conscience-harrowing question tortured him on the quick. "They are not roused to consciousness," he said. "Consciousness comes to them willy-nilly." "But do you think they are better for having it quickened, stimulated? Isn't it better that they should remain unconscious of the hazel? Isn't it better that they should see as a whole, without all this pulling to pieces, all this knowledge?" "Would you rather for yourself know or not know that the little red flowers are there putting out for the pollen?" he asked harshly. His voice was brutal, scornful, cruel. Hermione remained with her face lifted up, abstracted. He hung silent in irritation. "I don't know," she replied, balancing mildly. "I don't know." "But knowing is everything to you. It is all your life," he broke out. She slowly looked at him. "Is it?" she said. "To know, that is your all, that is your life. You have only this knowledge," he cried. "There is only one tree, there is only one fruit in your mouth." Again she was some time silent. "Is there?" she said at last, with the same untouched calm. And then, in a tone of whimsical inquisitiveness, "What fruit, Rupert?" "The eternal apple," he replied in exasperation, hating his own metaphors. "Yes," she said. There was a look of exhaustion about her. For some moments there was silence. Then, pulling herself together with a convulsed movement, Hermione resumed, in a sing-song, casual voice. "But, leaving me apart, Rupert, do you think the children are better, richer, happier for all this knowledge? Do you really think they are? Or is it better to leave them untouched, spontaneous? Hadn't they better be animals, simple animals, crude, violent, anything, rather than this self-consciousness, this incapacity to be spontaneous?" They thought she had finished, but with a queer rumbling in her throat she resumed. "Hadn't they better be anything than grow up crippled, crippled in their souls, crippled in their feelings, so thrown back, so turned back on themselves, incapable—" Hermione clenched her fist like one in a trance, "of any spontaneous action, always deliberate, always burdened with choice, never carried away?" Again they thought she had finished, but just as he was going to reply, she resumed her queer rhapsody. "Never carried away out of themselves, always conscious, always self-conscious, always aware of themselves. Isn't anything better than this? Better be animals, mere animals with no mind at all, than this nothingness?" "But do you think that it is knowledge that makes us unliving and self-conscious?" he asked irritably. She opened her eyes and looked at him slowly. "Yes," she said. She paused, watching him all the while, her eyes vague. Then she wiped her fingers across her brow with a vague weariness. It irritated him bitterly. "It is the mind," she said, "and that is death." She raised her eyes slowly to him. "Isn't the mind," she said, with a convulsed movement of her body, "isn't it our death? Doesn't it destroy all our spontaneity, all our instincts? Are not the young people growing up today really dead before they have a chance to live?" "Not because they have too much mind, but too little," he said brutally. "Are you sure?" she cried. "It seems to me the reverse. They are over-conscious, burdened to death with consciousness." "Imprisoned within a limited false set of concepts," he cried. But she took no notice of this, only went on with her own rhapsodic interrogation. "When we have knowledge, don't we lose everything but knowledge?" she asked pathetically. "If I know about the flower, don't I lose the flower, and have only the knowledge? Aren't we exchanging the substance for the shadow? Aren't we forfeiting life for this dead quality of knowledge? And what does it mean to me, after all? What does all this knowing mean to me? It means nothing." "You are merely making words," he said. "Knowledge means everything to you. Even your animalism, you want it in your head. You don't want to be an animal. You want to observe your own animal functions, to get a mental thrill out of them. It is all purely secondary, and more decadent than the most hidebound intellectualism. What is it but the worst and last form of intellectualism, this love of yours for passion and the animal instincts? Passion and the instincts, you want them hard enough, but through your head, in your consciousness. It all takes place in your head, under that skull of yours. Only you won't be conscious of what actually is. You want the lie that will match the rest of your furniture." Hermione set hard and poisonous against this attack. Ursula stood covered with wonder and shame. It frightened her to see how they hated each other. "It's all that Lady of Shalott business," he said, in his strong, abstract voice. He seemed to be charging her before the unseeing air. "You've got that mirror, your own fixed will, your immortal understanding, your own tight conscious world, and there is nothing beyond it. There, in the mirror, you must have everything. But now you have come to all your conclusions, you want to go back and be like a savage without knowledge. You want a life of pure sensation and passion." He quoted the last word satirically against her. She sat convulsed with fury and violation, speechless, like a stricken pythoness of the Greek oracle. "But your passion is a lie," he went on violently. "It isn't passion at all, it is your will. It's your bullying will. You want to clutch things and have them in your power. You want to have things in your power. And why? Because you haven't got any real body, any dark, sensual body of life. You have no sensuality. You have only your will and your conceit of consciousness and your lust for power, to know." He looked at her in mingled hate and contempt, also in pain because she suffered, and in shame because he knew he tortured her. He had an impulse to kneel and plead for forgiveness, but a bitterer red anger burned up to fury in him. He became unconscious of her. He was only a passionate voice speaking. "Spontaneous!" he cried. "You and spontaneity! You, the most deliberate thing that ever walked or crawled! You'd be verily deliberately spontaneous, that's you. Because you want to have everything in your own volition, your deliberate voluntary consciousness. You want it all in that loathsome little skull of yours that ought to be cracked like a nut. For you'll be the same till it is cracked, like an insect in its skin. If one cracked your skull, perhaps one might get a spontaneous, passionate woman out of you, with real sensuality. As it is, what you want is pornography. Looking at yourself in mirrors, watching your naked animal actions in mirrors, so that you can have it all in your consciousness, make it all mental. There was a sense of violation in the air, as if too much was said, the unforgivable. Yet Ursula was concerned now only with solving her own problems in the light of his words. She was pale and abstracted. "But do you really want sensuality?" she asked, puzzled. Birkin looked at her and became intent in his explanation. "Yes," he said, "that and nothing else at this point. It is a fulfilment, the great dark knowledge you can't have in your head, the dark involuntary being. It is death to one's self, but it is the coming into being of another." "But how? How can you have knowledge not in your head?" she asked, quite unable to interpret his phrases. "In the blood," he answered. "When the mind and the known world is drowned in darkness, everything must go. There must be the deluge. Then you find yourself a palpable body of darkness, a demon." "But why should I be a demon?" she asked. "Woman wailing for her demon lover," he quoted. "Why, I don't know." Hermione roused herself, as from a death annihilation. "He is such a dreadful Satanist, isn't he?" she drawled to Ursula, in a queer, resonant voice that ended on a shrill little laugh of pure ridicule. The two women were jeering at him, jeering him into nothingness. The laugh of the shrill, triumphant female sounded from Hermione, jeering him as if he were a neuter. "No," he said, "you are the real devil who won't let life exist." She looked at him with a long, slow look, malevolent, supercilious. "You know all about it, don't you?" she said, with a slow, cold, cunning mockery. "Enough," he replied, his face fixing, fine and clear, like steel. A horrible despair, and at the same time a sense of release, liberation, came over Hermione. She turned with a pleasant intimacy to Ursula. "You are sure you will come to Breadalby?" she said, urging. "Yes, I should like to very much," replied Ursula. Hermione looked down at her, gratified, reflecting, and strangely absent, as if possessed, as if not quite there. "I'm so glad," she said, pulling herself together. "Some time in about a fortnight? Yes? I will write to you here at the school, shall I? Yes. And you'll be sure to come? Yes, I shall be so glad. Good-bye. Good-bye." Hermione held out her hand and looked into the eyes of the other woman. She knew Ursula as an immediate rival, and the knowledge strangely exhilarated her. Also she was taking leave. It always gave her a sense of strength, advantage, to be departing and leaving the other behind. Moreover, she was taking the man with her, if only in hate. Birkin stood aside, fixed and unreal. But now, when it was his turn to bid good-bye, he began to speak again. There's the whole difference in the world, he said, between the actual sensual being and the vicious, mental, deliberate profligacy our lot goes in for. In our night time there's always the electricity switched on. We watch ourselves. We get it all in the head, really. You've got to lapse out before you can know what sensual reality is. Lapse into unknowingness and give up your volition. You've got to do it. You've got to learn not to be before you can come into being. But we have got such a conceit of ourselves. That's where it is. We are so conceited and so unproud. We've got no pride. We're all conceit, so conceited in our own papier-mâché realised selves. We'd rather die than give up our little self-righteous, self-opinionated self-will. There was silence in the room. Both women were hostile and resentful. He sounded as if he were addressing a meeting. Hermione merely paid no attention, stood with her shoulders tight in a shrug of dislike. Ursula was watching him as if furtively, not really aware of what she was seeing. There was a great physical attractiveness in him, a curious, hidden richness that came through his thinness and his pallor like another voice, conveying another knowledge of him. It was in the curves of his brows and his chin, rich, fine, exquisite curves, the powerful beauty of life itself. She could not say what it was, but there was a sense of richness and of liberty. "But we're sensual enough, without making ourselves so, aren't we?" she asked, turning to him with a certain golden laughter flickering under her greenish eyes, like a challenge. And immediately the queer, careless, terribly attractive smile came over his eyes and brows, though his mouth did not relax. "No," he said, "we aren't. We're too full of ourselves." "Surely it isn't a matter of conceit?" she cried. "That and nothing else." She was frankly puzzled. "Don't you think that people are most conceited of all about their sensual powers?" she asked. "That's why they aren't sensual. Only sensuous, which is another matter. They're always aware of themselves, and they're so conceited that rather than release themselves and live in another world from another centre, they'd—" "You want your tea, don't you?" said Hermione, turning to Ursula with a gracious kindliness. "You've worked all day." Birkin stopped short. A spasm of anger and chagrin went over Ursula. His face set, and he bade good-bye, as if he had ceased to notice her. They were gone. Ursula stood looking at the door for some moments. Then she put out the lights, and having done so, she sat down again in her chair, absorbed and lost. And then she began to cry, bitterly, bitterly weeping. But whether for misery or joy, she never knew. End of chapter 3. Recording by Chapter 4 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 4. Diver. The week passed away. On the Saturday it rained, a soft drizzling rain that held off at times. In one of the intervals, Gudrun and Ursula set out for a walk, going towards Willey Water. The atmosphere was grey and translucent. The birds sang sharply on the young twigs. The earth would be quickening and hastening in growth. The two girls walked swiftly, gladly, because of the soft, subtle rush of morning that filled the wet haze. By the road the blackthorn was in blossom, white and wet, its tiny amber grains burning faintly in the white smoke of blossom. Purple twigs were darkly luminous in the grey air. High hedges glowed like living shadows, hovering nearer, coming into creation. The morning was full of a new creation. When the sisters came to Willey Water, the lake lay all grey and visionary, stretching into the moist, translucent vista of trees and meadow. Fine electric activity in sound came from the dumbles below the road, the birds piping one against the other, and water mysteriously plashing, issuing from the lake. The two girls drifted swiftly along. In front of them, at the corner of the lake, near the road, was a mossy boat-house under a walnut tree, and a little landing stage where a boat was moored, wavering like a shadow on the still grey water, below the green decayed poles. All was shadowy with coming summer. Suddenly, from the boat-house, a white figure ran out, frightening in its swift, sharp transit, across the old landing stage. It launched in a white arc through the air. There was a bursting of the water, and among the smooth ripples a swimmer was making out to space in a centre of faintly heaving motion. The whole other world, wet and remote, he had to himself. He could move into the pure translucency of the grey, uncreated water. Gudrun stood by the stone wall, watching. "How I envy him," she said in low, desirous tones. "Ugh!" shivered Ursula. "So cold." "Yes, but how good, how really fine to swim out there." The sisters stood watching the swimmer move further into the grey, moist, full space of the water, pulsing with his own small invading motion, and arched over with mist and dim woods. "Don't you wish it were you?" asked Gudrun, looking at Ursula. "I do," said Ursula, "but I'm not sure. It's so wet." "No," said Gudrun reluctantly. She stood watching the motion on the bosom of the water, as if fascinated. He, having swum a certain distance, turned round and was swimming on his back, looking along the water at the two girls by the wall. In the faint wash of motion they could see his ruddy face, and could feel him watching them. "It is Gerald Crich," said Ursula. "I know," replied Gudrun. And she stood motionless, gazing over the water at the face which washed up and down on the flood, as he swam steadily. From his separate element he saw them, and he exulted to himself because of his own advantage, his possession of a world to himself. He was immune and perfect. He loved his own vigorous thrusting motion, and the violent impulse of the very cold water against his limbs, buoying him up. He could see the girls watching him a way off, outside, and that pleased him. He lifted his arm from the water in a sign to them. "He is waving," said Ursula. "Yes," replied Gudrun. They watched him. He waved again, with a strange movement of recognition across the difference. "Like a Nibelung," laughed Ursula. Gudrun said nothing, only stood, still looking over the water. Gerald suddenly turned, and was swimming away swiftly with a side stroke. He was alone now, alone and immune in the middle of the waters, which he had all to himself. He exulted in his isolation in the new element, unquestioned and unconditioned. He was happy, thrusting with his legs and all his body, without bond or connection anywhere, just himself in the watery world. Gudrun envied him almost painfully. Even this momentary possession of pure isolation and fluidity seemed to her so terribly desirable that she felt herself as if damned out there on the high road. "God, what it is to be a man!" she cried. "What?" exclaimed Ursula in surprise. "The freedom, the liberty, the mobility!" cried Gudrun, strangely flushed and brilliant. "You're a man, you want to do a thing, you do it. You haven't the 1,000 obstacles a woman has in front of her." Ursula wondered what was in Gudrun's mind to occasion this outburst. She could not understand. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Nothing," cried Gudrun in swift refutation. "But supposing I did? Supposing I want to swim up that water? It's impossible. It's one of the impossibilities of life, for me to take my clothes off now and jump in. But isn't it ridiculous? Doesn't it simply prevent our living?" She was so hot, so flushed, so furious, that Ursula was puzzled. The two sisters went on up the road. They were passing between the trees, just below Shortlands. They looked up at the long, low house, dim and glamorous in the wet morning, its cedar trees slanting before the windows. Gudrun seemed to be studying it closely. "Don't you think it's attractive, Ursula?" asked Gudrun. "Very," said Ursula. "Very peaceful and charming." "It has form, too. It has a period." "What period?" "Oh, 18th century for certain. Dorothy Wordsworth and Jane Austen, don't you think?" Ursula laughed. "Don't you think so?" repeated Gudrun. "Perhaps. But I don't think the cries fit the period. I know Gerald is putting in a private electric plant for lighting the house, and is making all kinds of latest improvements." Gudrun shrugged her shoulders swiftly. "Of course," she said, "that's quite inevitable." "Quite," laughed Ursula. "He is several generations of youngness at one go. They hate him for it. He takes them all by the scruff of the neck, and fairly flings them along. He'll have to die soon, when he's made every possible improvement, and there will be nothing more to improve. He's got go, anyhow." "Certainly he's got go," said Gudrun. "In fact, I've never seen a man that showed signs of so much. The unfortunate thing is, where does his go to? What becomes of it?" "Oh, I know," said Ursula. "It goes in applying the latest appliances." "Exactly," said Gudrun. "You know he shot his brother," said Ursula. "Shot his brother!" cried Gudrun, frowning as if in disapprobation. "Didn't you know? Oh yes, I thought you knew. He and his brother were playing together with a gun. He told his brother to look down the gun, and it was loaded and blew the top of his head off. Isn't it a horrible story?" "How fearful!" cried Gudrun. "But it is long ago?" "Oh yes, they were quite boys," said Ursula. "I think it is one of the most horrible stories I know." "And he, of course, did not know that the gun was loaded?" "Yes. You see, it was an old thing that had been lying in the stable for years. Nobody dreamed it would ever go off, and of course no one imagined it was loaded. But isn't it dreadful that it should happen?" "Frightful!" cried Gudrun. "And isn't it horrible, too, to think of such a thing happening to one when one was a child, and having to carry the responsibility of it all through one's life? Imagine it, 2 boys playing together, then this comes upon them, for no reason whatever, out of the air. Ursula, it's very frightening. Oh, it's one of the things I can't bear. Murder, that is thinkable, because there's a will behind it, but a thing like that to happen to one." "Perhaps there was an unconscious will behind it," said Ursula. "This playing at killing has some primitive desire for killing in it, don't you think?" "Desire?" said Gudrun coldly, stiffening a little. "I can't see that they were even playing at killing. I suppose one boy said to the other, 'You look down the barrel while I pull the trigger, and see what happens.' It seems to me the purest form of accident." "No," said Ursula. "I couldn't pull the trigger of the emptiest gun in the world, not if someone were looking down the barrel. One instinctively doesn't do it, one can't." Gudrun was silent for some moments, in sharp disagreement. "Of course," she said coldly, "if one is a woman and grown up, one's instinct prevents one. But I cannot see how that applies to a couple of boys playing together." Her voice was cold and angry. "Yes," persisted Ursula. At that moment they heard a woman's voice a few yards off say loudly, "Oh, damn the thing!" They went forward and saw Laura Crich and Hermione Roddice in the field on the other side of the hedge, and Laura Crich struggling with the gate to get out. Ursula at once hurried up and helped to lift the gate. "Thanks so much," said Laura, looking up flushed and Amazon-like, yet rather confused. "It isn't right on the hinges." "No," said Ursula, "and they're so heavy." "Surprising!" cried Laura. "How do you do?" sang Hermione from out of the field, the moment she could make her voice heard. "It's nice now. Are you going for a walk?" "Yes. Isn't the young green beautiful? So beautiful, quite burning. Good morning, good morning. You'll come and see me? Thank you so much. Next week? Yes. Goodbye. Goodbye." Gudrun and Ursula stood and watched her, slowly waving her head up and down, and waving her hand slowly in dismissal, smiling a strange, affected smile, making a tall, queer, frightening figure, with her heavy fair hair slipping to her eyes. Then they moved off, as if they had been dismissed like inferiors. The 4 women parted. As soon as they had gone far enough, Ursula said, her cheeks burning, "I do think she's impudent." "Who, Hermione Roddice?" asked Gudrun. "Why?" "The way she treats one. Impudence." "Why, Ursula, what did you notice that was so impudent?" asked Gudrun rather coldly.
Her whole manner. Oh, it's impossible. The way she tries to bully one. Pure bullying. She's an impudent woman. You'll come and see me, as if we should be falling over ourselves for the privilege. I can't understand, Ursula, what you are so much put out about, said Gudrun in some exasperation. One knows these women are impudent, these free women who have emancipated themselves from the aristocracy. But it is so unnecessary, so vulgar, cried Ursula. No, I don't see it. And if I did, pour moi, elle n'existe pas. I don't grant her the power to be impudent to me. Do you think she likes you? Asked Ursula. Well, no, I shouldn't think she did. Then why does she ask you to go to Breadalby and stay with her? Gudrun lifted her shoulders in a low shrug. After all, she's got the sense to know we're not just the ordinary run, said Gudrun. Whatever she is, she's not a fool. And I'd rather have somebody I detested than the ordinary woman who keeps to her own set. Hermione Roddice does risk herself in some respects. Ursula pondered this for a time. I doubt it, she replied. Really, she risks nothing. I suppose we ought to admire her for knowing she can invite us school teachers and risk nothing. Precisely, said Gudrun. Think of the myriads of women that daren't do it. She makes the most of her privileges, that's something. I suppose really we should do the same in her place. No, said Ursula. No, it would bore me. I couldn't spend my time playing her games. It's infra-dig. The two sisters were like a pair of scissors, snipping off everything that came athwart them. Or like a knife and a whetstone, the one sharpened against the other. Of course, cried Ursula suddenly, she ought to thank her stars if we will go and see her. You are perfectly beautiful, 1,000 times more beautiful than ever she is or was, and to my thinking 1,000 times more beautifully dressed, for she never looks fresh and natural, like a flower, always old, thought out. And we are more intelligent than most people. Undoubtedly, said Gudrun. And it ought to be admitted, simply, said Ursula. Certainly it ought, said Gudrun. But you'll find that the really chic thing is to be so absolutely ordinary, so perfectly commonplace and like the person in the street, that you really are a masterpiece of humanity. Not the person in the street actually, but the artistic creation of her. How awful, cried Ursula. Yes, Ursula, it is awful in most respects. You daren't be anything that isn't amazingly à terre. So much à terre that it is the artistic creation of ordinariness. It is very dull to create oneself into nothing better, laughed Ursula. Very dull, retorted Gudrun. Really, Ursula, it is dull, that's just the word. One longs to be high-flown and make speeches like Corneille after it. Gudrun was becoming flushed and excited over her own cleverness. Strut, said Ursula. One wants to strut, to be a swan among geese. Exactly, cried Gudrun, a swan among geese. They're all so busy playing the ugly duckling, cried Ursula, with mocking laughter. And I don't feel a bit like a humble and pathetic ugly duckling. I do feel like a swan among geese. I can't help it. They make one feel so. And I don't care what they think of me. Je m'en fiche. Gudrun looked up at Ursula with a queer, uncertain envy and dislike. Of course. The only thing to do is to despise them all, just all, she said.
The sisters went home again to read and talk and work, and wait for Monday, for school. Ursula often wondered what else she waited for, besides the beginning and end of the school week, and the beginning and end of the holidays. This was a whole life. Sometimes she had periods of tight horror, when it seemed to her that her life would pass away and be gone, without having been more than this. But she never really accepted it. Her spirit was active, her life like a shoot that is growing steadily, but which has not yet. Chapter 5 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 5. In the Train. One day at this time Birkin was called to London. He was not very fixed in his abode. He had rooms in Nottingham, because his work lay chiefly in that town, but often he was in London, or in Oxford. He moved about a great deal. His life seemed uncertain, without any definite rhythm, any organic meaning. On the platform of the railway station he saw Gerald Crich, reading a newspaper, and evidently waiting for the train. Birkin stood some distance off, among the people. It was against his instinct to approach anybody. From time to time, in a manner characteristic of him, Gerald lifted his head and looked round. Even though he was reading the newspaper closely, he must keep a watchful eye on his external surroundings. There seemed to be a dual consciousness running in him. He was thinking vigorously of something he read in the newspaper, and at the same time his eye ran over the surfaces of the life round him, and he missed nothing. Birkin, who was watching him, was irritated by his duality. He noticed, too, that Gerald seemed always to be at bay against everybody, in spite of his queer, genial, social manner when roused. Now Birkin started violently at seeing this genial look flash onto Gerald's face, at seeing Gerald approaching, with hand outstretched.
"Hello, Rupert. Where are you going?"
"London. So are you, I suppose."
"Yes."
Gerald's eyes went over Birkin's face in curiosity.
"We'll travel together if you like," he said.
"Don't you usually go first?" asked Birkin.
"I can't stand the crowd," replied Gerald, "but third'll be all right. There's a restaurant car, we can have some tea."
The two men looked at the station clock, having nothing further to say. "What were you reading in the paper?" Birkin asked. Gerald looked at him quickly.
"Isn't it funny what they do put in the newspapers?" he said. "Here are two leaders," he held out his Daily Telegraph, "full of the ordinary newspaper cant." He scanned the columns down. "And then there's this little, I don't know what you'd call it, essay almost, appearing with the leaders and saying there must arise a man who will give new values to things, give us new truths, a new attitude to life, or else we shall be a crumbling nothingness in a few years, a country in ruin."
"I suppose that's a bit of newspaper cant as well," said Birkin.
"It sounds as if the man meant it, and quite genuinely," said Gerald.
"Give it to me," said Birkin, holding out his hand for the paper. The train came, and they went on board, sitting on either side a little table, by the window in the restaurant car. Birkin glanced over his paper, then looked up at Gerald, who was waiting for him. "I believe the man means it," he said, "as far as he means anything."
"And do you think it's true? Do you think we really want a new gospel?" asked Gerald.
Birkin shrugged his shoulders. "I think the people who say they want a new religion are the last to accept anything new. They want novelty, right enough, but to stare straight at this life that we've brought upon ourselves and reject it, absolutely smash up the old idols of ourselves, that we shall never do. You've got very badly to want to get rid of the old before anything new will appear, even in the self." Gerald watched him closely.
"You think we ought to break up this life, just start and let fly?" he asked.
"This life? Yes, I do. We've got to bust it completely, or shrivel inside it, as in a tight skin, for it won't expand any more." There was a queer little smile in Gerald's eyes, a look of amusement, calm and curious.
"And how do you propose to begin? I suppose you mean reform the whole order of society?" he asked.
Birkin had a slight tense frown between the brows. He too was impatient of the conversation. "I don't propose at all," he replied. "When we really want to go for something better, we shall smash the old. Until then, any sort of proposal, or making proposals, is no more than a tiresome game for self-important people." The little smile began to die out of Gerald's eyes, and he said, looking with a cool stare at Birkin, "So you really think things are very bad?" "Completely bad." The smile appeared again.
"In what way?"
"Every way," said Birkin. "We are such dreary liars. Our one idea is to lie to ourselves. We have an ideal of a perfect world, clean and straight and sufficient. So we cover the earth with foulness. Life is a blotch of labour, like insects scurrying in filth, so that your collier can have a pianoforte in his parlour, and you can have a butler and a motor car in your up-to-date house. And as a nation we can sport the Ritz or the Empire, Gaby Deslys in the Sunday newspapers. It's very dreary." Gerald took a little time to readjust himself after this tirade.
"Would you have us live without houses, return to nature?" he asked.
"I would have nothing at all. People only do what they want to do, and what they are capable of doing. If they were capable of anything else, there would be something else." Again Gerald pondered. He was not going to take offence at Birkin.
"Don't you think the collier's pianoforte, as you call it, is a symbol for something very real? A real desire for something higher in the collier's life?"
"Higher?" cried Birkin. "Yes, amazing heights of upright grandeur. It makes him so much higher in his neighbouring collier's eyes. He sees himself reflected in the neighbouring opinion, like in a Brocken mist, several feet taller on the strength of the pianoforte, and he is satisfied. He lives for the sake of that Brocken spectre, the reflection of himself in the human opinion. You do the same. If you are of high importance to humanity, you are of high importance to yourself. That is why you work so hard at the mines. If you can produce coal to cook 5,000 dinners a day, you are 5,000 times more important than if you cooked only your own dinner."
"I suppose I am," laughed Gerald.
"Can't you see," said Birkin, "that to help my neighbour to eat is no more than eating myself? I eat, thou eatest, he eats, we eat, you eat, they eat. And what then? Why should every man decline the whole verb? First person singular is enough for me. "You've got to start with material things," said Gerald, which statement Birkin ignored. "And we've got to live for something. We're not just cattle that can graze and have done with it," said Gerald. "Tell me," said Birkin, "what do you live for?" Gerald's face went baffled. "What do I live for?" he repeated. "I suppose I live to work, to produce something, insofar as I'm a purposive being. Apart from that, I live because I am living." "And what's your work? Getting so many more thousands of tons of coal out of the earth every day? And when we've got all the coal we want, and all the plush furniture, and pianofortes, and the rabbits are all stewed and eaten, and we're all warm and our bellies are filled, and we're listening to the young lady performing on the pianoforte, what then? What then, when you've made a real fair start with your material things?" Gerald sat, laughing at the words and the mocking humour of the other man. But he was cogitating too. "We haven't got there yet," he replied. "A good many people are still waiting for the rabbit and the fire to cook it." "So while you get the coal, I must chase the rabbit," said Birkin, mocking at Gerald. "Something like that," said Gerald. Birkin watched him narrowly. He saw the perfect good-humoured callousness, even strange glistening malice in Gerald, glistening through the plausible ethics of productivity. "Gerald," he said, "I rather hate you." "I know you do," said Gerald. "Why do you?" Birkin mused inscrutably for some minutes. "I should like to know if you're conscious of hating me," he said at last. "Do you ever consciously detest me, hate me with mystic hate? There are odd moments when I hate you starrily." Gerald was rather taken aback, even a little disconcerted. He did not quite know what to say. "I may, of course, hate you sometimes," he said. "But I'm not aware of it, never acutely aware of it, that is." "So much the worse," said Birkin. Gerald watched him with curious eyes. He could not quite make him out. "So much the worse, is it?" he repeated. There was a silence between the two men for some time, as the train ran on. In Birkin's face was a little irritable tension, a sharp knitting of the brows, keen and difficult. Gerald watched him warily, carefully, rather calculatingly, for he could not decide what he was after. Suddenly Birkin's eyes looked straight and overpowering into those of the other man. "What do you think is the aim and object of your life, Gerald?" he asked. Again Gerald was taken aback. He could not think what his friend was getting at. Was he poking fun or not? "At this moment I couldn't say offhand," he replied with faintly ironic humour. "Do you think love is the be-all and the end-all of life?" Birkin asked, with direct, attentive seriousness. "Of my own life?" said Gerald. "Yes." There was a really puzzled pause. "I can't say," said Gerald. "It hasn't been, so far." "What has your life been, so far?" "Oh, finding out things for myself, and getting experiences, and making things go." Birkin knitted his brows like sharply moulded steel. "I find," he said, "that one needs some one really pure single activity. I should call love a single pure activity, but I don't really love anybody, not now."
"Have you ever really loved anybody?" asked Gerald.
"Yes and no," replied Birkin.
"Not finally?" said Gerald.
"Finally? Finally, no," said Birkin.
"Nor I," said Gerald.
"And do you want to?" said Birkin. Gerald looked, with a long, twinkling, almost sardonic look, into the eyes of the other man.
"I don't know," he said.
"I do. I want to love," said Birkin.
"You do?"
"Yes. I want the finality of love."
"The finality of love," repeated Gerald,
and he waited for a moment.
"Just one woman?"
he added. The evening light, flooding yellow along the fields, lit up Birkin's face with a tense, abstract steadfastness. Gerald still could not make it out. "Yes, one woman," said Birkin. But to Gerald it sounded as if he were insistent rather than confident.
"I don't believe a woman, and nothing but a woman, will ever make my life," said Gerald.
"Not the centre and core of it? The love between you and a woman?" asked Birkin. Gerald's eyes narrowed with a queer, dangerous smile as he watched the other man.
"I never quite feel it that way," he said.
"You don't? Then wherein does life centre for you?"
"I don't know. That's what I want somebody to tell me. As far as I can make out, it doesn't centre at all. It's artificially held together by the social mechanism."
Birkin pondered, as if he would crack something. "I know," he said. "It just doesn't centre. The old ideals are dead as nails, nothing there. It seems to me there remains only this perfect union with a woman, sort of ultimate marriage. And there isn't anything else."
"And you mean, if there isn't the woman, there's nothing?" said Gerald.
"Pretty well that, seeing there's no God."
"Then we're hard put to it," said Gerald.
And he turned to look out of the window at the flying, golden landscape. Birkin could not help seeing how beautiful and soldierly his face was, with a certain courage to be indifferent. "You think it's heavy odds against us," said Birkin.
"If we've got to make our life up out of a woman, one woman, woman only, yes, I do," said Gerald. "I don't believe I shall ever make up my life, at that rate."
Birkin watched him almost angrily. "You were a born unbeliever," he said.
"I only feel what I feel," said Gerald.
And he looked again at Birkin, almost sardonically, with his blue, manly, sharp-lighted eyes. Birkin's eyes were at the moment full of anger, but swiftly they became troubled, doubtful, then full of a warm, rich affectionateness and laughter. "It troubles me very much, Gerald," he said, wrinkling his brows.
"I can see it does," said
Gerald, uncovering his mouth in a manly, quick, soldierly laugh. Gerald was held unconsciously by the other man. He wanted to be near him. He wanted to be within his sphere of influence. There was something very congenial to him in Birkin. But yet, beyond this, he did not take much notice. He felt that he himself, Gerald, had harder and more durable truths than any the other man knew. He felt himself older, more knowing. It was the quick changing warmth and venality and brilliant warm utterance he loved in his friend. It was the rich play of words and quick interchange of feelings he enjoyed. The real content of the words he never really considered. He himself knew better. Birkin knew this. He knew that Gerald wanted to be fond of him, without taking him seriously. And this made him go hard and cold. As the train ran on, he sat looking at the land, and Gerald fell away, became as nothing to him. Birkin looked at the land, at the evening, and was thinking, well, if mankind is destroyed, if our race is destroyed like Sodom, and there is this beautiful evening with the luminous land and trees, I am satisfied. That which informs it all is there, and can never be lost. After all, what is mankind but just one expression of the incomprehensible? And if mankind passes away, it will only mean that this particular expression is completed and done. That which is expressed, and that which is to be expressed, cannot be diminished. There it is, in the shining evening. Let mankind pass away. Time it did. The creative utterances will not cease. They will only be there. Humanity doesn't embody the utterance of the incomprehensible any more. Humanity is a dead letter. There will be a new embodiment, in a new way. Let humanity disappear, as quick as possible. Gerald interrupted him by asking, "Where are you staying in London?" Birkin looked up. "With a man in Soho. I pay part of the rent of a flat, and stop there when I like." "Good idea. Have a place more or less your own," said Gerald. "Yes, but I don't care for it much. I'm tired of the people I am bound to find there." "What kind of people?" "Art, music, London bohemia. The most pettifogging, calculating bohemia that ever reckoned its pennies. But there are a few decent people, decent in some respects. They are really very thorough rejecters of the world. Perhaps they live only in the gesture of rejection and negation, but negatively something at any rate." "What are they? Painters? Musicians?" "Painters, musicians, writers, hangers-on, models, advanced young people. Anybody who is openly at outs with the conventions, and belongs to nowhere particularly. They are often young fellows down from the university, and girls who are living their own lives, as they say." "All loose?" said Gerald. Birkin could see his curiosity roused. "In one way. Most bound in another. For all their shockingness, all on one note." He looked at Gerald, and saw how his blue eyes were lit up with a little flame of curious desire. He saw too how good-looking he was. Gerald was attractive. His blood seemed fluid and electric. His blue eyes burned with a keen yet cold light. There was a certain beauty, a beautiful passivity in all his body, his moulding. "We might see something of each other. I'm in London for 2 or 3 days," said Gerald. "Yes," said Birkin. "I don't want to go to the theatre or the music hall. You'd better come round to the flat, and see what you can make of Halliday and his crowd." "Thanks. I should like to, laughed Gerald. What are you doing tonight? I promised to meet Halliday at the Pompadour. It's a bad place, but there's nowhere else. Where is it? Asked Gerald. Piccadilly Circus. Oh, yes. Well, shall I come round there? By all means. It might amuse you. The evening was falling. They had passed Bedford. Birkin watched the country, and was filled with a sort of hopelessness. He always felt this on approaching London. His dislike of mankind, of the mass of mankind, amounted almost to an illness. Where the quiet coloured end of evening smiles miles and miles, he was murmuring to himself, like a man condemned to death. Gerald, who was very subtly alert, wary in all his senses, leaned forward and asked smilingly, "What were you saying?" Birkin glanced at him, laughed, and repeated, "Where the quiet coloured end of evening smiles, miles and miles, over pastures where the something something sheep, half asleep." Gerald also looked now at the country. And Birkin, who for some reason was now tired and dispirited, said to him, "I always feel doomed when the train is running into London. I feel such a despair, so hopeless, as if it were the end of the world." "Really?" said Gerald. "And does the end of the world frighten you?" Birkin lifted his shoulders in a slow shrug. "I don't know," he said. "It does while it hangs imminent and doesn't fall. But people give me a bad feeling, very bad." There was a roused, glad smile in Gerald's eyes. "Do they?" he said, and he watched the other man critically. In a few minutes the train was running through the disgrace of outspread London. Everybody in the carriage was on the alert, waiting to escape. At last they were under the huge arch of the station, in the tremendous shadow of the town. Birkin shut himself together. He was in now. The two men went together in a taxicab. "Don't you feel like one of the damned?" asked Birkin, as they sat in a little swift-running enclosure and watched the hideous great street. "No," laughed Gerald. "It is real death," said Birkin. Chapter 6 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 6. Creme de Menthe. They met again in the café several hours later. Gerald went through the push doors into the large, lofty room, where the faces and heads of the drinkers showed dimly through the haze of smoke, reflected more dimly and repeated ad infinitum in the great mirrors on the walls, so that one seemed to enter a vague dim world of shadowy drinkers, humming within an atmosphere of blue tobacco smoke. There was, however, the red plush of the seats, to give substance within the bubble of pleasure. Gerald moved in his slow, observant, glistening, attentive motion down between the tables and the people, whose shadowy faces looked up as he passed. He seemed to be entering in some strange element, passing into an illuminated new region, among a host of licentious souls. He was pleased and entertained. He looked over all the dim, evanescent, strangely illuminated faces that bent across the tables. Then he saw Birkin rise and signal to him. At Birkin's table was a girl with dark, soft, fluffy hair, cut short in the artist fashion, hanging level and full, almost like the Egyptian princesses. She was small and delicately made, with warm colouring and large, dark, hostile eyes. There was a delicacy, almost a beauty, in all her form, and at the same time a certain attractive grossness of spirit that made a little spark leap instantly alight in Gerald's eyes. Birkin, who looked muted, unreal, his presence left out, introduced her as Miss Darrington. She gave her hand with a sudden, unwilling movement, looking all the while at Gerald with a dark, exposed stare. A glow came over him as he sat down. The waiter appeared. Gerald glanced at the glasses of the other two. Birkin was drinking something green. Miss Darrington had a small liqueur glass that was empty save for a tiny drop. "Won't you have some more brandy?" she said, sipping her last drop and putting down the glass. The waiter disappeared. "No," she said to Birkin. "He doesn't know I'm back. He'll be terrified when he sees me here." She spoke her R's like W's, lisping with a slightly babyish pronunciation, which was at once affected and true to her character. Her voice was dull and toneless. "Where is he, then?" asked Birkin. "He's doing a private show at Lady Snellgrove's," said the girl. "Warren's is there too." There was a pause. "Well then," said Birkin, in a dispassionate, protective manner, "what do you intend to do?" The girl paused, sullenly. She hated the question. "I don't intend to do anything," she replied. "I shall look for some sittings tomorrow." "Who shall you go to?" asked Birkin. "I shall go to Bentley's first. But I believe he's angry with me for running away." "That is, from the Madonna?" "Yes. And then if he doesn't want me, I know I can get work with Carmarthen." "Carmarthen?" "Lord Carmarthen. He does photographs." "Chiffon and shoulders." "Yes, but he's awfully decent." There was a pause. "And what are you going to do about Julius?" he asked. "Nothing," she said. "I shall just ignore him." "You've done with him altogether?" But she turned aside her face sullenly, and did not answer the question. Another young man came hurrying up to the table. "Hello, Birkin! Hello, Pussum! When did you come back?" he said eagerly. "Today." "Does Halliday know?" "I don't know. I don't care either." "Ha ha! The wind still sits in that quarter, does it? Do you mind if I come over to this table?" "I'm talking to Rupert, do you mind?" she replied coolly, and yet appealingly, like a child. "Open confession, good for the soul, eh?" said the young man. "Well, so long." And giving a sharp look at Birkin and at Gerald, the young man moved off, with a swing of his coat skirts. All this time Gerald had been completely ignored, and yet he felt that the girl was physically aware of his proximity. He waited, listened, and tried to piece together the conversation. "Are you staying at the flat?" the girl asked of Birkin. "For 3 days," replied Birkin. "And you?" "I don't know yet. I can always go to Bertha's." There was a silence. Suddenly the girl turned to Gerald, and said, in a rather formal, polite voice, with the distant manner of a woman who accepts her position as a social inferior, yet assumes intimate camaraderie with the male she addresses.
"Do you know London well?"
"I can hardly say," he laughed. "I've been up a good many times, but I was never in this place before."
"You're not an artist, then?"
she said, in a tone that placed him an outsider. "No," he replied. "He's a soldier, and an explorer, and a Napoleon of industry," said Birkin, giving Gerald his credentials for Bohemia.
"Are you a soldier?"
asked the girl, with a cold yet lively curiosity. "No, I resigned my commission," said Gerald, "some years ago." "He was in the last war," said Birkin.
"Were you really?"
said the girl. "And then he explored the Amazon," said Birkin, "and now he is ruling over coal mines." The girl looked at Gerald with steady, calm curiosity. He laughed, hearing himself described. He felt proud, too, full of male strength. His blue, keen eyes were lit up with laughter. His ruddy face, with its sharp, fair hair, was full of satisfaction and glowing with life. He piqued her.
"How long are you staying?"
she asked him. "A day or two," he replied, "but there is no particular hurry." Still she stared into his face with that slow, full gaze which was so curious and so exciting to him. He was acutely and delightfully conscious of himself, of his own attractiveness. He felt full of strength, able to give off a sort of electric power, and he was aware of her dark, hot-looking eyes upon him. She had beautiful eyes, dark, fully opened, hot, naked in their looking at him. And on them there seemed to float a film of disintegration, a sort of misery and sullenness, like oil on water. She wore no hat in the heated café. Her loose, simple jumper was strung on a string round her neck, but it was made of rich, peach-coloured crêpe de chine that hung heavily and softly from her young throat and her slender wrists. Her appearance was simple and complete, really beautiful, because of her regularity and form, her soft, dark hair falling full and level on either side of her head, her straight, small, softened features, Egyptian in the slight fullness of their curves, her slender neck, and the simple, rich-coloured smock hanging on her slender shoulders. She was very still, almost null in her manner, apart and watchful. She appealed to Gerald strongly. He felt an awful, enjoyable power over her, an instinctive cherishing very near to cruelty. For she was a victim. He felt that she was in his power, and he was generous. The electricity was turgid and voluptuously rich in his limbs. He would be able to destroy her utterly in the strength of his discharge. But she was waiting in her separation, given. They talked banalities for some time. Suddenly Birkin said, "There's Julius," and he half rose to his feet, motioning to the newcomer. The girl, with a curious, almost evil motion, looked round over her shoulder without moving her body. Gerald watched her dark, soft hair swing over her ears. He felt her watching intensely the man who was approaching, so he looked too. He saw a pale, full-built young man, with rather long, solid, fair hair hanging from under his black hat, moving cumbrously down the room, his face lit up with a smile at once naive and warm, and vapid. He approached towards Birkin with a haste of welcome. It was not till he was quite close that he perceived the girl. He recoiled, went pale, and said, in a high, squealing voice,
"Possum, what are you doing here?"
The café looked up like animals when they hear a cry. Halliday hung motionless, an almost imbecile smile flickering palely on his face. The girl only stared at him with a black look in which flared an unfathomable hell of knowledge and a certain impotence. She was limited by him.
"Why have you come back?"
repeated Halliday in the same high, hysterical voice.
"I told you not to come back."
The girl did not answer, only stared in the same viscous, heavy fashion straight at him, as he stood recoiled, as if for safety, against the next table. "You know you wanted her to come back. Come and sit down," said Birkin to him.
"No, I didn't want her to come back, and I told her not to come back. What have you come for, Possum?"
For nothing from you,
she said, in a heavy voice of resentment.
"Then why have you come back at all?"
cried Halliday, his voice rising to a kind of squeal. "She comes as she likes," said Birkin. "Are you going to sit down, or are you not?"
"No, I won't sit down with Possum,"
cried Halliday.
I won't hurt you. You needn't be afraid,"
she said to him, very curtly, and yet with a sort of protectiveness towards him in her voice. Halliday came and sat at the table, putting his hand on his heart and crying,
"Oh, it's given me such a turn! Possum, I wish you wouldn't do these things. Why did you come back?"
"Not for anything from you," she repeated.
"You said that before,"
he cried in a high voice. She turned completely away from him to Gerald Crich, whose eyes were shining with a subtle amusement.
"Were you ever very much afraid of the savages?"
she asked in her calm, dull, childish voice. "No, never very much afraid. On the whole, they're harmless. They're not born yet. You can't feel really afraid of them. You know you can manage them."
"Do you really? Aren't they very fierce?"
"Not very. There aren't many fierce things, as a matter of fact. There aren't many things, neither people nor animals, that have it in them to be really dangerous." "Except in herds," interrupted Birkin.
"Aren't there really?" she said. "Oh, I thought savages were all so dangerous. They'd have your life before you could look round."
"Did you?"
he laughed.
"They are overrated, savages. They're too much like other people, not exciting after the first acquaintance."
"Oh, it's not so very wonderfully brave, then, to be an explorer?"
"No, it's more a question of hardships than of terrors."
"Oh, and weren't you ever afraid?"
"In my life? I don't know. Yes, I'm afraid of some things. Of being shut up, locked up anywhere, or being fastened. I'm afraid of being bound hand and foot." She looked at him steadily with her dark eyes, that rested on him and roused him so deeply that it left his upper self quite calm. It was rather delicious to feel her drawing his self-revelations from him, as from the very innermost dark marrow of his body. She wanted to know, and her dark eyes seemed to be looking through into his naked organism. He felt she was compelled to him, she was fated to come into contact with him, must have the seeing him and knowing him. And this roused a curious exultance. Also, he felt, she must relinquish herself into his hands, and be subject to him. She was so profane, slave-like, watching him, absorbed by him. It was not that she was interested in what he said. She was absorbed by his self-revelation, by him. She wanted the secret of him, the experience of his male being. Gerald's face was lit up with an uncanny smile, full of light and rousedness, yet unconscious. He sat with his arms on the table, his sun-browned, rather sinister hands, that were animal and yet very shapely and attractive, pushed forward towards her. And they fascinated her. And she knew, she watched her own fascination. Other men had come to the table to talk with Birkin and Halliday. Gerald said in a low voice, apart, to Pussum,
"Where have you come back from?"
"From the country,"
replied Pussum in a very low, yet fully resonant voice. Her face closed hard. Continually she glanced at Halliday, and then a black flare came over her eyes. The heavy, fair young man ignored her completely. He was really afraid of her. For some moments she would be unaware of Gerald. He had not conquered her yet. "And what has Halliday to do with it?" he asked, his voice still muted. She would not answer for some seconds. Then she said unwillingly,
"He made me go and live with him, and now he wants to throw me over. And yet he won't let me go to anybody else. He wants me to live hidden in the country. And then he says I persecute him, that he can't get rid of me."
"Doesn't know his own mind," said Gerald.
"He hasn't any mind, so he can't know it," she said. "He waits for what somebody tells him to do. He never does anything he wants to do himself, because he doesn't know what he wants. He's a perfect baby."
Gerald looked at Halliday for some moments, watching the soft, rather degenerate face of the young man. Its very softness was an attraction. It was a soft, warm, corrupt nature, into which one might plunge with gratification. "But he has no hold over you, has he?" Gerald asked.
"You see, he made me go and live with him when I didn't want to," she replied. "He came and cried to me, tears, you never saw so many, saying he couldn't bear it unless I went back to him. And he wouldn't go away. He would have stayed for ever. He made me go back. Then, every time he behaves in this fashion. And now I'm going to have a baby. He wants to give me £100 and send me into the country, so that he would never see me, nor hear of me again. But I'm not going to do it after—"
A queer look came over Gerald's face.
"Are you going to have a child?"
he asked, incredulous. It seemed to look at her impossible. She was so young and so far in spirit from any childbearing. She looked full into his face, and her dark, inchoate eyes had now a furtive look, and a look of a knowledge of evil, dark and indomitable. A flame ran secretly to his heart.
"Yes," she said. "Isn't it beastly?"
"Don't you want it?" he asked.
"I don't,"
she replied emphatically. "But," he said, "how long have you known?"
10 weeks, she said.
All the time she kept her dark, inchoate eyes full upon him. He remained silent, thinking. Then, switching off and becoming cold, he asked in a voice full of considerate kindness, "Is there anything we can eat here? Is there anything you would like?"
"Yes," she said. "I should adore some oysters."
"All right," he said. "We'll have oysters." And he beckoned to the waiter. Halliday took no notice until the little plate was set before her. Then suddenly he cried,
"Pussum, you can't eat oysters when you're drinking brandy." "What has it got to do with you?" she asked. "Nothing, nothing," he cried. "But you can't eat oysters when you're drinking brandy." "I'm not drinking brandy," she replied, and she sprinkled the last drops of her liqueur over his face. He gave an odd squeal. She sat looking at him, as if indifferent. "Pussum, why do you do that?" he cried in panic. He gave Gerald the impression that he was terrified of her, and that he loved his terror. He seemed to relish his own horror and hatred of her, turn it over and extract every flavour from it, in real panic. Gerald thought him a strange fool, and yet piquant. "But, Pussum," said another man, in a very small, quick Eton voice, "you promised not to hurt him." "I haven't hurt him," she answered. "What will you drink?" the young man asked. He was dark and smooth-skinned, and full of a stealthy vigour. "I don't like porter, Maxim," she replied. "You must ask for champagne," came the whispering, gentlemanly voice of the other. Gerald suddenly realised that this was a hint to him. "Shall we have champagne?" he asked, laughing. "Yes, please, do I?" she lisped childishly. Gerald watched her eating the oysters. She was delicate and finicking in her eating. Her fingers were fine and seemed very sensitive in the tips. So she put her food apart with fine, small motions. She ate carefully, delicately. It pleased him very much to see her, and it irritated Birkin. They were all drinking champagne. Maxim, the prim young Russian with the smooth, warm-coloured face and black oiled hair, was the only one who seemed to be perfectly calm and sober. Birkin was white and abstract, unnatural. Gerald was smiling with a constant, bright, amused, cold light in his eyes, leaning a little protectively towards the Pussum, who was very handsome and soft, unfolded like some red lotus in dreadful flowering nakedness, vainglorious now, flushed with wine and with the excitement of men. Halliday looked foolish. One glass of wine was enough to make him drunk and giggling, yet there was always a pleasant, warm naivety about him that made him attractive.
"I'm not afraid of anything except black beetles,"
said the Pussum, looking up suddenly and staring with her black eyes, on which there seemed an unseeing film of flame fully upon Gerald. He laughed dangerously from the blood. Her childish speech caressed his nerves, and her burning, filmed eyes, turned now full upon him, oblivious of all her antecedents, gave him a sort of licence.
"I'm not," she protested. "I'm not afraid of other things. But black beetles, ugh!"
She shuddered convulsively, as if the very thought were too much to bear. "Do you mean," said Gerald, with the punctiliousness of a man who has been drinking, "that you are afraid of the sight of a black beetle, or you are afraid of a black beetle biting you, or doing you some harm?"
"Do they bite?"
cried the girl.
"How perfectly loathsome!"
exclaimed Halliday. "I don't know," replied Gerald, looking round the table. "Do black beetles bite? But that isn't the point. Are you afraid of their biting, or is it a metaphysical antipathy?" The girl was looking full upon him all the time, with inchoate eyes.
"Oh, I think they're beastly, they're horrid," she cried. "If I see one, it gives me the creeps all over. If one were to crawl on me, I'm sure I should die. I'm sure I should."
"I hope not," whispered the young Russian.
"I'm sure I should, Maxim," she asseverated.
"Then one won't crawl on you," said Gerald, smiling and knowing.
In some strange way he understood her. "It's metaphysical, as Gerald says," Birkin stated. There was a little pause of uneasiness. "And are you afraid of nothing else, Pussum?" asked the young Russian, in his quick, hushed, elegant manner.
"Not really," she said. "I'm afraid of some things, but not really the same. I'm not afraid of blood."
"Not afraid of blood!" exclaimed a young man with a thick, pale, jeering face, who had just come to the table and was drinking whisky. The Pussum turned on him a sulky look of dislike, low and ugly. "Aren't you really afraid of blood?" the other persisted, a sneer all over his face.
"No, I'm not," she retorted.
"Why, have you ever seen blood except in a dentist's spittoon?" jeered the young man.
"I wasn't speaking to you,"
she replied rather superbly. "You can answer me, can't you?" For reply, she suddenly jabbed a knife across his thick, pale hand. He started up with a vulgar curse.
"Shows what you are,"
said the Pussum in contempt. "Curse you!" said the young man, standing by the table and looking down at her with acrid malevolence. "Stop that!" said Gerald, in quick, instinctive command. The young man stood looking down at her, with sardonic contempt, a cowed, self-conscious look on his thick, pale face. The blood began to flow from his hand.
"Oh, how horrible! Take it away!"
squealed Halliday, turning green and averting his face. "Do you feel ill?" asked the sardonic young man in some concern. "Do you feel ill, Julius? Go on, it's nothing, man. Don't give her the pleasure of letting her think she's performed a feat. Don't give her the satisfaction, man. It's just what she wants."
"Oh!"
squealed Halliday.
"He's going to cat, Maxim,"
said the Pussum warningly. The suave young Russian rose and took Halliday by the arm, leading him away. Birkin, white and diminished, looked on as if he were displeased. The wounded, sardonic young man moved away, ignoring his bleeding hand in the most conspicuous fashion.
"He's an awful coward, really,"
said the Pussum to Gerald.
"He's got such an influence over Julius."
"Who is he?" asked Gerald.
"He's a Jew, really. I can't bear him."
"Well, he's quite unimportant. But what's wrong with Halliday?"
"Julius is the most awful coward you've ever seen," she cried. "He always faints if I lift a knife. He's terrified of me."
"Huh!" said Gerald.
"They're all afraid of me," she said. "Only the Jew thinks he's going to show his courage. But he's the biggest coward of them all, really, because he's afraid what people will think about him. And Julius doesn't care about that."
"They've a lot of valour between them," said Gerald good-humouredly.
The Pussum looked at him with a slow, slow smile. She was very handsome, flushed, and confident in dreadful knowledge. Two little points of light glinted on Gerald's eyes.
"Why do they call you Pussum? Because you're like a cat?" he asked her.
"I expect so,"
she said. The smile grew more intense on his face.
"You are, rather. Or a young female panther."
"Oh, God, Gerald," said Birkin in some disgust. They both looked uneasily at Birkin.
"You're silent tonight, Rupert,"
she said to him with a slight insolence, being safe with the other man. Halliday was coming back, looking forlorn and sick.
"Pussum," he said, "I wish you wouldn't do these things. Oh!"
He sank in his chair with a groan.
"You'd better go home," she said to him.
"I will go home," he said. "But won't you all come along? Won't you come round to the flat?" he said to Gerald. "I should be so glad if you would. Do, that'll be splendid. I say," he looked round for a waiter, "get me a taxi." Then he groaned again. "Oh, I do feel perfectly ghastly. Pussum, you see what you do to me." "Then why are you such an idiot?" she said with sullen calm. "But I'm not an idiot. Oh, how awful. Do come, everybody, it'll be so splendid. Pussum, you're coming." "What? Oh, but you must come. Yes, you must." "What? Oh, my dear girl, don't make a fuss now. I feel perfectly, oh, it's so ghastly. Oh, oh, oh." "You know you can't drink," she said to him coldly. "I tell you it isn't drink. It's your disgusting behaviour, Pussum. It's nothing else. Oh, how awful. Libidnikov, do let us go." "He's only drunk one glass, only one glass," came the rapid, hushed voice of the young Russian. They all moved off to the door. The girl kept near to Gerald, and seemed to be at one in her motion with him. He was aware of this, and filled with demon satisfaction that his motion held good for two. He held her in the hollow of his will, and she was soft, secret, invisible in her stirring there. They crowded, 5 of them, into the taxicab. Halliday lurched in first, and dropped into his seat against the other window. Then the Pussum took her place, and Gerald sat next to her. They heard the young Russian giving orders to the driver. Then they were all seated in the dark, crowded close together, Halliday groaning and leaning out of the window. They felt the swift, muffled motion of the car. The Pussum sat near to Gerald, and she seemed to become soft, subtly to infuse herself into his bones, as if she were passing into him in a black electric flow. Her being suffused into his veins like a magnetic darkness, and concentrated at the base of his spine like a fearful source of power. Meanwhile her voice sounded out reedy and nonchalant, as she talked indifferently with Birkin and with Maxim. Between her and Gerald was this silence, and this black electric comprehension in the darkness. Then she found his hand, and grasped it in her own firm, small clasp. It was so utterly dark, and yet such a naked statement, that rapid vibrations ran through his blood and over his brain. He was no longer responsible. Still her voice rang on like a bell, tinged with a tone of mockery. And as she swung her head, her fine mane of hair just swept his face, and all his nerves were on fire, as with a subtle friction of electricity. But the great centre of his force held steady, a magnificent pride to him, at the base of his spine. They arrived at a large block of buildings, went up in a lift, and presently a door was being opened for them by a Hindu. Gerald looked in surprise, wondering if he were a gentleman, one of the Hindus down from Oxford, perhaps. But no, he was the manservant. "Make tea, Hassan," said Halliday.
"There is a room for me?" said Birkin. To both of which questions the man grinned and murmured. He made Gerald uncertain, because, being tall and slender and reticent, He looked like a gentleman.
"Who is your servant?"
he asked of Halliday.
"He looks a swell." "Oh yes, that's because he's dressed in another man's clothes. He's anything but a swell, really. We found him in the road starving, so I took him here, and another man gave him clothes. He's anything but what he seems to be. His only advantage is that he can't speak English and can't understand it, so he's perfectly safe."
"He's very dirty," said the young Russian swiftly and silently. Directly the man appeared in the doorway.
"What is it?"
said Halliday. The Hindu grinned and murmured shyly, "Want to speak to master." Gerald watched curiously. The fellow in the doorway was good-looking and clean-limbed. His bearing was calm. He looked elegant, aristocratic. Yet he was half a savage, grinning foolishly. Halliday went out into the corridor to speak with him.
"What?"
They heard his voice.
"What? What do you say? Tell me again. What? Want money? Want more money? But what do you want money for?"
There was the confused sound of the Hindus talking. Then Halliday appeared in the room, smiling also foolishly, and saying,
"He says he wants money to buy underclothing. Can anybody lend me a shilling? Oh, thanks. A shilling will do to buy all the underclothes he wants."
He took the money from Gerald and went out into the passage again, where they heard him saying,
"You can't want more money. You had 3 and 6 yesterday. You mustn't ask for any more. Bring the tea in quickly."
Gerald looked round the room. It was an ordinary London sitting-room in a flat, evidently taken furnished, rather common and ugly. But there were several negro statues, wood carvings from West Africa, strange and disturbing. The carved negroes looked almost like the fetus of a human being. One was a woman sitting naked in a strange posture, and looking tortured, her abdomen stuck out. The young Russian explained that she was sitting in childbirth, clutching the ends of the band that hung from her neck, one in each hand, so that she could bear down and help labour. The strange, transfixed, rudimentary face of the woman again reminded Gerald of a fetus. It was also rather wonderful, conveying the suggestion of the extreme of physical sensation, beyond the limits of mental consciousness.
"Aren't they rather obscene?"
he asked, disapproving.
"I don't know," replied the other rapidly. "I have never defined the obscene. I think they are very good."
Gerald turned away. There were 1 or 2 new pictures in the room, in the futurist manner. There was a large piano, and these, with some ordinary London lodging-house furniture of the better sort, completed the whole. The Pussum had taken off her hat and coat, and was seated on the sofa. She was evidently quite at home in the house, but uncertain, suspended. She did not quite know her position. Her alliance for the time being was with Gerald, and she did not know how far this was admitted by any of the men. She was considering how she should carry off the situation. She was determined to have her experience. Now, at this 11th hour, she was not to be balked. Her face was flushed as with battle. Her eye was brooding, but inevitable. The man came in with tea and a bottle of Kümmel. He set the tray on a little table before the couch.
"Pussum," said Halliday, "pour out the tea."
She did not move.
"Won't you do it?"
Halliday repeated, in a state of nervous apprehension.
"I've not come back here as it was before," she said. "I only came because the others wanted me to, not for your sake."
My dear Pussum, you know you're your own mistress. I don't want you to do anything but use the flat for your own convenience. You know it. I've told you so many times."
She did not reply, but silently, reservedly reached for the teapot. They all sat round and drank tea. Gerald could feel the electric connection between him and her so strongly, as she sat there quiet and withheld, that another set of conditions altogether had come to pass. Her silence and her immutability perplexed him. How was he going to come to her? And yet he felt it quite inevitable. He trusted completely to the current that held them. His perplexity was only superficial. New conditions reigned. The old were surpassed. Here one did as one was possessed to do, no matter what it was. Birkin rose. It was nearly 1 o'clock. "I'm going to bed," he said. "Gerald, I'll ring you up in the morning at your place, or you ring me up here."
"Right,"
said Gerald, and Birkin went out. When he was well gone, Halliday said in a stimulated voice to Gerald,
"I say, won't you stay here? Oh, do."
"You can't put everybody up," said Gerald.
"Oh, but I can, perfectly. There are 3 more beds besides mine. Do stay, won't you? Everything is quite ready. There is always somebody here. I always put people up. I love having the house crowded."
"But there are only 2 rooms," said the Pussum, in a cold, hostile voice. "Now Rupert's here."
"I know there are only 2 rooms,"
said Halliday, in his odd, high way of speaking.
"but what does that matter?"
He was smiling rather foolishly, and he spoke eagerly, with an insinuating determination. "Julius and I will share 1 room," said the Russian, in his discreet, precise voice. Halliday and he were friends since Eton. "It's very simple," said Gerald, rising and pressing back his arms, stretching himself. Then he went again to look at one of the pictures. Every one of his limbs was turgid with electric force, and his back was tense like a tiger's with slumbering fire. He was very proud. The Pussum rose. She gave a black look at Halliday, black and deadly, which brought the rather foolishly pleased smile to that young man's face. Then she went out of the room, with a cold good night to them all generally. There was a brief interval. They heard a door close. Then Maxim said in his refined voice, "That's all right." He looked significantly at Gerald, and said again, with a silent nod, "That's all right. You're all right." Gerald looked at the smooth, ruddy, comely face, and at the strange, significant eyes, and it seemed as if the voice of the young Russian, so small and perfect, sounded in the blood rather than in the air. "I'm all right, then," said Gerald. "Yes, yes, you're all right," said the Russian. Halliday continued to smile, and to say nothing. Suddenly the Pussum appeared again in the door, her small childish face looking sullen and vindictive.
"I know you want to catch me out,"
came her cold, rather resonant voice.
"but I don't care. I don't care how much you catch me out."
She turned and was gone again. She had been wearing a loose dressing gown of purple silk, tied round her waist. She looked so small and childish and vulnerable, almost pitiful, and yet the black looks of her eyes made Gerald feel drowned in some potent darkness that almost frightened him. The men lit another cigarette, and talked casually. End of
Chapter 7 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 7. Fetish. In the morning, Gerald woke late. He had slept heavily. Pussum was still asleep, sleeping childishly and pathetically. There was something small and curled up and defenceless about her that roused an unsatisfied flame of passion in the young man's blood, a devouring, avid pity. He looked at her again, but it would be too cruel to wake her. He subdued himself and went away. Hearing voices coming from the sitting-room, Halliday talking to Libidnikov, he went to the door and glanced in. He had on a silk wrap of a beautiful bluish colour, with an amethyst hem. To his surprise, he saw the two young men by the fire, stark naked. Halliday looked up, rather pleased.
"Good morning," he said. "Oh, did you want towels?"
And stark naked he went out into the hall, striding a strange white figure between the unliving furniture. He came back with the towels, and took his former position, crouching seated before the fire on the fender.
"Don't you love to feel the fire on your skin?" he said.
"It is rather pleasant," said Gerald.
"How perfectly splendid it must be to be in a climate where one could do without clothing altogether," said Halliday.
"Yes," said Gerald, "if there weren't so many things that sting and bite." "That's a disadvantage," murmured Maxim.
Gerald looked at him, and with a slight revulsion saw the human animal, golden-skinned and bare, somehow humiliating. Halliday was different. He had a rather heavy, slack, broken beauty, white and firm. He was like a Christ in a Pietà. The animal was not there at all, only the heavy, broken beauty. And Gerald realised how Halliday's eyes were beautiful too, so blue and warm and confused, broken also in their expression. The fire-glow fell on his heavy, rather bowed shoulders. He sat slackly crouched on the fender. His face was uplifted, weak, perhaps slightly disintegrate, and yet with a moving beauty of its own.
"Of course," said Maxim, "you've been in hot countries where the people go about naked." "Oh, really?" exclaimed Halliday. "Where?"
"South America, Amazon," said Gerald.
"Oh, but how perfectly splendid! It's one of the things I want most to do, to live from day to day without ever putting on any sort of clothing whatever. If I could do that, I should feel I had lived."
"But why?" said Gerald. "I can't see that it makes so much difference."
"Oh, I think it would be perfectly splendid. I'm sure life would be entirely another thing, entirely different, and perfectly wonderful."
"But why?" asked Gerald. "Why should it?"
"Oh, one would feel things instead of merely looking at them. I should feel the air move against me, feel the things I touched instead of having only to look at them. I'm sure life is all wrong, because it has become much too visual. We can neither hear nor feel nor understand. We can only see. I'm sure that is entirely wrong."
"Yes, that is true, said the Russian.
Gerald glanced at him, and saw him, his suave, golden-coloured body with the black hair growing fine and freely like tendrils, and his limbs like smooth plant stems. He was so healthy and well made. Why did he make one ashamed? Why did one feel repelled? Why should Gerald even dislike it? Why did it seem to him to detract from his own dignity? Was that all a human being amounted to? So uninspired, thought Gerald. Birkin suddenly appeared in the doorway in white pyjamas and wet hair, and a towel over his arm. He was aloof and white and somehow evanescent. "There's the bathroom now, if you want it," he said generally, and was going away again when Gerald called, "I say, Rupert." "What?" The single white figure appeared again, a presence in the room. "What do you think of that figure there? I want to know," Gerald asked. Birkin, white and strangely ghostly, went over to the carved figure of the negro woman in labour. Her nude, protuberant body crouched in a strange clutching posture, her hands gripping the ends of the band above her breast. "It is art," said Birkin. "Very beautiful, it's very beautiful," said the Russian. They all drew near to look. Gerald looked at the group of men, the Russian golden and like a water plant, Halliday tall and heavily, brokenly beautiful, Birkin very white and indefinite, not to be assigned, as he looked closely at the carven woman. Strangely elated, Gerald also lifted his eyes to the face of the wooden figure, and his heart contracted. He saw vividly with his spirit the grey, forward-stretching face of the negro woman, African and tense, abstracted in utter physical stress. It was a terrible face, void, peaked, abstracted almost into meaninglessness by the weight of sensation beneath. He saw the Pussum in it. As in a dream, he knew her. "Why is it art?" Gerald asked, shocked, resentful. "It conveys a complete truth," said Birkin. "It contains the whole truth of that state, whatever you feel about it." "But you can't call it high art," said Gerald. "High? There are centuries and hundreds of centuries of development in a straight line behind that carving. It is an awful pitch of culture, of a definite sort." "What culture?" Gerald asked, in opposition. He hated the sheer African thing. "Pure culture in sensation. Culture in the physical consciousness. Really ultimate physical consciousness. Mindless, utterly sensual. It is so sensual as to be final, supreme." But Gerald resented it. He wanted to keep certain illusions, certain ideas like clothing. "You like the wrong things, Rupert," he said. "Things against yourself." "Oh, I know, this isn't everything," Birkin replied, moving away. When Gerald went back to his room from the bath, he also carried his clothes. He was so conventional at home, that when he was really away and on the loose, as now, he enjoyed nothing so much as full outrageousness. So he strode with his blue silk wrap over his arm, and felt defiant. The Pussum lay in her bed, motionless, her round dark eyes like black unhappy pools. He could only see the black bottomless pools of her eyes. Perhaps she suffered. The sensation of her inchoate suffering roused the old sharp flame in him, a mordant pity, a passion almost of cruelty. "You are awake now," he said to her.
"What time is it?"
came her muted voice. She seemed to flow back almost like liquid from his approach, to sink helplessly away from him. Her inchoate look of a violated slave, whose fulfilment lies in her further and further violation, made his nerves quiver with acutely desirable sensation. After all, his was the only will. She was the passive substance of his will. He tingled with the subtle, biting sensation. And then he knew he must go away from her. There must be pure separation between them. It was a quiet and ordinary breakfast, the four men all looking very clean and bathed. Gerald and the Russian were both correct and comme il faut in appearance and manner. Birkin was gaunt and sick, and looked a failure in his attempt to be a properly dressed man, like Gerald and Maxim. Halliday wore tweeds and a green flannel shirt, and a rag of a tie, which was just right for him. The Hindu brought in a great deal of soft toast, and looked exactly the same as he had looked the night before, statically the same. At the end of the breakfast the Pussum appeared in a purple silk wrap with a shimmering sash. She had recovered herself somewhat, but was mute and lifeless still. It was a torment to her when anybody spoke to her. Her face was like a small fine mask, sinister too, masked with unwilling suffering. It was almost midday. Gerald rose and went away to his business, glad to get out. But he had not finished. He was coming back again at evening. They were all dining together, and he had booked seats for the party, excepting Birkin, at a music hall. At night they came back to the flat very late again flushed with drink. Again the manservant, who invariably disappeared between the hours of 10 and 12 at night, came in silently and inscrutably with tea, bending in a slow, strange, leopard-like fashion to put the tray softly on the table. His face was immutable, aristocratic-looking, tinged slightly with grey under the skin. He was young and good-looking, but Birkin felt a slight sickness looking at him, and feeling the slight greyness as an ash or a corruption. In the aristocratic inscrutability of expression, a nauseating, bestial stupidity. Again they talked cordially and rousedly together, but already a certain friability was coming over the party. Birkin was mad with irritation. Halliday was turning in an insane hatred against Gerald. The Pussum was becoming hard and cold, like a flint knife. And Halliday was laying himself out to her. And her intention ultimately was to capture Halliday, to have complete power over him. In the morning they all stalked and lounged about again, but Gerald could feel a strange hostility to himself in the air. It roused his obstinacy, and he stood up against it. He hung on for 2 more days. The result was a nasty and insane scene with Halliday on the 4th evening. Halliday turned with absurd animosity upon Gerald in the café. There was a row. Gerald was on the point of knocking in Halliday's face, when he was filled with sudden disgust and indifference, and he went away, leaving Halliday in a foolish state of gloating triumph, the Pussum hard and established, and Maxim standing clear. Birkin was absent. He had gone out of town again. Gerald was piqued because he had left without giving the Pussum money. It was true she did not care whether he gave her money or not, and he knew it. But she would have been glad of £10, and he would have been very glad to give them to her. Now he felt in a false position. He went away, chewing his lips to get at the ends of his short-clipped moustache. He knew the Pussum was merely glad to be rid of him. She had got her Halliday, whom she wanted. She wanted him completely in her power. Then she would marry him. She wanted to marry him. She had set her will on marrying Halliday. She never wanted to hear of Gerald again, unless perhaps she were in difficulty, because after all Gerald was what she called a man, and these others, Halliday, Libidnikov, Birkin, the whole Bohemian set. They were only half men. But it was half men she could deal with. She felt sure of herself with them. The real men, like Gerald, put her in her place too much. Still, she respected Gerald. She really respected him. She had managed to get his address, so that she could appeal to him in time of distress. She knew he wanted to give her money. She would perhaps write to him on that inevitable. Chapter 8 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 8. Breadalby. Breadalby was a Georgian house with Corinthian pillars, standing among the softer, greener hills of Derbyshire, not far from Cromford. In front it looked over a lawn, over a few trees, down to a string of fish ponds in the hollow of the silent park. At the back were trees, among which were to be found the stables and the big kitchen garden, behind which was a wood. It was a very quiet place, some miles from the high road, back from the Derwent Valley, outside the show scenery. Silent and forsaken, the golden stucco showed between the trees. The house front looked down the park, unchanged and unchanging. Of late, however, Hermione had lived a good deal at the house. She had turned away from London, away from Oxford, towards the silence of the country. Her father was mostly absent, abroad. She was either alone in the house with her visitors, of whom there were always several, or she had with her her brother, a bachelor, and a Liberal member of Parliament. He always came down when the house was not sitting, seemed always to be present in Breadalby, although he was most conscientious in his attendance to duty. The summer was just coming in when Ursula and Gudrun went to stay the second time with Hermione. Coming along in the car, after they had entered the park, they looked across the dip where the fish ponds lay in silence, at the pillared front of the house, sunny and small, like an English drawing of the old school, on the brow of the green hill against the trees. There were small figures on the green lawn, women in lavender and yellow moving to the shade of the enormous, beautifully balanced cedar tree. "Isn't it complete?" said Gudrun. "It is as final as an old aquatint." She spoke with some resentment in her voice, as if she were captivated unwillingly, as if she must admire against her will. "Do you love it?" asked Ursula. "I don't love it, but in its way I think it is quite complete." The motor car ran down the hill and up again in one breath, and they were curving to the side door. A parlour-maid appeared, and then Hermione, coming forward with her pale face lifted and her hands outstretched, advancing straight to the newcomers, her voice singing, "Here you are! I'm so glad to see you." She kissed Gudrun. "So glad to see you." She kissed Ursula, and remained with her arm round her. "Are you very tired?" "Not at all tired," said Ursula. "Are you tired, Gudrun?" "Not at all, thanks," said Gudrun. "No," drawled Hermione, and she stood and looked at them. The two girls were embarrassed because she would not move into the house, but must have her little scene of welcome there on the path. The servants waited. "Come in," said Hermione at last, having fully taken in the pair of them. Gudrun was the more beautiful and attractive, she had decided again. Ursula was more physical, more womanly. She admired Gudrun's dress more. It was of green poplin with a loose coat above it of broad dark green and dark brown stripes. The hat was of a pale greenish straw, the colour of new hay, and it had a plaited ribbon of black and orange. The stockings were dark green, the shoes black. It was a good get-up, at once fashionable and individual. Ursula, in dark blue, was more ordinary, though she also looked well. Hermione herself wore a dress of prune-coloured silk, with coral beads and coral-coloured stockings. But her dress was both shabby and soiled, even rather dirty. "You would like to see your rooms now, wouldn't you? Yes. We will go up now, shall we?" Ursula was glad when she could be left alone in her room. Hermione lingered so long, made such a stress on one. She stood so near to one, pressing herself near upon one, in a way that was most embarrassing and oppressive. She seemed to hinder one's workings. Lunch was served on the lawn under the great tree, whose thick blackish boughs came down close to the grass. There were present a young Italian woman, slight and fashionable, a young athletic-looking Miss Bradley, a learned dry baronet of 50, who was always making witticisms and laughing at them heartily, in a harsh horse laugh. There was Rupert Birkin, and then a woman secretary, a Fräulein Merz, young and slim and pretty. The food was very good, that was one thing. Gudrun, critical of everything, gave it her full approval. Ursula loved the situation, the white table by the cedar tree, the scent of new sunshine, the little vision of the leafy park, with far-off deer feeding peacefully. There seemed a magic circle drawn about the place, shutting out the present, enclosing the delightful, precious past, trees and deer and silence, like a dream. But in spirit she was unhappy. The talk went on like a rattle of small artillery, always slightly sententious, with a sententiousness that was only emphasised by the continual crackling of a witticism, the continual spatter of verbal jest, designed to give a tone of flippancy to a stream of conversation that was all critical and general, a canal of conversation rather than a stream. The attitude was mental and very wearying. Only the elderly sociologist, whose mental fibre was so tough as to be insentient, seemed to be thoroughly happy. Birkin was down in the mouth. Hermione appeared, with amazing persistence, to wish to ridicule him and make him look ignominious in the eyes of everybody. And it was surprising how she seemed to succeed, how helpless he seemed against her. He looked completely insignificant. Ursula and Gudrun, both very unused, were mostly silent, listening to the slow, rhapsodic sing-song of Hermione, or the verbal sallies of Sir Joshua, or the prattle of Fräulein, or the responses of the other two women. Luncheon was over, coffee was brought out on the grass, the party left the table and sat about in lounge chairs, in the shade or in the sunshine as they wished. Fräulein departed into the house, Hermione took up her embroidery, the little Contessa took a book, Miss Bradley was weaving a basket out of fine grass, and there they all were on the lawn in the early summer afternoon, working leisurely and spattering with half-intellectual, deliberate talk. Suddenly there was the sound of the brakes and the shutting off of a motor car. "There's Salsie," sang Hermione, in her slow, amusing sing-song. And laying down her work, she rose slowly, and slowly passed over the lawn, round the bushes, out of sight.
"Who is it?" asked Gudrun. "Mr. Roddice, Miss Roddice's brother. At least I suppose it's he," said Sir Joshua.
"Salsie, yes, it is her brother," said the little Contessa, lifting her head for a moment from her book, and speaking as if to give information in her slightly deepened guttural English. They all waited, and then round the bushes came the tall form of Alexander Roddice, striding romantically like a Meredith hero who remembers Disraeli. He was cordial with everybody. He was at once a host, with an easy off-hand hospitality that he had learned for Hermione's friends. He had just come down from London, from the House. At once the atmosphere of the House of Commons made itself felt over the lawn. The Home Secretary had said such and such a thing, and he, Roddice, on the other hand, thought such and such a thing, and had said so and so to the PM. Now Hermione came round the bushes with Gerald Crich. He had come along with Alexander. Gerald was presented to everybody, was kept by Hermione for a few moments in full view, then he was led away, still by Hermione. He was evidently her guest of the moment. There had been a split in the Cabinet. The Minister for Education had resigned owing to adverse criticism. This started a conversation on education. "Of course," said Hermione, lifting her face like a rhapsodist, "there can be no reason, no excuse for education, except the joy and beauty of knowledge in itself." She seemed to rumble and ruminate with subterranean thoughts for a minute. Then she proceeded, "Vocational education isn't education. It is the close of education." Gerald, on the brink of discussion, sniffed the air with delight and prepared for action. "Not necessarily," he said. "But isn't education really like gymnastics? Isn't the end of education the production of a well-trained, vigorous, energetic mind?" "Just as athletics produce a healthy body, ready for anything," cried Miss Bradley in hearty accord. Gudrun looked at her in silent loathing. "Well," rumbled Hermione, "I don't know. To me the pleasure of knowing is so great, so wonderful. Nothing has meant so much to me in all life as certain knowledge. No, I am sure, nothing." "What knowledge, for example, Hermione?" asked Alexander. Hermione lifted her face and rumbled, I don't know. But one thing was the stars, when I really understood something about the stars. One feels so uplifted, so unbounded." Birkin looked at her in a white fury. "What do you want to feel unbounded for?" he said sarcastically. "You don't want to be unbounded." Hermione recoiled in offence. "Yes, but one does have that limitless feeling," said Gerald. "It's like getting on top of the mountain and seeing the Pacific." "Silent upon a peak in Darien," murmured the Italian, lifting her face for a moment from her book. "Not necessarily in Darien," said Gerald, while Ursula began to laugh. Hermione waited for the dust to settle, and then she said, untouched, "Yes, it is the greatest thing in life, to know. It is really to be happy, to be free." "Knowledge is, of course, liberty," said Mattheson. "In compressed tabloids," said Birkin, looking at the dry, stiff little body of the baronet. Immediately Gudrun saw the famous sociologist as a flat bottle containing tabloids of compressed liberty. That pleased her. Sir Joshua was labelled and placed for ever in her mind.
"What does that mean, Rupert?" sang Hermione, in a calm snub. "You can only have knowledge strictly," he replied, "of things concluded, in the past. It's like bottling the liberty of last summer in the bottled gooseberries." "Can one have knowledge only of the past?" asked the Baronet, pointedly. "Could we call our knowledge of the laws of gravitation, for instance, knowledge of the past?" "Yes," said Birkin.
"There is a most beautiful thing in my book," suddenly piped the little Italian woman. "It says, 'The man came to the door and threw his eyes down the street.'"
There was a general laugh in the company. Miss Bradley went and looked over the shoulder of the Contessa.
"See,"
said the Contessa.
"Bazarov came to the door and threw his eyes hurriedly down the street," she read.
Again there was a loud laugh, the most startling of which was the Baronet's, which rattled out like a clatter of falling stones. "What is the book?" asked Alexander promptly.
"Fathers and Sons, by Turgenev,"
said the little foreigner, pronouncing every syllable distinctly. She looked at the cover to verify herself. "An old American edition," said Birkin. "Ha, of course, translated from the French," said Alexander, with a fine declamatory voice. "Bazarov ouvra la porte et jeta les yeux dans la rue." He looked brightly round the company.
"I wonder what the hurriedly was,"
said Ursula. They all began to guess. And then, to the amazement of everybody, the maid came hurrying with a large tea tray. The afternoon had passed so swiftly. After tea, they were all gathered for a walk.
"Would you like to come for a walk?"
said Hermione to each of them one by one, and they all said yes, feeling somehow like prisoners marshalled for exercise. Birkin only refused.
"Will you come for a walk, Rupert?"
"No, Hermione."
"But are you sure?"
"Quite sure." There was a second's hesitation.
"And why not?"
sang Hermione's question. It made her blood run sharp to be thwarted in even so trifling a matter. She intended them all to walk with her in the park. "Because I don't like trooping off in a gang," he said. Her voice rumbled in her throat for a moment. Then she said, with a curious, stray calm,
"Then we'll leave a little boy behind, if he's sulky."
And she looked really gay while she insulted him. But it merely made him stiff. She trailed off to the rest of the company, only turning to wave her handkerchief to him, and to chuckle with laughter, singing out,
"Goodbye, goodbye, little boy."
"Goodbye, impudent hag," he said to himself. They all went through the park. Hermione wanted to show them the wild daffodils on a little slope.
This way,
sang her leisurely voice at intervals. And they had all to come this way. The daffodils were pretty, but who could see them? Ursula was stiff all over with resentment by this time, resentment of the whole atmosphere. Gudrun, mocking and objective, watched and registered everything. They looked at the shy deer, and Hermione talked to the stag as if he too were a boy she wanted to wheedle and fondle. He was male, so she must exert some kind of power over him. They trailed home by the fish ponds, and Hermione told them about the quarrel of two male swans, who had striven for the love of the one lady. She chuckled and laughed as she told how the ousted lover had sat with his head buried under his wing on the gravel. When they arrived back at the house, Hermione stood on the lawn and sang out in a strange,
small, high voice that carried very far.
Rupert! Rupert!
The first syllable was high and slow, the second dropped down.
Rupert!
But there was no answer. A maid appeared.
"Where is Mr. Birkin, Alice?"
asked the mild, straying voice of Hermione. But under the straying voice, what a persistent, almost insane will.
"I think he's in his room, madam."
Is he?
Hermione went slowly up the stairs, along the corridor, singing out in her high, small call,
Rupert! Rupert!
She came to his door and tapped, still crying,
Rupert!
"Yes," sounded his voice at last.
What are you doing?
The question was mild and curious. There was no answer. Then he opened the door.
We've come back, said Hermione. The daffodils are so beautiful.
Yes, he said, I've seen them. She looked at him with her long, slow, impassive look along her cheeks.
Have you?
She echoed. And she remained looking at him. She was stimulated above all things by this conflict with him, when he was like a sulky boy, helpless, and she had him safe at Breadalby. But underneath, she knew the split was coming, and her hatred of him was subconscious and intense.
What were you doing?
She reiterated in her mild, indifferent tone. He did not answer, and she made her way almost unconsciously into his room. He had taken a Chinese drawing of geese from the boudoir, and was copying it with much skill and vividness.
You're copying the drawing,
she said, standing near the table and looking down at his work.
Yes. How beautifully you do it. You like it very much, don't you?
It's a marvellous drawing, he said.
Is it? I'm so glad you like it, because I've always been fond of it. The Chinese ambassador gave it me.
I know, he said.
But why do you copy it?
She asked, casual and sing-song.
Why not do something original?
I want to know it, he replied. One gets more of China copying this picture than reading all the books.
And what do you get?
She was at once roused. She laid, as it were, violent hands on him to extract his secrets from him. She must know. It was a dreadful tyranny, an obsession in her to know all he knew. For some time he was silent, hating to answer her. Then, compelled, he began, I know what centres they live from, what they perceive and feel, the hot, stinging centrality of a goose in the flux of cold water and mud, the curious, bitter, stinging heat of a goose's blood entering their own blood, like an inoculation of corruptive fire, fire of the cold burning mud, the lotus mystery. Hermione looked at him along her narrow, pallid cheeks. Her eyes were strange and drugged, heavy under their heavy, drooping lids. Her thin bosom shrugged convulsively. He stared back at her, devilish and unchanging. With another strange, sick convulsion, she turned away as if she was sick, could feel dissolution setting in her body. For with her mind she was unable to attend to his words. He caught her, as it were, beneath all her defences, and destroyed her with some insidious,
occult potency. "Yes," she said, as if she did not know what she was saying. "Yes." And she swallowed, and tried to regain her mind, but she could not. She was witless, decentralised. Use all her will as she might, she could not recover. She suffered the ghastliness of dissolution, broken and gone in a horrible corruption. And he stood and looked at her, unmoved. She strayed out, pallid and preyed upon like a ghost, like one attacked by the tomb influences which dog us. And she was gone like a corpse that has no presence, no connection. He remained hard and vindictive. Hermione came down to dinner strange and sepulchral, her eyes heavy and full of sepulchral darkness, strength. She had put on a dress of stiff old greenish brocade that fitted tight and made her look tall and rather terrible, ghastly. In the gay light of the drawing-room she was uncanny and oppressive. But seated in the half-light of the dining-room, sitting stiffly before the shaded candles on the table, she seemed a power, a presence. She listened and attended with a drugged attention. The party was gay and extravagant in appearance. Everybody had put on evening dress except Birkin and Joshua Matheson. The little Italian Contessa wore a dress of tissue, of orange and gold and black velvet in soft wide stripes. Gudrun was emerald green with strange network. Ursula was in yellow with dull silver veiling. Miss Bradley was of grey, crimson and jet. Fräulein März wore pale blue. It gave Hermione a sudden convulsive sensation of pleasure to see these rich colours under the candlelight. She was aware of the talk going on ceaselessly, Joshua's voice dominating, of the ceaseless pitter-patter of women's light laughter and responses, of the brilliant colours and the white table and the shadow above and below. And she seemed in a swoon of gratification, convulsed with pleasure, and yet sick, like a revenant. She took very little part in the conversation, yet she heard it all. It was all hers. They all went together into the drawing-room as if they were one family, easily, without any attention to ceremony. Fräulein handed the coffee. Everybody smoked cigarettes, or else long warden pipes of white clay, of which a sheaf was provided. "Will you smoke? Cigarettes or pipe?" asked Fräulein prettily. There was a circle of people, Sir Joshua with his 18th century appearance, Gerald the amused, handsome young Englishman, Alexander, tall and the handsome politician, democratic and lucid, Hermione strange like a long Cassandra, and the women lurid with colour, all dutifully smoking their long white pipes, and sitting in a half-moon in the comfortable soft-lighted drawing-room round the logs that flickered on the marble hearth. The talk was very often political or sociological and interesting, curiously anarchistic. There was an accumulation of powerful force in the room, powerful and destructive. Everything seemed to be thrown into the melting pot, and it seemed to Ursula they were all witches, helping the pot to bubble. There was an elation and a satisfaction in it all, but it was cruelly exhausting for the newcomers, this ruthless mental pressure, this powerful, consuming, destructive mentality that emanated from Joshua and Hermione and Birkin and dominated the rest. But a sickness, a fearful nausea gathered possession of Hermione. There was a lull in the talk, as it was arrested by her unconscious but all-powerful will.
"Saucy, won't you play something?"
said Hermione, breaking off completely.
"Won't somebody dance? Gudrun, you'll dance, won't you? I wish you would. Anche tu, Palestra, ballerai? Sì, per piacere. You too, Ursula."
Hermione rose and slowly pulled the gold-embroidered band that hung by the mantel, clinging to it for a moment, then releasing it suddenly. Like a priestess she looked unconscious, sunk in a heavy half-trance. A servant came, and soon reappeared with armfuls of silk robes and shawls and scarves, mostly oriental, things that Hermione, with her love for beautiful, extravagant dress, had collected gradually.
"The three women will dance together," she said.
"What shall it be?" asked Alexander, rising briskly.
"Vergine delle Rocchette," said the Contessa at once.
"They are so languid," said Ursula.
"The three witches from Macbeth," suggested Fräulein usefully.
It was finally decided to do Naomi and Ruth and Orpah. Ursula was Naomi, Gudrun was Ruth, the Contessa was Orpah. The idea was to make a little ballet, in the style of the Russian ballet of Pavlova and Nijinsky. The Contessa was ready first. Alexander went to the piano, a space was cleared. Orpah, in beautiful oriental clothes, began slowly to dance the death of her husband. Then Ruth came, and they wept together and lamented. Then Naomi came to comfort them. It was all done in dumb show. The women danced their emotion in gesture and motion. The little drama went on for a quarter of an hour. Ursula was beautiful as Naomi. All her men were dead. It remained to her only to stand alone in indomitable assertion, demanding nothing. Ruth, woman-loving, loved her. Orpah, a vivid, sensational, subtle widow, would go back to the former life, a repetition. The interplay between the women was real and rather frightening. It was strange to see how Gudrun clung with heavy, desperate passion to Ursula, yet smiled with subtle malevolence against her. How Ursula accepted silently, unable to provide any more either for herself or for the other, but dangerous and indomitable, refuting her grief. Hermione loved to watch. She could see the Contessa's rapid, stoat-like sensationalism, Gudrun's ultimate but treacherous cleaving to the woman in her sister, Ursula's dangerous helplessness, as if she were helplessly weighted and unreleased. "That was very beautiful," everybody cried with one accord. But Hermione writhed in her soul, knowing what she could not know. She cried out for more dancing, and it was her will that set the Contessa and Birkin moving mockingly in Malbrook. Gerald was excited by the desperate cleaving of Gudrun to Naomi. The essence of that female, subterranean recklessness and mockery penetrated his blood. He could not forget Gudrun's lifted, offered, cleaving, reckless, yet withal mocking weight. And Birkin, watching like a hermit crab from its hole, had seen the brilliant frustration and helplessness of Ursula. She was rich, full of dangerous power. She was like a strange, unconscious bud of powerful womanhood. He was unconsciously drawn to her. She was his future. Alexander played some Hungarian music, and they all danced, seized by the spirit. Gerald was marvellously exhilarated at finding himself in motion, moving towards Gudrun, dancing with feet that could not yet escape from the waltz and the two-step, but feeling his force stir along his limbs and his body out of captivity. He did not know yet how to dance their convulsive, ragtime sort of dancing, but he knew how to begin. Birkin, when he could get free from the weight of the people present, whom he disliked, danced rapidly and with a real gaiety. And how Hermione hated him for this irresponsible gaiety.
"Now I see,"
cried the Contessa excitedly, watching his purely gay motion which he had all to himself.
"Mr. Birkin, he is a changer."
Hermione looked at her slowly and shuddered, knowing that only a foreigner could have seen and have said this.
"Cosa vuol dire, Palestra?"
she asked sing-song.
"Look,"
said the Contessa in Italian.
"He is not a man. He is a chameleon, a creature of change."
"He is not a man. He is treacherous, not one of us," said itself over in Hermione's consciousness. And her soul writhed in the black subjugation to him, because of his power to escape, to exist other than she did, because he was not consistent, not a man, less than a man. She hated him in a despair that shattered her and broke her down, so that she suffered sheer dissolution like a corpse, and was unconscious of everything save the horrible sickness of dissolution that was taking place within her, body and soul. The house being full, Gerald was given the smaller room, really the dressing-room, communicating with Birkin's bedroom. When they all took their candles and mounted the stairs, where the lamps were burning subduedly, Hermione captured Ursula and brought her into her own bedroom to talk to her. A sort of constraint came over Ursula in the big, strange bedroom. Hermione seemed to be bearing down on her, awful and inchoate, making some appeal. They were looking at some Indian silk shirts, gorgeous and sensual in themselves, their shape, their almost corrupt gorgeousness. And Hermione came near, and her bosom writhed, and Ursula was for a moment blank with panic. And for a moment Hermione's haggard eyes saw the fear on the face of the other. There was again a sort of crash, a crashing down, and Ursula picked up a shirt of rich red and blue silk, made for a young princess of 14, and was crying mechanically, "Isn't it wonderful? Who would dare to put those two strong colours together?" Then Hermione's maid entered silently, and Ursula, overcome with dread, escaped, carried away by powerful impulse. Birkin went straight to bed. He was feeling happy and sleepy. Since he had danced, he was happy. But Gerald would talk to him. Gerald, in evening dress, sat on Birkin's bed when the other lay down, and must talk.
"Who are those two Brangwens?" Gerald asked.
"They live in Beldover."
"In Beldover? Who are they, then?"
"Teachers in the grammar school." There was a pause.
"They are!" exclaimed Gerald at length. "I thought I'd seen them before."
"It disappoints you?" said Birkin.
"Disappoints me? No. But how is it Hermione has them here?"
"She knew Gudrun in London. That's the younger one, the one with the darker hair. She's an artist, does sculpture and modelling."
"She's not a teacher in the grammar school, then? Only the other?"
"Both. Gudrun art mistress, Ursula a class mistress.
And what's the father?
Handicraft instructor in the schools.
Really?
Class barriers are breaking down. Gerald was always uneasy under the slightly jeering tone of the other.
That their father is handicraft instructor in the school? What does it matter to me?
Birkin laughed. Gerald looked at his face as it lay there laughing and bitter and indifferent on the pillow, and he could not go away. "I don't suppose you will see very much more of Gudrun, at least. She is a restless bird. She'll be gone in a week or two," said Birkin.
"Where will she go?"
"London, Paris, Rome, heaven knows. I always expect her to sheer off to Damascus or San Francisco. She's a bird of paradise. God knows what she's got to do with Beldover. It goes by contraries, like dreams." Gerald pondered for a few moments.
"How do you know her so well?" he asked.
"I knew her in London," he replied. "In the Algernon Strange set. She'll know about Pussum and Libidnikov and the rest, even if she doesn't know them personally. She was never quite that set, more conventional in a way. I've known her for 2 years, I suppose."
"And she makes money, apart from her teaching?" asked Gerald.
"Some, irregularly. She can sell her models. She has a certain réclame."
"How much for?"
"A guinea, 10 guineas.
"And are they good? What are they?"
"I think sometimes they're marvellously good. That is hers. Those 2 wagtails in Hermione's boudoir, you've seen them. They're carved in wood and painted."
"I thought it was savage carving again."
"No, hers. That's what they are. Animals and birds, sometimes odd small people in everyday dress. Really rather wonderful when they come off. They have a sort of funniness that is quite unconscious and subtle."
"She might be a well-known artist one day," mused Gerald.
"She might, but I think she won't. She drops her art if anything else catches her. Her contrariness prevents her taking it seriously. She must never be too serious. She feels she might give herself away. And she won't give herself away. She's always on the defensive. That's what I can't stand about her type. By the way, how did things go off with Pussum after I left you? I haven't heard anything."
"Oh, rather disgusting. Halliday turned objectionable, and I only just saved myself from jumping in his stomach in a real old-fashioned row."
Birkin was silent.
"Of course," he said, "Julius is somewhat insane. On the one hand he's had religious mania, and on the other he's fascinated by obscenity. Either he is a pure servant washing the feet of Christ, or else he is making obscene drawings of Jesus, action and reaction, and between the two, nothing. He is really insane. He wants a pure lily, another girl with a baby face on the one hand, and on the other he must have the Pussum, just to defile himself with her." "That's what I can't make out," said Gerald. "Does he love her, the Pussum, or doesn't he?"
"He neither does nor doesn't. She is the harlot. The actual harlot of adultery to him. And he's got a craving to throw himself into the filth of her. Then he gets up and calls on the name of the lily of purity, the baby-faced girl, and so enjoys himself all round. It's the old story. Action and reaction, and nothing between."
"I don't know," said Gerald after a pause, "that he does insult the Pussum so very much."
She strikes me as being rather foul."
"But I thought you liked her," exclaimed Birkin. "I always felt fond of her. I never had anything to do with her personally, that's true."
"I liked her all right for a couple of days," said Gerald, "but a week of her would have turned me over. There's a certain smell about the skin of those women that in the end is sickening beyond words, even if you like it at first."
"I know," said Birkin. Then he added rather fretfully, "But go to bed, Gerald. God knows what time it is." Gerald looked at his watch, and at length rose off the bed and went to his room. But he returned in a few minutes, in his shirt.
"One thing," he said, seating himself on the bed again. "We finished up rather stormily, and I never had time to give her anything."
"Money," said Birkin. "She'll get what she wants from Halliday, or from one of her acquaintances."
"But then," said Gerald, "I'd rather give her her dues and settle the account."
"She doesn't care."
"No, perhaps not. But one feels the account is left open, and one would rather it were closed."
"Would you?" said Birkin. He was looking at the white legs of Gerald as the latter sat on the side of the bed in his shirt. They were white-skinned, full, muscular legs, handsome and decided. Yet they moved Birkin with a sort of pathos, tenderness, as if they were childish.
"I think I'd rather close the account," said Gerald, repeating himself vaguely.
"It doesn't matter, one way or another," said Birkin.
"You always say it doesn't matter,"
said Gerald, a little puzzled, looking down at the face of the other man affectionately. "Neither does it," said Birkin.
"But she was a decent sort, really."
"Render unto Caesarina the things that are Caesarina's," said Birkin, turning aside. It seemed to him Gerald was talking for the sake of talking. "Go away. It wearies me. It's too late at night," he said.
"I wish you'd tell me something that did matter,"
said Gerald, looking down all the time at the face of the other man, waiting for something. But Birkin turned his face aside. "All right then, go to sleep," said Gerald, and he laid his hand affectionately on the other man's shoulder and went away. End of the first part of chapter 8. The second part of chapter 8 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 8, Part 2. Breadalby. In the morning, when Gerald awoke and heard Birkin move, he called out,
"I still think I ought to give the Pussum £10.
"Oh God," said Birkin, "don't be so matter-of-fact. Close the account in your own soul, if you like. It is there you can't close it."
"How do you know I can't?"
"Knowing you." Gerald meditated for some moments.
"It seems to me the right thing to do, you know, with the Pussums, is to pay them."
"And the right thing for mistresses, keep them. And the right thing for wives, live under the same roof with them. Integer vitae scelerisque purus," said Birkin.
"There's no need to be nasty about it," said Gerald.
"It bores me. I'm not interested in your peccadilloes."
"And I don't care whether you are or not," I am.
The morning was again sunny. The maid had been in and brought the water, and had drawn the curtains. Birkin, sitting up in bed, looked lazily and pleasantly out on the park, that was so green and deserted, romantic, belonging to the past. He was thinking how lovely, how sure, how formed, how final all the things of the past were. The lovely, accomplished past. This house, so still and golden, the park slumbering its centuries of peace. And then what a snare and a delusion, this beauty of static things. What a horrible, dead prison Breadalby really was. What an intolerable confinement, the peace. Yet it was better than the sordid, scrambling conflict of the present. If only one might create the future after one's own heart. For a little pure truth, a little unflinching application of simple truth to life, the heart cried out ceaselessly.
I can't see what you will leave me at all to be interested in, came Gerald's voice from the lower room. Neither the Pussums, nor the mines, nor anything else.
You be interested in what you can, Gerald, only I'm not interested myself, said Birkin.
What am I to do at all, then?
Came Gerald's voice. What you like. What am I to do myself? In the silence, Birkin could feel Gerald musing this fact.
I'm blessed if I know,
came the good-humoured answer. You see, said Birkin, part of you wants the Pussum, and nothing but the Pussum. Part of you wants the mines, the business, and nothing but the business. And there you are, all in bits. And part of me wants something else, said Gerald, in a queer, quiet, real voice. What? Said Birkin, rather surprised. That's what I hoped you could tell me, said Gerald. There was a silence for some time. I can't tell you. I can't find my own way, let alone yours. You might marry, Birkin replied.
Who, the Pussum?
Asked Gerald. Perhaps, said Birkin, and he rose and went to the window.
That is your panacea, said Gerald, but you haven't even tried it on yourself yet, and you are sick enough.
I am, said Birkin. Still, I shall come right.
Through marriage?
Yes, Birkin answered obstinately.
And no, added Gerald.
No, 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 my boy. There was a silence between them, and a strange tension of hostility. They always kept a gap, a distance between them. They wanted always to be free, each of the other. Yet there was a curious heart-straining towards each other.
Salvator femininus, said Gerald satirically.
Why not? Said Birkin.
No reason at all, said Gerald. If it really works. But whom will you marry?
A woman, said Birkin.
Good, said Gerald.
Birkin and Gerald were the last to come down to breakfast. Hermione liked everybody to be early. She suffered when she felt her day was diminished. She felt she had missed her life. She seemed to grip the hours by the throat, to force her life from them. She was rather pale and ghastly, as if left behind in the morning. Yet she had her power. Her will was strangely pervasive. With the entrance of the two young men, a sudden tension was felt. She lifted her face and said in her amused sing-song, "Good morning. Did you sleep well? I'm so glad." And she turned away, ignoring them. Birkin, who knew her well, saw that she intended to discount his existence. "Will you take what you want from the sideboard?" said Alexander, in a voice slightly suggesting disapprobation. "I hope the things aren't cold." "Oh, no. Do you mind putting out the flame under the chafing dish, Rupert? Thank you." Even Alexander was rather authoritative where Hermione was cool. He took his tone from her inevitably. Birkin sat down and looked at the table. He was so used to this house, to this room, to this atmosphere, through years of intimacy. And now he felt in complete opposition to it all. It had nothing to do with him. How well he knew Hermione, as she sat there erect and silent and somewhat bemused, and yet so potent, so powerful. He knew her statically, so finely that it was almost like a madness. It was difficult to believe one was not mad, that one was not a figure in the Hall of Kings in some Egyptian tomb, where the dead all sat immemorial and tremendous. How utterly he knew Joshua Mattheson, who was talking in his harsh, yet rather mincing voice, endlessly, endlessly, always with a strong mentality working, always interesting, and yet always known. Everything he said known beforehand, however novel it was and clever. Alexander, the up-to-date host, so bloodlessly free and easy. Fräulein, so prettily chiming in just as she should. The little Italian countess taking notice of everybody, only playing her little game, objective and cold, like a weasel watching everything, and extracting her own amusement, never giving herself in the slightest. Then Miss Bradley, heavy and rather subservient, treated with cool, almost amused contempt by Hermione, and therefore slighted by everybody. How known it all was. Like a game with the figures set out, the same figures, the queen of chess, the knights, the pawns, the same now as they were hundreds of years ago. The same figures moving round in one of the innumerable permutations that make up the game. But the game is known. Its going on is like a madness. It is so exhausted. There was Gerald, an amused look on his face. The game pleased him. There was Gudrun, watching with steady, large, hostile eyes. The game fascinated her, and she loathed it. There was Ursula, with a slightly startled look on her face, as if she were hurt, and the pain were just outside her consciousness. Suddenly Birkin got up and went out. "That's enough," he said to himself involuntarily. Hermione knew his motion, though not in her consciousness. She lifted her heavy eyes and saw him lapse suddenly away on a sudden unknown tide, and the waves broke over her. Only her indomitable will remained static and mechanical. She sat at the table, making her musing, stray remarks. But the darkness had covered her. She was like a ship that has gone down. It was finished for her too. She was wrecked in the darkness. Yet the unfailing mechanism of her will worked on. She had that activity. "Shall we bathe this morning?" she said, suddenly looking at them all.
"Splendid," said Joshua. "It is a perfect morning."
"Oh, it is beautiful," said Fräulein.
"Yes, let us bathe,"
said the Italian woman.
"We have no bathing suits," said Gerald. "Have mine," said Alexander. "I must go to church and read the lessons. They expect me."
"Are you a Christian?"
asked the Italian Countess with sudden interest.
"No," said Alexander, "I'm not. But I believe in keeping up the old institutions."
"They are so beautiful," said Fräulein daintily.
"Oh, they are!"
cried Miss Bradley. They all trailed out onto the lawn. It was a sunny, soft morning in early summer, when life ran in the world subtly, like a reminiscence. The church bells were ringing a little way off. Not a cloud was in the sky. The swans were like lilies on the water below. The peacocks walked with long, prancing steps across the shadow and into the sunshine of the grass. One wanted to swoon into the bygone perfection of it all.
"Good-bye,"
called Alexander, waving his gloves cheerily, and he disappeared behind the bushes on his way to church.
"Now," said Hermione, "shall we all bathe?"
"I won't," said Ursula.
"You don't want to?"
said Hermione, looking at her slowly.
"No, I don't want to," said Ursula.
"Nor I," said Gudrun.
"What about my suit?"
asked Gerald.
"I don't know,"
laughed Hermione, with an odd, amused intonation.
"Will a handkerchief do? A large handkerchief?"
"That will do," said Gerald.
"Come along then," sang Hermione.
The first to run across the lawn was the little Italian, small and like a cat, her white legs twinkling as she went, ducking slightly her head that was tied in a gold silk kerchief. She tripped through the gate and down the grass, and stood like a tiny figure of ivory and bronze at the water's edge, having dropped off her towelling, watching the swans, which came up in surprise. Then out ran Miss Bradley, like a large soft plum in her dark blue suit. Then Gerald came, a scarlet silk kerchief round his loins, his towels over his arms. He seemed to flaunt himself a little in the sun, lingering and laughing, strolling easily, looking white but natural in his nakedness. Then came Sir Joshua in an overcoat, and lastly Hermione, striding with stiff grace from out of a great mantle of purple silk, her head tied up in purple and gold. Handsome was her stiff, long body, her straight stepping white legs. There was a static magnificence about her, as she let the cloak float loosely away from her striding. She crossed the lawn like some strange memory, and passed slowly and statelily towards the water. There were 3 ponds, in terraces descending the valley, large and smooth and beautiful, lying in the sun. The water ran over a little stone wall, over small rocks, splashing down from one pond to the level below. The swans had gone out onto the opposite bank. The reeds smelled sweet. A faint breeze touched the skin. Gerald had dived in after Sir Joshua, and had swum to the end of the pond. There he climbed out and sat on the wall. There was a dive, and the little Countess was swimming like a rat to join him. They both sat in the sun, laughing and crossing their arms on their breasts. Sir Joshua swam up to them and stood near them, up to his armpits in the water. Then Hermione and Miss Bradley swam over, and they sat in a row on the embankment.
"Aren't they terrifying? Aren't they really terrifying?" said Gudrun. "Don't they look saurian? They're just like great lizards. Did you ever see anything like Sir Joshua? But really, Ursula, he belongs to the primeval world, when great lizards crawled about." Gudrun looked in dismay on Sir Joshua, who stood up to the breast in the water, his long greyish hair washed down into his eyes, his neck set into thick, crude shoulders. He was talking to Miss Bradley, who, seated on the bank above, plump and big and wet, looked as if she might roll and slither in the water, almost like one of the slithering sea lions in the zoo. Ursula watched in silence. Gerald was laughing happily between Hermione and the Italian. He reminded her of Dionysus, because his hair was really yellow, his figure so full and laughing. Hermione, in her large, stiff, sinister grace, leaned near him, frightening, as if she were not responsible for what she might do. He knew a certain danger in her, a convulsive madness, but he only laughed the more, turning often to the little Countess, who was flashing up her face at him. They all dropped into the water, and were swimming together like a shoal of seals. Hermione was powerful and unconscious in the water, large and slow and powerful. Palestra was quick and silent as a water rat. Gerald wavered and flickered, a white, natural shadow. Then, one after the other, they waded out and went up to the house. But Gerald lingered a moment to speak to Gudrun. "You don't like the water?" he said.
She looked at him with a long, slow, inscrutable look, as he stood before her negligently, the water standing in beads all over his skin. "I like it very much," she replied. He paused, expecting some sort of explanation.
"And you swim?"
"Yes, I swim." Still he would not ask her why she would not go in then. He could feel something ironic in her. He walked away, piqued for the first time.
"Why wouldn't you bathe?"
he asked her again, later, when he was once more the properly dressed young Englishman. She hesitated a moment before answering, opposing his persistence. "Because I didn't like the crowd," she replied. He laughed. Her phrase seemed to re-echo in his consciousness. The flavour of her slang was piquant to him. Whether he would or not, she signified the real world to him. He wanted to come up to her standards, fulfil her expectations. He knew that her criterion was the only one that mattered. The others were all outsiders, instinctively, whatever they might be socially. And Gerald could not help it. He was bound to strive to come up to her criterion, fulfil her idea of a man and a human being. After lunch, when all the others had withdrawn, Hermione and Gerald and Birkin lingered, finishing their talk. There had been some discussion, on the whole quite intellectual and artificial, about a new state, a new world of man. Supposing this old social state were broken and destroyed, then, out of the chaos, what then? The great social idea, said Sir Joshua, was the social equality of man. No, said Gerald, the idea was that every man was fit for his own little bit of a task, Let him do that and then please himself. The unifying principle was the work in hand. Only work, the business of production, held men together. It was mechanical, but then society was a mechanism. Apart from work, they were isolated, free to do as they liked. "Oh," cried Gudrun, "then we shan't have names any more. We shall be like the Germans, nothing but Herr Obermeister and Herr Untermeister. I can imagine it. I am Mrs. Colliery Manager Cry. I am Mrs. Member of Parliament Roddice. I am Miss Art Teacher Brangwyn. Very pretty, that." "Things would work very much better, Miss Art Teacher Brangwyn," said Gerald. "What things, Mr. Colliery Manager Cry? The relation between you and me, par exemple?" "Yes, for example," cried the Italian. "That which is between men and women?" "That is non-social," said Birkin sarcastically. "Exactly," said Gerald. "Between me and a woman, the social question does not enter. It is my own affair." "A £10 note on it," said Birkin. "You don't admit that a woman is a social being?" asked Ursula of Gerald. "She is both," said Gerald. "She is a social being as far as society is concerned, but for her own private self she is a free agent. It is her own affair what she does." "But won't it be rather difficult to arrange the two halves?" asked Ursula. "Oh no," replied Gerald. "They arrange themselves, naturally. We see it now, everywhere." "Don't you laugh so pleasantly till you're out of the wood," said Birkin. Gerald knitted his brows in momentary irritation. "Was I laughing?" he said. "If," said Hermione at last, "we could only realise that in the spirit we are all one, all equal in the spirit, all brothers there, the rest wouldn't matter. There would be no more of this carping and envy and this struggle for power, which destroys, only destroys." This speech was received in silence, and almost immediately the party rose from the table. But when the others had gone, Birkin turned round in bitter declamation, saying, "It is just the opposite, just the contrary, Hermione. We are all different and unequal in spirit. It is only the social differences that are based on accidental material conditions. We are all abstractly or mathematically equal, if you like. Every man has hunger and thirst, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 2 legs. We're all the same in point of number. But spiritually there is pure difference, and neither equality nor inequality counts. It is upon these 2 bits of knowledge that you must found a state. Your democracy is an absolute lie. Your brotherhood of man is a pure falsity, if you apply it further than the mathematical abstraction. We all drank milk first, we all eat bread and meat, we all want to ride in motor cars. Therein lies the beginning and the end of the brotherhood of man, but no equality. But I, myself, who am myself, what have I to do with equality with any other man or woman? In the spirit, I am as separate as one star is from another, as different in quality and quantity. Establish a state on that. One man isn't any better than another, not because they are equal, but because they are intrinsically other, that there is no term of comparison. The minute you begin to compare, one man is seen to be far better than another. All the inequality you can imagine is there by nature. I want every man to have his share in the world's goods, so that I am rid of his importunity, so that I can tell him, now you've got what you want, you've got your fair share of the world's gear. Now, you one-mouthed fool, mind yourself and don't obstruct me. Hermione was looking at him with leering eyes along her cheeks. He could feel violent waves of hatred and loathing of all he said coming out of her. It was dynamic hatred and loathing, coming strong and black out of the unconsciousness. She heard his words in her unconscious self. Consciously, she was as if deafened. She paid no heed to them.
"It sounds like megalomania, Rupert," said Gerald genially.
Hermione gave a queer grunting sound. Birkin stood back. "Yes, let it," he said suddenly, the whole tone gone out of his voice, that had been so insistent, bearing everybody down. And he went away. But he felt later a little compunction. He had been violent, cruel with poor Hermione. He wanted to recompense her, to make it up. He had hurt her. He had been vindictive. He wanted to be on good terms with her again. He went into her boudoir, a remote and very cushiony place. She was sitting at her table writing letters. She lifted her face abstractedly when he entered, watched him go to the sofa and sit down. Then she looked down at her paper again. He took up a large volume which he had been reading before, and became minutely attentive to his author. His back was towards Hermione. She could not go on with her writing. Her whole mind was a chaos, darkness breaking in upon it, and herself struggling to gain control with her will, as a swimmer struggles with the swirling water. But in spite of her efforts, she was borne down. Darkness seemed to break over her. She felt as if her heart was bursting. The terrible tension grew stronger and stronger. It was most fearful agony, like being walled up. And then she realised that his presence was the wall. His presence was destroying her. Unless she could break out, she must die most fearfully, walled up in horror. And he was the wall. She must break down the wall. She must break him down before her. The awful obstruction of him who obstructed her life to the last. It must be done, or she must perish most horribly. Terrible shocks ran over her body, like shocks of electricity, as if many volts of electricity suddenly struck her down. She was aware of him sitting silently there, an unthinkable, evil obstruction. Only this blotted out her mind, pressed out her very breathing. His silent, stooping back, the back of his head. A terrible, voluptuous thrill ran down her arms. She was going to know her voluptuous consummation. Her arms quivered and were strong, immeasurably and irresistibly strong. What delight in strength, what delirium of pleasure. She was going to have her consummation of voluptuous ecstasy at last. It was coming. In utmost terror and agony she knew it was upon her now, in extremity of bliss. Her hand closed on a blue, beautiful ball of lapis lazuli that stood on her desk for a paperweight. She rolled it round in her hand as she rose silently. Her heart was a pure flame in her breast. She was purely unconscious in ecstasy. She moved towards him and stood behind him for a moment in ecstasy. He, closed within the spell, remained motionless and unconscious. Then swiftly, in a flame that drenched down her body like fluid lightning, and gave her a perfect, unutterable consummation, unutterable satisfaction, she brought down the ball of jewel stone with all her force crash on his head. But her fingers were in the way, and deadened the blow. Nevertheless down went his head on the table on which his book lay. The stone slid aside and over his ear. It was one convulsion of pure bliss for her, lit up by the crushed pain of her fingers. But it was not somehow complete. She lifted her arm high to aim once more, straight down on the head that lay dazed on the table. She must smash it. It must be smashed before her ecstasy was consummated, fulfilled for ever. 1,000 lives, 1,000 deaths mattered nothing now. Only the fulfilment of this perfect ecstasy. She was not swift. She could only move slowly. A strong spirit in him woke him, and made him lift his face and twist to look at her. Her arm was raised, the hand clasping the ball of lapis lazuli. It was her left hand. He realised again with horror that she was left-handed. Hurriedly, with a burrowing motion, he covered his head under the thick volume of Thucydides, and the blow came down, almost breaking his neck and shattering his heart. He was shattered, but he was not afraid. Twisting round to face her, he pushed the table over and got away from her. He was like a flask that is smashed to atoms. He seemed to himself that he was all fragments, smashed to bits. Yet his movements were perfectly coherent and clear. His soul was entire and unsurprised. "No, you don't, Hermione," he said in a low voice. "I don't let you." He saw her standing tall and livid and attentive, the stone clenched tense in her hand. "Stand away and let me go," he said, drawing near to her. As if pressed back by some hand, she stood away, watching him all the time without changing, like a neutralised angel confronting him. "It is not good," he said, when he had gone past her. "It isn't I who will die. You hear?" He kept his face to her as he went out, lest she should strike again. While he was on his guard, she dare not move. And he was on his guard. She was powerless. So he had gone, and left her standing. She remained perfectly rigid, standing as she was for a long time. Then she staggered to the couch and lay down, and went heavily to sleep. When she awoke, she remembered what she had done, but it seemed to her she had only hit him as any woman might do, because he tortured her. She was perfectly right. She knew that spiritually she was right. In her own infallible purity she had done what must be done. She was right. She was pure. A drugged, almost sinister religious expression became permanent on her face. Birkin, barely conscious and yet perfectly direct in his motion, went out of the house and straight across the park, to the open country, to the hills. The brilliant day had become overcast, spots of rain were falling. He wandered onto a wild valley side, where there were thickets of hazel, many flowers, tufts of heather, and little clumps of young fir trees budding with soft paws. It was rather wet everywhere. There was a stream running down at the bottom of the valley, which was gloomy, or seemed gloomy. He was aware that he could not regain his consciousness, that he was moving in a sort of darkness. Yet he wanted something. He was happy in the wet hillside that was overgrown and obscure with bushes and flowers. He wanted to touch them all, to saturate himself with the touch of them all. He took off his clothes and sat down naked among the primroses, moving his feet softly among the primroses, his legs, his knees, his arms right up to the armpits, lying down and letting them touch his belly, his breasts. It was such a fine, cool, subtle touch all over him. He seemed to saturate himself with their contact. But they were too soft. He went through the long grass to a clump of young fir trees that were no higher than a man. The soft, sharp boughs beat upon him as he moved in keen pangs against them, threw little cold showers of drops on his belly, and beat his loins with their clusters of soft, sharp needles. There was a thistle which pricked him vividly, but not too much, because all his movements were too discriminate and soft. To lie down and roll in the sticky, cool young hyacinths, to lie on one's belly and cover one's back with handfuls of fine wet grass, soft as a breath, soft and more delicate and more beautiful than the touch of any woman. And then to sting one's thigh against the living dark bristles of the fir boughs, and then to feel the light whip of the hazel on one's shoulders, stinging, and then to clasp the silvery birch trunk against one's breast, its smoothness, its hardness, its vital knots and ridges. This was good. This was all very good. Very satisfying. Nothing else would do, nothing else would satisfy, except this coolness and subtlety of vegetation travelling into one's blood. How fortunate he was that there was this lovely, subtle, responsive vegetation waiting for him, as he waited for it. How fulfilled he was, how happy. As he dried himself a little with his handkerchief, he thought about Hermione and the blow. He could feel a pain on the side of his head, but after all, what did it matter? What did Hermione matter? What did people matter altogether? There was this perfect, cool loneliness, so lovely and fresh and unexplored. Really, what a mistake he had made, thinking he wanted people, thinking he wanted a woman. He did not want a woman, not in the least. The leaves and the primroses and the trees, they were really lovely and cool and desirable. They really came into the blood and were added on to him. He was enriched now immeasurably, and so glad. It was quite right of Hermione to want to kill him. What had he to do with her? Why should he pretend to have anything to do with human beings at all? Here was his world. He wanted nobody and nothing but the lovely, subtle, responsive vegetation, and himself, his own living self. It was necessary to go back into the world. That was true. But that did not matter, so one knew where one belonged. He knew now where he belonged. This was his place, his marriage place. The world was extraneous. He climbed out of the valley, wondering if he were mad. But if so, he preferred his own madness to the regular sanity. He rejoiced in his own madness. He was free. He did not want that old sanity of the world which was become so repulsive. He rejoiced in the new-found world of his madness. It was so fresh and delicate and so satisfying. As for the certain grief he felt at the same time in his soul, that was only the remains of an old ethic that bade a human being adhere to humanity. But he was weary of the old ethic, of the human being, and of humanity. He loved now the soft, delicate vegetation that was so cool and perfect. He would overlook the old grief. He would put away the old ethic. He would be free in his new state. He was aware of the pain in his head becoming more and more difficult every minute. He was walking now along the road to the nearest station. It was raining, and he had no hat. But then, plenty of cranks went out nowadays without hats in the rain. He wondered again how much of his heaviness of heart, a certain depression, was due to fear. Fear lest anybody should have seen him naked lying against the vegetation. What a dread he had of mankind, of other people. It amounted almost to horror, to a sort of dream terror, his horror of being observed by some other people. If he were on an island, like Alexander Selkirk, with only the creatures and the trees, he would be free and glad. There would be none of this heaviness, this misgiving. He could love the vegetation and be quite happy and unquestioned by himself. He had better send a note to Hermione. She might trouble about him, and he did not want the onus of this. So at the station he wrote, saying, "I will go on to town. I don't want to come back to Breadalby for the present. But it is quite all right. I don't want you to mind having biffed me in the least. Tell the others it is just one of my moods. You were quite right to biff me, because I know you wanted to, so there's the end of it." In the train, however, he felt ill. Every motion was insufferable pain, and he was sick. He dragged himself from the station into a cab, feeling his way, step by step, like a blind man, and held up only by a dim will. For a week or two he was ill, but he did not let Hermione know, and she thought he was sulking. There was a complete estrangement between them. She became rapt, abstracted in her conviction of exclusive righteousness. She lived in and by her own self-esteem, conviction of her own rightness of spirit. End of chapter 8. Recorded. Chapter 9 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 9. Coal Dust. Going home from school in the afternoon, the Brangwen girls descended the hill between the picturesque cottages of Willey Green till they came to the railway crossing. There they found the gate shut, because the colliery train was rumbling nearer. They could hear the small locomotive panting hoarsely as it advanced with caution between the embankments. The one-legged man in the little signal hut by the road stared out from his security like a crab from a snail-shell. Whilst the two girls waited, Gerald Crich trotted up on a red Arab mare. He rode well and softly, pleased with the delicate quivering of the creature between his knees. And he was very picturesque, at least in Gudrun's eyes, sitting soft and close on the slender red mare, whose long tail flowed on the air. He saluted the two girls, and drew up at the crossing to wait for the gate, looking down the railway for the approaching train. In spite of her ironic smile at his picturesqueness, Gudrun liked to look at him. He was well set and easy. His face, with its warm tan, showed up his whitish, coarse moustache, and his blue eyes were full of sharp light as he watched the distance. The locomotive chuffed slowly between the banks, hidden. The mare did not like it. She began to wince away, as if hurt by the unknown noise. But Gerald pulled her back and held her head to the gate. The sharp blasts of the chuffing engine broke with more and more force on her. The repeated sharp blows of unknown, terrifying noise struck through her, till she was rocking with terror. She recoiled like a spring let go. But a glistening, half-smiling look came into Gerald's face. He brought her back again, inevitably. The noise was released. The little locomotive, with her clanking steel connecting rod, emerged on the high road, clanking sharply. The mare rebounded like a drop of water from hot iron. Ursula and Gudrun pressed back into the hedge in fear, but Gerald was heavy on the mare and forced her back. It seemed as if he sank into her magnetically, and could thrust her back against herself.
"The fool!" cried Ursula loudly. "Why doesn't he ride away till it's gone by?"
Gudrun was looking at him with black, dilated, spellbound eyes. But he sat glistening and obstinate, forcing the wheeling mare, which spun and swerved like a wind, and yet could not get out of the grasp of his will, nor escape from the mad clamour of terror that resounded through her, as the trucks thumped slowly, heavily, horrifying, one after the other, one pursuing the other, over the rails of the crossing. The locomotive, as if wanting to see what could be done, put on the brakes, and back came the trucks rebounding on the iron buffers, striking like horrible cymbals, clashing nearer and nearer in frightful, strident concussions. The mare opened her mouth and rose slowly, as if lifted up on a wind of terror. Then suddenly her forefeet struck out, as she convulsed herself utterly away from the horror. Back she went, and the two girls clung to each other, feeling she must fall backwards on top of him. But he leaned forward, his face shining with fixed amusement, and at last he brought her down, sank her down, and was bearing her back to the mark. But as strong as the pressure of his compulsion was the repulsion of her utter terror, throwing her back away from the railway, so that she spun round and round on two legs, as if she were in the centre of some whirlwind. It made Gudrun faint with poignant dizziness, which seemed to penetrate to her heart.
"No, no, let her go! Let her go, you fool, you fool!"
cried Ursula at the top of her voice, completely outside herself. And Gudrun hated her bitterly for being outside herself. It was unendurable that Ursula's voice was so powerful and naked. A sharpened look came on Gerald's face. He bit himself down on the mare like a keen edge biting home, and forced her round. She roared as she breathed. Her nostrils were two wide, hot holes, her mouth was apart, her eyes frenzied. It was a repulsive sight. But he held on her unrelaxed, with an almost mechanical relentlessness, keen as a sword pressing into her. Both man and horse were sweating with violence, yet he seemed calm as a ray of cold sunshine. Meanwhile the eternal trucks were rumbling on, very slowly, treading one after the other, like a disgusting dream that has no end. The connecting chains were grinding and squeaking as the tension varied. The mare pawed and struck away mechanically now, her terror fulfilled in her, for now the man encompassed her. Her paws were blind and pathetic as she beat the air. The man closed round her and brought her down, almost as if she were part of his own physique.
"And she's bleeding! She's bleeding!"
cried Ursula, frantic with opposition and hatred of Gerald. She alone understood him perfectly, in pure opposition. Gudrun looked, and saw the trickles of blood on the sides of the mare, and she turned white. And then, on the very wound, the bright spurs came down, pressing relentlessly. The world reeled and passed into nothingness for Gudrun. She could not know any more. When she recovered, her soul was calm and cold, without feeling. The trucks were still rumbling by, and the man and the mare were still fighting, but she herself was cold and separate. She had no more feeling for them. She was quite hard and cold and indifferent. They could see the top of the hooded guards' van approaching. The sound of the trucks was diminishing. There was hope of relief from the intolerable noise. The heavy panting of the half-stunned mare sounded automatically. The man seemed to be relaxing confidently, his will bright and unstained. The guard's van came up and passed slowly, the guard staring out in his transition on the spectacle in the road. And through the man in the closed wagon, Gudrun could see the whole scene, spectacularly isolated and momentary, like a vision isolated in eternity. Lovely, grateful silence seemed to trail behind the receding train. How sweet the silence is! Ursula looked with hatred on the buffers of the diminishing wagon. The gatekeeper stood ready at the door of his hut to proceed to open the gate. But Gudrun sprang suddenly forward in front of the struggling horse, threw off the latch and flung the gates asunder, throwing one half to the keeper and running with the other half forwards. Gerald suddenly let go the horse and leapt forwards, almost on to Gudrun. She was not afraid. As he jerked aside the mare's head, Gudrun cried in a strange, high voice, like a gull or like a witch screaming out from the side of the road,
"I should think you're proud!"
The words were distinct and formed. The man, twisting aside on his dancing horse, looked at her in some surprise, some wondering interest. Then the mare's hoofs had danced 3 times on the drum-like sleepers of the crossing, and man and horse were bounding springily, unequally up the road. The 2 girls watched them go. The gatekeeper hobbled thudding over the logs of the crossing with his wooden leg. He had fastened the gate. Then he also turned and called to the girls, "A masterful young jockey that'll have his own road, if ever anybody would."
"Yes," cried Ursula, in her hot, overbearing voice. "Why couldn't he take the horse away till the trucks had gone by? He's a fool and a bully. Does he think it's manly to torture a horse? It's a living thing. Why should he bully it and torture it?"
There was a pause. Then the gatekeeper shook his head and replied, "Yes, it's as nice a little mare as you could set eyes on. Beautiful little thing, beautiful. Now, you couldn't see his father treat any animal like that, not you. They're as different as they welly can be, Gerald Crich and his father. 2 different men, different made." Then there was a pause.
"But why does he do it?" cried Ursula. "Why does he? Does he think he's grand when he's bullied a sensitive creature, 10 times as sensitive as himself?"
Again there was a cautious pause. Then again the man shook his head, as if he would say nothing, but would think the more. "I expect he's got to train the mare to stand to anything," he replied. "A pure-bred Arab, not the sort of breeders is used to round here. Different sort from our sort altogether. They say as he got her from Constantinople."
"He would," said Ursula. "He'd better have left her to the Turks. I'm sure they would have had more decency towards her."
The man went in to drink his can of tea. The girls went on down the lane that was deep in soft black dust. Gudrun was as if numbed in her mind by the sense of indomitable soft weight of the man, bearing down into the living body of the horse. The strong, indomitable thighs of the blond man, clenching the palpitating body of the mare into pure control. A sort of soft, white, magnetic domination from the loins and thighs and calves, enclosing and encompassing the mare heavily into unutterable subordination. Soft blood subordination. Terrible. On the left, as the girls walked silently, the coal mine lifted its great mounds and its patterned headstocks. The black railway with the trucks at rest looked like a harbour just below, a large bay of railroad with anchored wagons. Near the second level crossing, that went over many bright rails, was a farm belonging to the collieries, and a great round globe of iron, a disused boiler, huge and rusty and perfectly round, stood silently in a paddock by the road. The hens were pecking round it, some chickens were balanced on the drinking trough. Wagtails flew away in among trucks from the water. On the other side of the wide crossing, by the roadside, was a heap of pale grey stones for mending the roads, and a cart standing, and a middle-aged man with whiskers round his face was leaning on his shovel, talking to a young man in gaiters, who stood by the horse's head. Both men were facing the crossing. They saw the two girls appear, small, brilliant figures in the near distance, in the strong light of the late afternoon. Both wore light, gay summer dresses. Ursula had an orange-coloured knitted coat, Gudrun a pale yellow. Ursula wore canary yellow stockings, Gudrun bright rose. The figures of the two women seemed to glitter in progress over the wide bay of the railway crossing, white and orange and yellow and rose, glittering in motion across a hot world silted with coal dust. The two men stood quite still in the heat, watching. The elder was a short, hard-faced, energetic man of middle age, the younger a labourer of 23 or so. They stood in silence, watching the advance of the sisters. They watched whilst the girls drew near, and whilst they passed, and whilst they receded down the dusty road that had dwellings on one side and dusty young corn on the other. Then the elder man, with the whiskers round his face, said in a prurient manner to the young man, "What price that, eh? She'll do, won't she?"
"Which?"
asked the young man, eagerly, with a laugh.
With the red stockings, what do you say? I'd give my week's wages for 5 minutes. What, just for 5 minutes?"
Again the young man laughed.
"Your missus would have something to say to you," he replied.
Gudrun had turned round and looked at the two men. They were to her sinister creatures, standing watching after her by the heap of pale grey slag. She loathed the man with whiskers round his face.
"You're first class, you are,"
the man said to her, and to the distance.
"Do you think it would be worth a week's wages?"
said the younger man, musing.
"Do I? I'd put 'em bloody well down this second."
The younger man looked after Gudrun and Ursula objectively, as if he wished to calculate what there might be that was worth his week's wages. He shook his head with fatal misgiving.
"No," he said, "it's not worth that to me." "Isn't?" said the old man. "By God, if it isn't to me."
And he went on shovelling his stones. The girls descended between the houses with slate roofs and blackish brick walls. The heavy gold glamour of approaching sunset lay over all the colliery district, and the ugliness overlaid with beauty was like a narcotic to the senses. On the roads, silted with black dust, the rich light fell more warmly, more heavily. Over all the amorphous squalor a kind of magic was cast from the glowing close of day.
"It has a foul kind of beauty, this place," said Gudrun, evidently suffering from fascination. "Can't you feel in some way a thick, hot attraction in it? I can. And it quite stupefies me."
They were passing between blocks of miners' dwellings. In the backyards of several dwellings a miner could be seen washing himself in the open on this hot evening, naked down to the loins, his great trousers of moleskin slipping almost away. Miners already cleaned were sitting on their heels with their backs near the walls, talking and silent, in pure physical well-being, tired and taking physical rest. Their voices sounded out with strong intonation, and the broad dialect was curiously caressing to the blood.
It seemed to envelop Gudrun in a labourer's caress. There was in the whole atmosphere a resonance of physical men, a glamorous thickness of labour and maleness surcharged in the air. But it was universal in the district, and therefore unnoticed by the inhabitants. To Gudrun, however, it was potent and half repulsive. She could never tell why Beldover was so utterly different from London and the south, why one's whole feelings were different, why one seemed to live in another sphere. Now she realised that this was the world of powerful underworld men who spent most of their time in the darkness. In their voices she could hear the voluptuous resonance of darkness, the strong, dangerous underworld, mindless, inhuman. They sounded also like strange machines, heavy, oiled. The voluptuousness was like that of machinery, cold and iron. It was the same every evening when she came home. She seemed to move through a wave of disruptive force that was given off from the presence of thousands of vigorous underworld, half-automatised colliers, and which went to the brain and the heart, awaking a fatal desire and a fatal callousness. There came over her a nostalgia for the place. She hated it. She knew how utterly cut off it was, how hideous and how sickeningly mindless. Sometimes she beat her wings like a new Daphne, turning not into a tree but a machine. And yet she was overcome by the nostalgia. She struggled to get more and more into accord with the atmosphere of the place. She craved to get her satisfaction of it. She felt herself drawn out at evening into the main street of the town, that was uncreated and ugly, and yet surcharged with this same potent atmosphere of intense, dark callousness. There were always miners about. They moved with their strange distorted dignity, a certain beauty, and unnatural stillness in their bearing, a look of abstraction and half-resignation in their pale, often gaunt faces. They belonged to another world. They had a strange glamour. Their voices were full of an intolerable deep resonance, like a machine's burring, a music more maddening than the sirens long ago. She found herself, with the rest of the common women, drawn out on Friday evenings to the little market. Friday was pay day for the colliers, and Friday night was market night. Every woman was abroad, every man was out, shopping with his wife, or gathering with his pals. The pavements were dark for miles around with people coming in. The little market-place on the crown of the hill, and the main street of Beldover, were black with thickly crowded men and women. It was dark. The market-place was hot with kerosene flares which threw a ruddy light on the grave faces of the purchasing wives, and on the pale, abstract faces of the men. The air was full of the sound of criers and of people talking. Thick streams of people moved on the pavements towards the solid crowd of the market. The shops were blazing and packed with women. In the streets were men, mostly men, miners of all ages. Money was spent with almost lavish freedom. The carts that came could not pass through. They had to wait, the driver calling and shouting till the dense crowd would make way. Everywhere young fellows from the outlying districts were making conversation with the girls, standing in the road and at the corners. The doors of the public houses were open and full of light. Men passed in and out, in a continual stream. Everywhere men were calling out to one another, or crossing to meet one another, or standing in little gangs and circles, discussing, endlessly discussing. The sense of talk, buzzing, jarring, half-secret, the endless mining and political wrangling, vibrated in the air like discordant machinery. And it was their voices which affected Gudrun almost to swooning. They aroused a strange nostalgic ache of desire, something almost demoniacal, never to be fulfilled. Like any other common girl of the district, Gudrun strolled up and down the length of the brilliant 200 paces of the pavement nearest the market-place. She knew it was a vulgar thing to do. Her father and mother could not bear it, but the nostalgia came over her. She must be among the people. Sometimes she sat among the louts in the cinema, rakish-looking, unattractive louts they were. Yet she must be among them. And like any other common lass, she found her boy. It was an electrician, one of the electricians introduced according to Gerald's new scheme. He was an earnest, clever man, a scientist with a passion for sociology. He lived alone in a cottage in lodgings in Willey Green. He was a gentleman, and sufficiently well-to-do. His landlady spread the reports about him. He would have a large wooden tub in his bedroom, and every time he came in from work he would have pails and pails of water brought up to bathe in. Then he put on clean shirt and underclothing every day, and clean silk socks. Fastidious and exacting he was in these respects, but in every other way most ordinary and unassuming. Gudrun knew all these things. The Brangwens' house was one to which the gossip came naturally and inevitably. Palmer was, in the first place, a friend of Ursula's, but in his pale, elegant, serious face there showed the same nostalgia that Gudrun felt. He too must walk up and down the street on Friday evening. So he walked with Gudrun, and a friendship was struck up between them. But he was not in love with Gudrun. He really wanted Ursula, but for some strange reason nothing could happen between her and him. He liked to have Gudrun about, as a fellow mind, but that was all. And she had no real feeling for him. He was a scientist, he had to have a woman to back him, but he was really impersonal. He had the fineness of an elegant piece of machinery. He was too cold, too destructive to care really for women, too great an egoist. He was polarised by the men. Individually he detested and despised them. In the mass they fascinated him, as machinery fascinated him. They were a new sort of machinery to him, but incalculable, incalculable. So Gudrun strolled the streets with Palmer, or went to the cinema with him, and his long, pale, rather elegant face flickered as he made his sarcastic remarks. There they were, the two of them, two elegants in one sense, in the other sense two units, absolutely adhering to the people, teeming with the distorted colliers. The same secret seemed to be working in the souls of all alike, Gudrun, Palmer, the rakish young bloods, the gaunt middle-aged men. All had a secret sense of power, and of inexpressible destructiveness, and of fatal half-heartedness. A sort of rottenness in the will. Sometimes Gudrun would start aside, see it all, see how she was sinking in. And then she was filled with a fury of contempt and anger. She felt she was sinking into one mass with the rest, all so close and intermingled and breathless. It was horrible. She stifled. She prepared for flight. Feverishly she flew to her work. But soon she let go. She started off into the country, the darkish, glamorous country. The spell was beginning to work again. Chapter 10 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 10. Sketchbook. One morning the sisters were sketching by the side of Willey Water, at the remote end of the lake. Gudrun had waded out to a gravelly shoal, and was seated, like a Buddhist, staring fixedly at the water plants that rose, succulent, from the mud of the low shores. What she could see was mud, soft, oozy, watery mud, and from its festering chill, water plants rose up, thick and cool and fleshy, very straight and turgid, thrusting out their leaves at right angles, and having dark, lurid colours, dark green, and blotches of black purple and bronze. But she could feel their turgid, fleshy structure as in a sensuous vision. She knew how they rose out of the mud. She knew how they thrust out from themselves, how they stood stiff and succulent against the air. Ursula was watching the butterflies, of which there were dozens near the water, little blue ones suddenly snapping out of nothingness into a jewel life. A large black and red one standing upon a flower and breathing with his soft wings, intoxicatingly, breathing pure ethereal sunshine. Two white ones wrestling in the low air. There was a halo round them. Ah, when they came tumbling nearer, they were orange tips, and it was the orange that had made the halo. Ursula rose and drifted away, unconscious like the butterflies. Gudrun, absorbed in a stupor of apprehension of surging water plants, sat crouched on the shoal, drawing, not looking up for a long time, and then staring unconsciously, absorbedly, at the rigid, naked, succulent stems. Her feet were bare. Her hat lay on the bank opposite. She started out of her trance, hearing the knocking of oars. She looked round. There was a boat with a gaudy Japanese parasol and a man in white rowing. The woman was Hermione, and the man was Gerald. She knew it instantly. And instantly she perished in the keen frisson of anticipation. An electric vibration in her veins, intense, much more intense than that which was always humming low in the atmosphere of Beldover. Gerald was her escape from the heavy slough of the pale underworld automatic colliers. He started out of the mud. He was master. She saw his back, the movement of his white loins. But not that. It was the whiteness he seemed to enclose as he bent forwards, rowing.
He seemed to stoop to something. His glistening, whitish hair seemed like the electricity of the sky. "There's Gudrun," came Hermione's voice, floating distinct over the water. "We will go and speak to her. Do you mind?" Gerald looked round and saw the girl standing by the water's edge, looking at him. He pulled the boat towards her, magnetically, without thinking of her. In his world, his conscious world, she was still nobody. He knew that Hermione had a curious pleasure in treading down all the social differences, at least apparently, and he left it to her. "How do you do, Gudrun?" sang Hermione, using the Christian name in the fashionable manner. "What are you doing?" "How do you do, Hermione? I was sketching." "Were you?" The boat drifted nearer, till the keel ground on the bank. "May we see? I should like to so much." It was no use resisting Hermione's deliberate intention. "Well," said Gudrun reluctantly, for she always hated to have her unfinished work exposed, "there's nothing in the least interesting." "Isn't there? But let me see, will you?" Gudrun reached out the sketch-book. Gerald stretched from the boat to take it. And as he did so, he remembered Gudrun's last words to him, and her face lifted up to him as he sat on the swerving horse. An intensification of pride went over his nerves, because he felt, in some way, she was compelled by him. The exchange of feeling between them was strong, and apart from their consciousness. And as if in a spell, Gudrun was aware of his body, stretching and surging like the marsh fire, stretching towards her, his hand coming straight forward like a stem. Her voluptuous, acute apprehension of him made the blood faint in her veins. Her mind went dim and unconscious. And he rocked on the water perfectly, like the rocking of phosphorescence. He looked round at the boat. It was drifting off a little. He lifted the oar to bring it back. And the exquisite pleasure of slowly arresting the boat in the heavy soft water was complete as a swoon. "That's what you have done," said Hermione, looking searchingly at the plants on the shore, and comparing with Gudrun's drawing. Gudrun looked round in the direction of Hermione's long pointing finger. "That is it, isn't it?" repeated Hermione, needing confirmation. "Yes," said Gudrun automatically, taking no real heed. "Let me look," said Gerald, reaching forward for the book. But Hermione ignored him. He must not presume before she had finished. But he, his will as unthwarted and as unflinching as hers, stretched forward till he touched the book. A little shock, a storm of revulsion against him, shook Hermione unconsciously. She released the book when he had not properly got it, and it tumbled against the side of the boat and bounced into the water. "There!" sang Hermione, with a strange ring of malevolent victory. "I'm so sorry, so awfully sorry. Can't you get it, Gerald?" This last was said in a note of anxious sneering that made Gerald's veins tingle with fine hate for her. He leaned far out of the boat, reaching down into the water. He could feel his position was ridiculous, his loins exposed behind him. "It is of no importance," came the strong, clanging voice of Gudrun. She seemed to touch him, but he reached further. The boat swayed violently. Hermione, however, remained unperturbed. He grasped the book under the water and brought it up, dripping. "I'm so dreadfully sorry, dreadfully sorry," repeated Hermione. "I'm afraid it was all my fault." "It's of no importance, really, I assure you. It doesn't matter in the least," said Gudrun loudly, with emphasis, her face flushed scarlet. And she held out her hand impatiently for the wet book, to have done with the scene. Gerald gave it to her. He was not quite himself. "I'm so dreadfully sorry," repeated Hermione, till both Gerald and Gudrun were exasperated. "Is there nothing that can be done?" "In what way?" asked Gudrun, with cool irony. "Can't we save the drawings?" There was a moment's pause, wherein Gudrun made evident all her refutation of Hermione's persistence. "I assure you," said Gudrun with cutting distinctness, "the drawings are quite as good as ever they were for my purpose. I want them only for reference." "But can't I give you a new book? I wish you'd let me do that. I feel so truly sorry. I feel it was all my fault." "As far as I saw," said Gudrun, "it wasn't your fault at all. If there was any fault, it was Mr Crie's. But the whole thing is entirely trivial, and it really is ridiculous to take any notice of it." Gerald watched Gudrun closely whilst she repulsed Hermione. There was a body of cold power in her. He watched her with an insight that amounted to clairvoyance. He saw her a dangerous, hostile spirit that could stand undiminished and unabated. It was so finished, and of such perfect gesture, moreover. "I'm awfully glad if it doesn't matter," he said, "if there's no real harm done." She looked back at him with her fine blue eyes, and signalled full into his spirit, as she said, her voice ringing with intimacy almost caressive now it was addressed to him, "Of course it doesn't matter in the least." The bond was established between them in that look, in her tone. In her tone she made the understanding clear. They were of the same kind, he and she. A sort of diabolic freemasonry subsisted between them. Henceforward she knew she had her power over him. Wherever they met they would be secretly associated, and he would be helpless in the association with her. Her soul exulted. "Goodbye. I'm so glad you forgive me. Goodbye." Hermione sang her farewell and waved her hand. Gerald automatically took the oar and pushed off. But he was looking all the time, with a glimmering, subtly smiling admiration in his eyes, at Gudrun, who stood on the shoal shaking the wet book in her hand. She turned away and ignored the receding boat, but Gerald looked back as he rowed, beholding her, forgetting what he was doing. "Aren't we going too much to the left?" sang Hermione, as she sat ignored under her coloured parasol. Gerald looked round without replying, the oars balanced and glancing in the sun. "I think it's all right," he said good-humouredly, beginning to row again without thinking of what he was doing. and Hermione disliked him extremely for his good-humoured obliviousness. She was nullified. Chapter 11 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 11. An Island. Meanwhile, Ursula had wandered on from Willey Water, along the course of the bright little stream. The afternoon was full of larks singing. On the bright hillsides was a subdued smoulder of gorse, a few forget-me-nots flowered by the water. There was a rousedness and a glancing everywhere. She strayed absorbedly on over the brooks. She wanted to go to the mill-pond above. The big mill-house was deserted, save for a labourer and his wife who lived in the kitchen. So she passed through the empty farmyard and through the wilderness of a garden, and mounted the bank by the sluice. When she got to the top to see the old velvety surface of the pond before her, she noticed a man on the bank, tinkering with a punt. It was Birkin, sawing and hammering away. She stood at the head of the sluice, looking at him. He was unaware of anybody's presence. He looked very busy, like a wild animal, active and intent. She felt she ought to go away. He would not want her. He seemed to be so much occupied. But she did not want to go away. Therefore she moved along the bank till he would look up, which he soon did. The moment he saw her, he dropped his tools and came forward, saying, "How do you do? I'm making the punt watertight. Tell me if you think it is right." She went along with him. "You're your father's daughter, so you can tell me if it will do," he said. She bent to look at the patched punt.
"I'm sure I am my father's daughter," she said, fearful of having to judge, "but I don't know anything about carpentry. It looks right, don't you think?"
"Yes, I think. I hope it won't let me to the bottom, that's all. Though even so, it isn't a great matter. I should come up again. Help me to get it into the water, will you?" With combined efforts they turned over the heavy punt and set it afloat. "Now," he said, "I'll try it, and you can watch what happens. Then if it carries, I'll take you over to the island."
"Do!"
she cried, watching anxiously.
The pond was large, and had that perfect stillness and the dark lustre of very deep water. There were 2 small islands, overgrown with bushes and a few trees, towards the middle. Birkin pushed himself off, and veered clumsily in the pond. Luckily the punt drifted so that he could catch hold of a willow bough and pull it to the island. "Rather overgrown," he said, looking into the interior, "but very nice. I'll come and fetch you. The boat leaks a little." In a moment he was with her again, and she stepped into the wet punt. "It'll float us all right," he said, and manoeuvred again to the island. They landed under a willow tree. She shrank from the little jungle of rank plants before her, evil-smelling figwort and hemlock, but he explored into it. "I shall mow this down," he said, "and then it will be romantic, like Paul et Virginie." "Yes, one could have lovely Watteau picnics here," cried Ursula with enthusiasm.
His face darkened. "I don't want Watteau picnics here," he said.
"Only your Virginie," she laughed. Virginie enough, he smiled wryly. No, I don't want her either. Ursula looked at him closely. She had not seen him since Breadalby. He was very thin and hollow, with a ghastly look in his face. "You have been ill, haven't you?" she asked, rather repulsed. "Yes," he replied coldly. They had sat down under the willow tree and were looking at the pond from their retreat on the island. "Has it made you frightened?" she asked. "What of?" he asked, turning his eyes to look at her. Something in him, inhuman and unmitigated, disturbed her and shook her out of her ordinary self. "It is frightening to be very ill, isn't it?" she said. "It isn't pleasant," he said. "Whether one is really afraid of death or not, I have never decided. In one mood, not a bit. In another, very much." "But doesn't it make you feel ashamed? I think it makes one so ashamed to be ill. Illness is so terribly humiliating, don't you think?" He considered for some minutes. "Maybe," he said. "Though one knows all the time one's life isn't really right at the source. That's the humiliation. I don't see that the illness counts so much after that. One is ill because one doesn't live properly, can't. It's the failure to live that makes one ill and humiliates one." "But do you fail to live?" she asked, almost jeering. "Why, yes. I don't make much of a success of my days. One seems always to be bumping one's nose against a blank wall ahead." Ursula laughed. She was frightened, and when she was frightened, she always laughed and pretended to be jaunty. "Your poor nose!" she said, looking at that feature of his face. "No wonder it's ugly," he replied. She was silent for some minutes, struggling with her own self-deception. It was an instinct in her to deceive herself. "But I'm happy. I think life is awfully jolly," she said. "Good," he answered, with a certain cold indifference. She reached for a bit of paper which had wrapped a small piece of chocolate she had found in her pocket, and began making a boat. He watched her without heeding her. There was something strangely pathetic and tender in her moving, unconscious finger-tips, that were agitated and hurt, really. "I do enjoy things. Don't you?" she asked. "Oh, yes, but it infuriates me that I can't get right at the really growing part of me. I feel all tangled and messed up, and I can't get straight anyhow. I don't know what really to do. One must do something somewhere." "Why should you always be doing?" she retorted. "It is so plebeian. I think it is much better to be really patrician, and to do nothing but just be oneself, like a walking flower." "I quite agree," he said, "if one has burst into blossom. But I can't get my flower to blossom anyhow. Either it is blighted in the bud, or has got the smother fly, or it isn't nourished. Curse it, it isn't even a bud. It's a contravened knot." Again she laughed. He was so very fretful and exasperated. But she was anxious and puzzled. How was one to get out, anyhow? There must be a way out somewhere. There was a silence wherein she wanted to cry. She reached for another bit of chocolate paper, and began to fold another boat. "And why is it," she asked at length, "that there is no flowering, no dignity of human life now?" "The whole idea is dead. Humanity itself is dry rotten, really. There are myriads of human beings hanging on the bush, and they look very nice and rosy, your healthy young men and women. But they're apples of Sodom, as a matter of fact. Dead Sea fruit, gall apples. It isn't true that they have any significance. Their insides are full of bitter, corrupt ash." "But there are good people," protested Ursula. "Good enough for the life of today. But mankind is a dead tree, covered with fine, brilliant galls of people." Ursula could not help stiffening herself against this. It was too picturesque and final. But neither could she help making him go on. "And if it is so, why is it?" she asked, hostile. They were rousing each other to a fine passion of opposition. "Why? Why are people all balls of bitter dust? Because they won't fall off the tree when they're ripe. They hang on to their old positions when the position is overpast, till they become infested with little worms and dry rot." There was a long pause. His voice had become hot and very sarcastic. Ursula was troubled and bewildered. They were both oblivious of everything but their own immersion. "But even if everybody is wrong, where are you right?" she cried. "Where are you any better?" I'm not right," he cried back. "At least my only rightness lies in the fact that I know it. I detest what I am outwardly. I loathe myself as a human being. Humanity is a huge aggregate lie, and a huge lie is less than a small truth. Humanity is less, far less than the individual, because the individual may sometimes be capable of truth, and humanity is a tree of lies. And they say that love is the greatest thing. They persist in saying this, the foul liars. And just look at what they do. Look at all the millions of people who repeat every minute that love is the greatest and charity is the greatest, and see what they are doing all the time. By their works ye shall know them, for dirty liars and cowards who daren't stand by their own actions, much less by their own words." "But," said Ursula sadly, "that doesn't alter the fact that love is the greatest, does it? What they do doesn't alter the truth of what they say, does it?" "Completely. Because if what they say were true, then they couldn't help fulfilling it. But they maintain a lie, and so they run amok at last. It's a lie to say that love is the greatest. You might as well say that hate is the greatest, since the opposite of everything balances. What people want is hate. Hate and nothing but hate. And in the name of righteousness and love they get it. They distill themselves with nitroglycerine, all the lot of them, out of very love. It's the lie that kills. If we want hate, let us have it. Death, murder, torture, violent destruction. Let us have it, but not in the name of love. But I abhor humanity. I wish it was swept away." It could go, and there would be no absolute loss. If every human being perished tomorrow, the reality would be untouched. Nay, it would be better. The real tree of life would then be rid of the most ghastly, heavy crop of Dead Sea fruit, the intolerable burden of myriad simulacra of people, an infinite weight of mortal lies. So you'd like everybody in the world destroyed? Said Ursula. I should indeed. And the world empty of people? Yes, truly. You yourself, don't you find it a beautiful, clean thought? A world empty of people, just uninterrupted grass and a hare sitting up. The pleasant sincerity of his voice made Ursula pause to consider her own proposition. And really it was attractive. A clean, lovely, humanless world. It was the really desirable. Her heart hesitated and exulted. But still she was dissatisfied with him. But, she objected, you'd be dead yourself, so what good would it do you? I would die like a shot to know that the earth would really be cleaned of all the people. It is the most beautiful and freeing thought. Then there would never be another foul humanity created for a universal defilement. No, said Ursula, there would be nothing. What? Nothing? Just because humanity was wiped out? You flatter yourself. There'd be everything. But how if there were no people? Do you think that creation depends on man? It merely doesn't. There are the trees and the grass and birds. I much prefer to think of the lark rising up in the morning upon a humanless world. Man is a mistake. He must go. There is the grass, and hares, and adders, and the unseen hosts, actual angels that go about freely when a dirty humanity doesn't interrupt them, and good, pure tissued demons. Very nice. It pleased Ursula what he said. Pleased her very much as a fantasy. Of course, it was only a pleasant fancy. She herself knew too well the actuality of humanity, its hideous actuality. She knew it could not disappear so cleanly and conveniently. It had a long way to go yet, a long and hideous way. Her subtle, feminine, demoniacal soul knew it well. If only man was swept off the face of the earth, creation would go on so marvellously, with a new start, non-human. Man is one of the mistakes of creation, like the ichthyosauri. If only he were gone again, think what lovely things would come out of the liberated days, things straight out of the fire. But man will never be gone, she said, with insidious, diabolical knowledge of the horrors of persistence. The world will go with him. Ah, no, he answered, not so. I believe in the proud angels and the demons that are our forerunners. They will destroy us because we are not proud enough. The ichthyosauri were not proud. They crawled and floundered as we do. And besides, Look at elderflowers and bluebells. They are a sign that pure creation takes place, even the butterfly. But humanity never gets beyond the caterpillar stage. It rots in the chrysalis. It never will have wings. It is anti-creation, like monkeys and baboons. Ursula watched him as he talked. There seemed a certain impatient fury in him all the while, and at the same time a great amusement in everything, and a final tolerance. And it was this tolerance she mistrusted, not the fury. She saw that all the while, in spite of himself, he would have to be trying to save the world. And this knowledge, whilst it comforted her heart somewhere with a little self-satisfaction, stability, yet filled her with a certain sharp contempt and hate of him. She wanted him to herself. She hated the Salvator Mundi touch. It was something diffuse and generalised about him which she could not stand. He would behave in the same way, say the same things, give himself as completely to anybody who came along, anybody and everybody who liked to appeal to him. It was despicable, a very insidious form of prostitution. "But," she said, "you believe in individual love, even if you don't believe in loving humanity." "I don't believe in love at all. That is, any more than I believe in hate, or in grief. Love is one of the emotions like all the others, and so it is all right whilst you feel it. But I can't see how it becomes an absolute. It is just part of human relationships, no more. And it is only part of any human relationship. And why one should be required always to feel it, any more than one always feels sorrow or distant joy, I cannot conceive. Love isn't a desideratum. It is an emotion you feel or you don't feel, according to circumstance." "Then why do you care about people at all?" she asked, "if you don't believe in love? Why do you bother about humanity?" "Why do I? Because I can't get away from it." "Because you love it," she persisted. It irritated him. "If I do love it," he said, "it is my disease." "But it is a disease you don't want to be cured of," she said, with some cold sneering. He was silent now, feeling she wanted to insult him. "And if you don't believe in love, what do you believe in?" she asked, mocking. "Simply in the end of the world, and grass?" He was beginning to feel a fool. "I believe in the unseen hosts," he said. "And nothing else? You believe in nothing visible except grass and birds? Your world is a poor show." "Perhaps it is," he said, cool and superior now he was offended, assuming a certain insufferable aloof superiority, and withdrawing into his distance. Ursula disliked him, but also she felt she had lost something. She looked at him as he sat crouched on the bank. There was a certain priggish Sunday school stiffness over him, priggish and detestable. And yet at the same time the moulding of him was so quick and attractive, it gave such a great sense of freedom. The moulding of his brows, his chin, his whole physique, something so alive somewhere in spite of the look of sickness. And it was this duality in feeling which he created in her that made a fine hate of him quicken in her bowels. There was his wonderful, desirable life rapidity, the rare quality of an utterly desirable man. and there was at the same time this ridiculous, mean effacement into a Salvator Mundi and a Sunday school teacher, a prig of the stiffest type. He looked up at her. He saw her face strangely enkindled, as if suffused from within by a powerful, sweet fire. His soul was arrested in wonder. She was enkindled in her own living fire. Arrested in wonder and in pure, perfect attraction, he moved towards her. She sat like a strange queen, almost supernatural in her glowing, smiling richness. "The point about love," he said, his consciousness quickly adjusting itself, "is that we hate the word because we have vulgarised it. It ought to be prescribed, tabooed from utterance for many years, till we get a new, better idea." There was a beam of understanding between them. "But it always means the same thing," she said. "Ah, God, no! Let it not mean that any more," he cried. "Let the old meanings go." "But still it is love," she persisted. A strange, wicked, yellow light shone at him in her eyes. He hesitated, baffled, withdrawing. "No," he said, "it isn't. Spoken like that, never in the world. You've no business to utter the word." "I must leave it to you to take it out of the Ark of the Covenant at the right moment," she mocked. Again they looked at each other. She suddenly sprang up, turned her back to him and walked away. He too rose slowly and went to the water's edge, where, crouching, he began to amuse himself unconsciously. Picking a daisy, he dropped it on the pond, so that the stem was a keel. The flower floated like a little water lily, staring with its open face up to the sky. It turned slowly round in a slow, slow dervish dance as it veered away. He watched it, then dropped another daisy into the water, and after that another, and sat watching them with bright, absolved eyes, crouching near on the bank. Ursula turned to look. A strange feeling possessed her, as if something were taking place, but it was all intangible, and some sort of control was being put on her. She could not know. She could only watch the brilliant little discs of the daisies veering slowly in travel on the dark, lustrous water. The little flotilla was drifting into the light, a company of white specks in the distance. "Do let us go to the shore, to follow them," she said, afraid of being any longer imprisoned on the island, and they pushed off in the punt. She was glad to be on the free land again. She went along the bank towards the sluice. The daisies were scattered broadcast on the pond, tiny, radiant things, like an exaltation, points of exaltation here and there. Why did they move her so strongly and mystically? "Look," he said, "your boat of purple paper is escorting them, and they are a convoy of rafts." Some of the daisies came slowly towards her, hesitating, making a shy, bright little cotillion on the dark, clear water. Their gay, bright candour moved her so much as they came near, that she was almost in tears. "Why are they so lovely?" she cried. "Why do I think them so lovely?" "They're nice flowers," he said, her emotional tones putting a constraint on him. "You know that a daisy is a company of florets, a concourse become individual. Don't the botanists put it highest in the line of development? I believe they do."
"The compositae, yes, I think so," said Ursula,
who was never very sure of anything. Things she knew perfectly well at one moment seemed to become doubtful the next. "Explain it so, then," he said. "The daisy is a perfect little democracy, so it's the highest of flowers. Hence its charm."
"No," she cried, "no, never. It isn't democratic."
"No," he admitted. "It's the golden mob of the proletariat, surrounded by a showy white fence of the idle rich."
"How hateful, your hateful social orders!" she cried.
"Quite. It's the daisy. We'll leave it alone."
"Do. Let it be a dark horse for once," she said. "If anything can be a dark horse to you," she added satirically.
They stood aside, forgetful. As if a little stunned, they both were motionless, barely conscious. The little conflict into which they had fallen had torn their consciousness and left them like two impersonal forces, there in contact. He became aware of the lapse. He wanted to say something, to get on to a new, more ordinary footing. "You know," he said, "that I am having rooms here at the mill. Don't you think we can have some good times?"
"Oh, are you?"
she said, ignoring all his implication of admitted intimacy. He adjusted himself at once, became normally distant. "If I find I can live sufficiently by myself," he continued, "I shall give up my work altogether. It has become dead to me. I don't believe in the humanity I pretend to be part of. I don't care a straw for the social ideals I live by. I hate the dying organic form of social mankind. So it can't be anything but trumpery to work at education. I shall drop it as soon as I am clear enough, tomorrow perhaps, and be by myself."
"Have you enough to live on?"
asked Ursula. "Yes, I've about 400 a year. That makes it easy for me." There was a pause.
"And what about Hermione?" asked Ursula.
"That's over, finally. A pure failure, and never could have been anything else."
"But you still know each other?"
"We could hardly pretend to be strangers, could we?" There was a stubborn pause.
"But isn't that a half measure?"
asked Ursula at length. "I don't think so," he said. "You'll be able to tell me if it is." Again there was a pause of some minutes' duration. He was thinking. "One must throw everything away, everything, let everything go, to get the one last thing one wants," he said.
"What thing?" she asked in challenge.
"I don't know. Freedom together," he said. She had wanted him to say love. There was heard a loud barking of the dogs below. He seemed disturbed by it. She did not notice. Only she thought he seemed uneasy. "As a matter of fact," he said, in rather a small voice, "I believe that is Hermione come now, with Gerald Crich. She wanted to see the rooms before they are furnished."
"I know," said Ursula. "She will superintend the furnishing for you."
"Probably. Does it matter?"
"Oh no, I should think not," said Ursula. "Though personally I can't bear her.
I think she's a lie, if you like. You who are always talking about lies." Then she ruminated for a moment, when she broke out, "Yes, and I do mind if she furnishes your rooms. I do mind. I mind that you keep her hanging on at all." He was silent now, frowning. "Perhaps," he said, "I don't want her to furnish the rooms here, and I don't keep her hanging on. Only I needn't be churlish to her, need I? At any rate, I shall have to go down and see them now. You'll come, won't you?" "I don't think so," she said coldly and irresolutely. "Won't you? Yes, do. Come and see the rooms as well. Do come." End of chapter. Chapter 12 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 12. Carpeting. He set off down the bank, and she went unwillingly with him, yet she would not have stayed away either. "We know each other well, you and I, already," he said. She did not answer. In the large darkish kitchen of the mill, the labourer's wife was talking shrilly to Hermione and Gerald, who stood, he in white and she in a glistening bluish foulard, strangely luminous in the dusk of the room, whilst from the cages on the walls a dozen or more canaries sang at the top of their voices. The cages were all placed round a small square window at the back, where the sunshine came in, a beautiful beam filtering through green leaves of a tree. The voice of Mrs. Salmon shrilled against the noise of the birds, which rose ever more wild and triumphant, and the woman's voice went up and up against them, and the birds replied with wild animation.
"Here's Rupert!"
shouted Gerald in the midst of the din. He was suffering badly, being very sensitive in the ear.
"Oh, them birds! They won't let you speak!"
shrilled the labourer's wife in disgust.
"I'll cover them up!"
And she darted here and there, throwing a duster, an apron, a towel, a tablecloth over the cages of the birds.
"Now will you stop it, and let a body speak for your row?"
she said, still in a voice that was too high. The party watched her. Soon the cages were covered. They had a strange funereal look, but from under the towels odd defiant trills and bubblings still shook out.
"Oh, they won't go on," said Mrs. Salmon reassuringly. "They'll go to sleep now."
"Really?"
said Hermione politely.
"They will," said Gerald. "They will go to sleep automatically, now the impression of evening is produced."
"Are they so easily deceived?" cried Ursula.
"Oh, yes," replied Gerald. "Don't you know the story of Fabre, who, when he was a boy, put a hen's head under her wing, and she straight away went to sleep? It's quite true."
"And did that make him a naturalist?" asked Birkin.
"Probably," said Gerald.
Meanwhile Ursula was peeping under one of the cloths. There sat the canary in the corner, bunched and fluffed up for sleep. "How ridiculous!" she cried. "It really thinks the night has come. How absurd! Really, how can one have any respect for a creature that is so easily taken in?" "Yes," sang Hermione, coming also to look. She put her hand on Ursula's arm and chuckled a low laugh.
"Yes, oh, doesn't he look comical?" she chuckled. "Like a stupid husband."
Then, with her hand still on Ursula's arm, she drew her away, saying in her mild sing-song,
"How did you come here? We saw Gudrun too."
"I came to look at the pond," said Ursula, "and I found Mr. Birkin there."
"Did you? This is quite a Brangwyn land, isn't it?"
"I'm afraid I hoped so," said Ursula. "I ran here for refuge when I saw you down the lake, just putting off."
"Did you? And now we've run you to earth."
Hermione's eyelids lifted with an uncanny movement, amused but overwrought. She had always her strange, rapt look, unnatural and irresponsible. "I was going on," said Ursula. "Mr. Birkin wanted me to see the rooms. Isn't it delightful to live here? It's perfect." "Yes," said Hermione abstractedly. Then she turned right away from Ursula, ceased to know her existence. "How do you feel, Rupert?" she sang, in a new affectionate tone, to Birkin. "Very well," he replied.
"Were you quite comfortable?"
The curious, sinister, rapt look was on Hermione's face. She shrugged her bosom in a convulsed movement, and seemed like one half in a trance. "Quite comfortable," he replied. There was a long pause, whilst Hermione looked at him for a long time from under her heavy, drugged eyelids.
"And you think you'll be happy here?"
she said at last. "I'm sure I shall."
"I'm sure I shall do anything for him as I can," said the labourer's wife. "And I'm sure our master will, so I hope he'll find himself comfortable."
Hermione turned and looked at her slowly.
"Thank you so much," she said.
And then she turned completely away again. She recovered her position, and lifting her face towards him, and addressing him exclusively, she said,
"Have you measured the rooms?"
"No," he said. "I've been mending the punt."
"Shall we do it now?"
she said slowly, balanced and dispassionate. "Have you got a tape measure, Mrs. Salmon?" he said, turning to the woman.
"Yes, sir, I think I can find one,"
replied the woman, bustling immediately to a basket.
"This is the only one I've got, if it will do."
Hermione took it, though it was offered to him.
"Thank you so much," she said. "It will do very nicely. Thank you so much."
Then she turned to Birkin, saying with a little gay movement,
"Shall we do it now, Rupert?"
"What about the others? They'll be bored," he said reluctantly.
"Do you mind?"
said Hermione, turning to Ursula and Gerald vaguely. "Not in the least," they replied.
"Which room shall we do first?"
she said, turning again to Birkin, with the same gaiety, now she was going to do something with him. "We'll take them as they come," he said.
"Should I be getting your teas ready while you do that?"
said the labourer's wife, also gay because she had something to do.
"Would you?"
said Hermione, turning to her with the curious motion of intimacy that seemed to envelop the woman, draw her almost to Hermione's breast, and which left the others standing apart.
"I should be so glad. Where shall we have it?" "Where would you like it? Shall it be in here or out on the grass?"
"Where shall we have tea?" sang Hermione to the company at large. "On the bank by the pond, and we'll carry the things up, if you'll just get them ready, Mrs. Salmon," said Birkin.
"All right,"
said the pleased woman. The party moved down the passage into the front room. It was empty, but clean and sunny. There was a window looking onto the tangled front garden.
"This is the dining room," said Hermione. "We'll measure it this way, Rupert. You go down there."
"Can't I do it for you?"
said Gerald, coming to take the end of the tape.
"No, thank you,"
cried Hermione, stooping to the ground in her bluish, brilliant foulard. It was a great joy to her to do things, and to have the ordering of the job with Birkin. He obeyed her subduedly. Ursula and Gerald looked on. It was a peculiarity of Hermione's that at every moment she had one intimate, and turned all the rest of those present into onlookers. This raised her into a state of triumph. They measured and discussed in the dining room, and Hermione decided what the floor coverings must be. It sent her into a strange convulsed anger to be thwarted. Birkin always let her have her way, for the moment. Then they moved across through the hall to the other front room, that was a little smaller than the first.
"This is the study," said Hermione. "Rupert, I have a rug that I want you to have for here. Will you let me give it to you? Do, I want to give it to you."
"What is it like?" he asked ungraciously.
"You haven't seen it. It is chiefly rose red, then blue, a metallic mid-blue, and a very soft dark blue. I think you would like it. Do you think you would?"
"It sounds very nice," he replied. "What is it, Oriental, with a pile?"
"Yes, Persian. It is made of camel's hair, silky. I think it is called bergamos. 12 feet by 7. Do you think it will do?"
"It would do," he said. "But why should you give me an expensive rug? I can manage perfectly well with my old Oxford Turkish."
"But may I give it to you? Do let me."
"How much did it cost?" She looked at him and said,
"I don't remember. It was quite cheap."
He looked at her, his face set. "I don't want to take it, Hermione," he said.
"Do let me give it to the rooms,"
she said, going up to him and putting her hand on his arm lightly, pleadingly.
"I shall be so disappointed."
"You know I don't want you to give me things," he repeated helplessly.
"I don't want to give you things," she said teasingly. "But will you have this?"
"All right," he said, defeated, and she triumphed. They went upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms to correspond with the rooms downstairs. One of them was half furnished, and Birkin had evidently slept there. Hermione went round the room carefully, taking in every detail, as if absorbing the evidence of his presence in all the inanimate things. She felt the bed and examined the coverings.
"Are you sure you are quite comfortable?" she said, pressing the pillow.
"Perfectly," he replied coldly.
"And were you warm? There is no down quilt. I'm sure you need one. You mustn't have a great pressure of clothes. clothes?"
"I've got one," he said. "It is coming down." They measured the rooms, and lingered over every consideration. Ursula stood at the window, and watched the woman carrying the tea up the bank to the pond. She hated the palaver Hermione made. She wanted to drink tea, she wanted anything but this fuss and busyness. At last they all mounted the grassy bank to the picnic. Hermione poured out tea. She ignored now Ursula's presence, and Ursula, recovering from her ill humour, turned to Gerald, saying,
"Oh, I hated you so much the other day, Mr. Crich."
"What for?" said Gerald, wincing slightly away.
"For treating your horse so badly. Oh, I hated you so much."
"What did he do?" sang Hermione.
"He made his lovely, sensitive Arab horse stand with him at the railway crossing, whilst a horrible lot of trucks went by. And the poor thing, she was in a perfect frenzy, a perfect agony. It was the most horrible sight you can imagine."
"Why did you do it, Gerald?" asked Hermione,
calm and interrogative.
"She must learn to stand. What use is she to me in this country if she shies and goes off every time an engine whistles?" "But why inflict unnecessary torture?" said Ursula. "Why make her stand all that time at the crossing? You might just as well have ridden back up the road and saved all that horror. Her sides were bleeding where you'd spurred her. It was too horrible."
Gerald stiffened. "I have to use her," he replied. "And if I'm going to be sure of her at all, she'll have to learn to stand noises."
"Why should she?" cried Ursula in a passion. "She is a living creature. Why should she stand anything, just because you choose to make her? She has as much right to her own being as you have to yours."
"There I disagree," said Gerald. "I consider that mare is there for my use, not because I bought her, but because that is the natural order. It is more natural for a man to take a horse and use it as he likes, than for him to go down on his knees to it, begging it to do as it wishes, and to fulfil its own marvellous nature." Ursula was just breaking out, when Hermione lifted her face and began, in her musing sing-song,
I do really think we must have the courage to use the lower animal life for our needs. I do think there is something wrong when we look on every living creature as if it were ourselves. I do feel that it is false to project our own feelings on every animate creature. It is a lack of discrimination, a lack of criticism."
"Quite," said Birkin sharply. "Nothing is so detestable as the maudlin attributing of human feelings and consciousness to animals."
"Yes,"
said Hermione wearily. "We must really take a position. Either we are going to use the animals, or they will use us."
"That's a fact,"
said Gerald.
"A horse has got a will like a man, though it has no mind, strictly. And if your will isn't master, then the horse is master of you. And this is a thing I can't help. I can't help being master of the horse."
"If only we could learn how to use our will," said Hermione, "we could do anything. The will can cure anything, and put anything right. That I am convinced of. If only we use the will properly, intelligibly." "What do you mean by using the will properly?" said Birkin.
"A very great doctor taught me,"
she said, addressing Ursula and Gerald vaguely.
He told me, for instance, that to cure oneself of a bad habit, one should force oneself to do it, when one would not do it. Make oneself do it, and then the habit would disappear.
How do you mean?
Said Gerald. If you bite your nails, for example, then when you don't want to bite your nails, bite them. Make yourself bite them. And you would find the habit was broken.
Is that so?
Said Gerald. Yes. And in so many things I have made myself well. I was a very queer and nervous girl, and by learning to use my will, simply by using my will, I made myself right.
Ursula looked all the while at Hermione as she spoke in her slow, dispassionate, and yet strangely tense voice. A curious thrill went over the younger woman. Some strange, dark, convulsive power was in Hermione, fascinating and repelling.
"It is fatal to use the will like that," cried Birkin harshly. "Disgusting! Such a will is an obscenity."
Hermione looked at him for a long time, with her shadowed, heavy eyes. Her face was soft and pale and thin, almost phosphorescent. Her jaw was lean.
"I'm sure it isn't," she said at length. There always seemed an interval, a strange split between what she seemed to feel and experience, and what she actually said and thought. She seemed to catch her thoughts at length from off the surface of a maelstrom of chaotic black emotions and reactions, and Birkin was always filled with repulsion. She caught so infallibly. Her will never failed her. Her voice was always dispassionate and tense and perfectly confident. Yet she shuddered with a sense of nausea, a sort of sea-sickness that always threatened to overwhelm her mind. But her mind remained unbroken, her will was still perfect. It almost sent Birkin mad. But he would never, never dare to break her will and let loose the maelstrom of her subconsciousness, and see her in her ultimate madness. Yet he was always striking at her. "And of course," he said to Gerald, "horses haven't got a complete will like human beings. A horse has no one will. Every horse strictly has two wills. With one will it wants to put itself in the human power completely, and with the other it wants to be free, wild. The two wills sometimes lock. You know that if you've ever felt a horse bolt while you've been driving it." "I have felt a horse bolt while I was driving it," said Gerald. "But it didn't make me know it had two wills. I only knew it was frightened." Hermione had ceased to listen. She simply became oblivious when these subjects were started. "Why should a horse want to put itself in the human power?" asked Ursula. "That is quite incomprehensible to me. I don't believe it ever wanted it." "Yes, it did. It's the last, perhaps highest love impulse. Resign your will to the higher being," said Birkin. "What curious notions you have of love," jeered Ursula. "And woman is the same as horses. Two wills act in opposition inside her,
With one will she wants to subject herself utterly. With the other she wants to bolt and pitch her rider to perdition.
"Then I'm a bolter," said Ursula, with a burst of laughter.
"It's a dangerous thing to domesticate even horses, let alone women," said Birkin. "The dominant principle has some rare antagonists."
"Good thing too," said Ursula.
"Quite," said Gerald, with a faint smile. "There's more fun." Hermione could bear no more. She rose, saying in her easy sing-song,
"Isn't the evening beautiful? I get filled sometimes with such a great sense of beauty that I feel I can hardly bear it."
Ursula, to whom she had appealed, rose with her, moved to the last impersonal depths. And Birkin seemed to her almost a monster of hateful arrogance. She went with Hermione along the bank of the pond, talking of beautiful, soothing things, picking the gentle cowslips.
"Wouldn't you like a dress," said Ursula to Hermione, "of this yellow spotted with orange? A cotton dress?"
"Yes," said Hermione, stopping and looking at the flower, letting the thought come home to her and soothe her.
"Wouldn't it be pretty? I should love it."
And she turned smiling to Ursula in a feeling of real affection. But Gerald remained with Birkin, wanting to probe him to the bottom, to know what he meant by the dual will in horses. A flicker of excitement danced on Gerald's face. Hermione and Ursula strayed on together, united in a sudden bond of deep affection and closeness.
"I really do not want to be forced into all this criticism and analysis of life. I really do want to see things in their entirety, with their beauty left to them, and their wholeness, their natural holiness. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel you can't be tortured into any more knowledge?"
said Hermione, stopping in front of Ursula and turning to her with clenched fists thrust downwards.
"Yes," said Ursula, "I do. I'm sick of all this poking and prying." "I'm so glad you are. Sometimes," said Hermione, again stopping, arrested in her progress, and turning to Ursula, "sometimes I wonder if I ought to submit to all this realisation, if I'm not being weak in rejecting it. But I feel I can't. I can't. It seems to destroy everything. All the beauty and the true holiness is destroyed, and I feel I can't live without them."
"And it would be simply wrong to live without them," cried Ursula.
"No, it is so irreverent to think that everything must be realised in the head. Really something must be left to the Lord. There always is and always will be."
"Yes," said Hermione, reassured like a child.
"It should, shouldn't it? And Rupert,"
she lifted her face to the sky in a muse,
"he can only tear things to pieces. He really is like a boy who must pull everything to pieces to see how it is made. And I can't think it is right. It does seem so irreverent, as you say."
"Like tearing open a bud to see what the flower will be like," said Ursula.
"Yes, and that kills everything, doesn't it? It doesn't allow any possibility of flowering."
"Of course not," said Ursula. "It is purely destructive."
"It is, isn't it?"
Hermione looked long and slow at Ursula, seeming to accept confirmation from her. Then the two women were silent. As soon as they were in accord, they began mutually to mistrust each other. In spite of herself, Ursula felt herself recoiling from Hermione. It was all she could do to restrain her revulsion. They returned to the men, like two conspirators who have withdrawn to come to an agreement. Birkin looked up at them. Ursula hated him for his cold watchfulness, but he said nothing.
"Shall we be going?" said Hermione. "Rupert, you're coming to Shortlands to dinner. Will you come at once? Will you come now with us?"
"I'm not dressed," replied Birkin. "And you know Gerald stickles for convention."
"I don't stickle for it," said Gerald. "But if you'd got as sick as I have of rowdy go-as-you-please in the house, you'd prefer it if people were peaceful and conventional, at least at meals."
"All right," said Birkin.
"But can't we wait for you while you dress?" persisted Hermione.
"If you like." He rose to go indoors. Ursula said she would take her leave.
"Only,"
she said, turning to Gerald,
"I must say that, however man is lord of the beast and the fowl, I still don't think he has any right to violate the feelings of the inferior creation. I still think it would have been much more sensible and nice of you if you'd trotted back up the road while the train went by, and been considerate."
"I see," said Gerald, smiling, but somewhat annoyed. "I must remember another time."
"They all think I'm an interfering female," thought Ursula to herself as she went away. But she was in arms against them. She ran home plunged in thought. She had been very much moved by Hermione. She had really come into contact with her, so that there was a sort of league between the two women. And yet she could not bear her. But she put the thought away. "She's really good," she said to herself. "She really wants what is right." And she tried to feel at one with Hermione, and to shut off from Birkin. She was strictly hostile to him, but she was held to him by some bond, some deep principle. This at once irritated her and saved her. Only now and again violent little shudders would come over her, out of her subconsciousness. And she knew it was the fact that she had stated her challenge to Birkin, and he had, consciously or unconsciously, accepted. It was a fight to the death between them, or to new life. Though in what the conflict lay, no one could say. End of Chapter 13 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 13. Mino. The days went by, and she received no sign. Was he going to ignore her? Was he going to take no further notice of her secret? A dreary weight of anxiety and acrid bitterness settled on her. And yet Ursula knew she was only deceiving herself, and that he would proceed. She said no word to anybody. Then, sure enough, there came a note from him, asking if she would come to tea with Gudrun, to his rooms in town. "Why does he ask Gudrun as well?" she asked herself at once. "Does he want to protect himself, or does he think I would not go alone?" She was tormented by the thought that he wanted to protect himself, but at the end of all she only said to herself, "I don't want Gudrun to be there, because I want him to say something more to me. So I shan't tell Gudrun anything about it, and I shall go alone. Then I shall know." She found herself sitting on the tram-car, mounting up the hill going out of the town, to the place where he had his lodging. She seemed to have passed into a kind of dream world, absolved from the conditions of actuality. She watched the sordid streets of the town go by beneath her, as if she were a spirit disconnected from the material universe. What had it all to do with her? She was palpitating and formless within the flux of the ghost life. She could not consider any more what anybody would say of her or think about her. People had passed out of her range. She was absolved. She had fallen strange and dim out of the sheath of the material life, as a berry falls from the only world it has ever known, down out of the sheath onto the real unknown. Birkin was standing in the middle of the room when she was shown in by the landlady. He too was moved outside himself. She saw him agitated and shaken, a frail, unsubstantial body, silent like the node of some violent force that came out from him and shook her almost into a swoon. "You are alone?" he said.
"Yes, Gudrun could not come."
He instantly guessed why. And they were both seated in silence, in the terrible tension of the room. She was aware that it was a pleasant room, full of light and very restful in its form, aware also of a fuchsia tree with dangling scarlet and purple flowers.
"How nice the fuchsias are,"
she said, to break the silence. "Aren't they? Did you think I had forgotten what I said?" A swoon went over Ursula's mind.
"I don't want you to remember it, if you don't want to," she struggled to say through the dark mist that covered her.
There was silence for some moments. "No," he said, "it isn't that. Only, if we are going to know each other, we must pledge ourselves for ever. If we are going to make a relationship, even of friendship, there must be something final and infallible about it." There was a clang of mistrust and almost anger in his voice. She did not answer. Her heart was too much contracted. She could not have spoken. Seeing she was not going to reply, he continued almost bitterly, giving himself away. "I can't say it is love I have to offer, and it isn't love I want. It is something much more impersonal and harder and rarer." There was a silence, out of which she said, "You mean you don't love me?" She suffered furiously, saying that. "Yes, if you like to put it like that. Though perhaps that isn't true. I don't know. At any rate, I don't feel the emotion of love for you, no. And I don't want to, because it gives out in the last issues." "Love gives out in the last issues?" she asked, feeling numb to the lips. "Yes, it does. At the very last, one is alone, beyond the influence of love. There is a real impersonal me that is beyond love, beyond any emotional relationship. So it is with you. But we want to delude ourselves that love is the root. It isn't. It is only the branches. The root is beyond love, a naked kind of isolation, an isolated me that does not meet and mingle, and never can." She watched him with wide, troubled eyes. His face was incandescent in its abstract earnestness. "And you mean you can't love?" she asked, in trepidation. "Yes, if you like. I have loved. But there is a beyond, where there is not love." She could not submit to this. She felt it swooning over her, but she could not submit. "But how do you know, if you have never really loved?" she asked. "It is true what I say. There is a beyond in you, in me, which is further than love, beyond the scope, as stars are beyond the scope of vision, some of them." "Then there is no love?" cried Ursula. "Ultimately, no. There is something else, but ultimately there is no love." Ursula was given over to this statement for some moments. Then she half rose from her chair, saying, in a final, repellent voice, "Then let me go home. What am I doing here?" "There is the door," he said. "You are a free agent." He was suspended finely and perfectly in this extremity. She hung motionless for some seconds. Then she sat down again. "If there is no love, what is there?" she cried, almost jeering. "Something," he said, looking at her, battling with his soul with all his might. "What?" He was silent for a long time, unable to be in communication with her while she was in this state of opposition. "There is," he said in a voice of pure abstraction, "a final me which is stark and impersonal and beyond responsibility. So there is a final you. And it is there I would want to meet you. Not in the emotional loving plane, but there, beyond, where there is no speech and no terms of agreement. There we are two stark, unknown beings, two utterly strange creatures. I would want to approach you and you me, and there could be no obligation, because there is no standard for action there, because no understanding has been reaped from that plane. It is quite inhuman, so there can be no calling to book in any form whatsoever, because one is outside the pale of all that is accepted, and nothing known applies. One can only follow the impulse, taking that which lies in front, and responsible for nothing, asked for nothing, giving nothing, only each taking according to the primal desire." Ursula listened to this speech, her mind dumb and almost senseless. What he said was so unexpected and so untoward. "It is just purely selfish," she said. "If it is pure, yes. But it isn't selfish at all, because I don't know what I want of you. I deliver myself over to the unknown in coming to you. I am without reserves or defences, stripped entirely into the unknown. Only there needs the pledge between us that we will both cast off everything, cast off ourselves even, and cease to be, so that that which is perfectly ourselves can take place in us." She pondered along her own line of thought. "But it is because you love me that you want me?" she persisted. "No, it isn't. It is because I believe in you, if I do believe in you." "Aren't you sure?" she laughed, suddenly hurt. He was looking at her steadfastly, scarcely heeding what she said. "Yes, I must believe in you, or else I shouldn't be here saying this," he replied. "But that is all the proof I have. I don't feel any very strong belief at this particular moment." She disliked him for this sudden relapse into weariness and faithlessness. "But don't you think me good-looking?" she persisted in a mocking voice. He looked at her to see if he felt that she was good-looking. "I don't feel that you're good-looking," he said. "Not even attractive?" she mocked bitingly. He knitted his brows in sudden exasperation. "Don't you see that it's not a question of visual appreciation in the least?" he cried. "I don't want to see you. I've seen plenty of women. I'm sick and weary of seeing them. I want a woman I don't see." "I'm sorry I can't oblige you by being invisible," she laughed. "Yes," he said, "you are invisible to me if you don't force me to be visually aware of you. But I don't want to see you or hear you." "What did you ask me to tea for, then?" she mocked. But he would take no notice of her. He was talking to himself. "I want to find you, where you don't know your own existence, the you that your common self denies utterly. But I don't want your good looks, and I don't want your womanly feelings, and I don't want your thoughts nor opinions, nor your ideas. They are all bagatelles to me." "You are very conceited, monsieur," she mocked. "How do you know what my womanly feelings are, or my thoughts, or my ideas? You don't even know what I think of you now." "Nor do I care in the slightest." "I think you are very silly. I think you want to tell me you love me, and you go all this way round to do it." "All right," he said, looking up with sudden exasperation. "Now go away then, and leave me alone. I don't want any more of your meretricious persiflage." "Is it really persiflage?" she mocked, her face really relaxing into laughter. She interpreted it that he had made a deep confession of love to her. But he was so absurd in his words also. They were silent for many minutes. She was pleased and elated like a child. His concentration broke. He began to look at her simply and naturally. "What I want is a strange conjunction with you," he said quietly. Not meeting and mingling, you are quite right, but an equilibrium, a pure balance of two single beings, as the stars balance each other. She looked at him. He was very earnest, and earnestness was always rather ridiculous, commonplace to her. It made her feel unfree and uncomfortable. Yet she liked him so much. But why drag in the stars? "Isn't this rather sudden?" she mocked. He began to laugh. "Best to read the terms of the contract before we sign," he said. A young grey cat that had been sleeping on the sofa jumped down and stretched, rising on its long legs and arching its slim back. Then it sat considering for a moment, erect and kingly, and then, like a dart, it had shot out of the room, through the open window doors and into the garden. "What's he after?" said Birkin, rising. The young cat trotted lordly down the path, waving his tail. He was an ordinary tabby with white paws, a slender young gentleman. A crouching, fluffy, brownish-grey cat was stealing up the side of the fence. The Mino walked statelily up to her with manly nonchalance. She crouched before him, and pressed herself on the ground in humility, a fluffy, soft outcast, looking up at him with wild eyes that were green and lovely as great jewels. He looked casually down on her, so she crept a few inches further, proceeding on her way to the back door, crouching in a wonderful, soft, self-obliterating manner, and moving like a shadow. He, going statelily on his slim legs, walked after her, then suddenly, for pure excess, he gave her a light cuff with his paw on the side of her face. She ran off a few steps, like a blown leaf along the ground, then crouched unobtrusively, in submissive, wild patience. The Mino pretended to take no notice of her. He blinked his eyes superbly at the landscape. In a minute she drew herself together, and moved softly, a fleecy brown-grey shadow, a few paces forward. She began to quicken her pace. In a moment she would be gone like a dream, when the young grey lord sprang before her, and gave her a light, handsome cuff. She subsided at once, submissively. "She is a wild cat," said Birkin. "She has come in from the woods." The eyes of the stray cat flared round for a moment, like great green fires, staring at Birkin. Then she had rushed in a soft, swift rush, half-way down the garden. There she paused to look round. The Mino turned his face in pure superiority to his master, and slowly closed his eyes, standing in statuesque young perfection. The wild cat's round, green, wondering eyes were staring all the while, like uncanny fires. Then, again, like a shadow, she slid towards the kitchen. In a lovely springing leap, like a wind, the Mino was upon her, and had boxed her twice very definitely, with a white, delicate fist. She sank and slid back, unquestioning. He walked after her, and cuffed her once or twice, leisurely, with sudden little blows of his magic white paws.
"Now why does he do that?"
cried Ursula in indignation. "They are on intimate terms," said Birkin.
"And is that why he hits her?"
"Yes," laughed Birkin. "I think he wants to make it quite obvious to her."
"Isn't it horrid of him?"
she cried, and going out into the garden she called to the Mino, "Stop it! Don't bully! Stop hitting her!" The stray cat vanished, like a swift, invisible shadow. The Mino glanced at Ursula, then looked from her disdainfully to his master. "Are you a bully, Mino?" Birkin asked. The young, slim cat looked at him and slowly narrowed its eyes. Then it glanced away at the landscape, looking into the distance as if completely oblivious of the two human beings.
"Mino," said Ursula, "I don't like you. You are a bully like all males."
"No," said Birkin, "he is justified. He is not a bully. He is only insisting to the poor stray that she shall acknowledge him as a sort of fate, her own fate. Because you can see she is fluffy and promiscuous as the wind. I am with him entirely. He wants superfine stability."
"Yes, I know," cried Ursula. "He wants his own way. I know what your fine words work down to. Bossiness, I call it. Bossiness."
The young cat again glanced at Birkin in disdain of the noisy woman. "I quite agree with you, Michotto," said Birkin to the cat. "Keep your male dignity and your higher understanding." Again the Mino narrowed his eyes as if he were looking at the sun. Then, suddenly affecting to have no connection at all with the two people, he went trotting off with assumed spontaneity and gaiety, his tail erect, his white feet blithe. "Now he will find the belle sauvage once more, and entertain her with his superior wisdom," laughed Birkin. Ursula looked at the man who stood in the garden with his hair blowing and his eyes smiling ironically, and she cried,
"Oh, it makes me so cross, this assumption of male superiority. And it is such a lie. One wouldn't mind if there were any justification for it."
"The wild cat," said Birkin, "doesn't mind. She perceives that it is justified."
"Does she?" cried Ursula. "And tell it to the horse marines."
"To them also."
"It is just like Gerald Crich with his horse. A lust for bullying. A real Wille zur Macht. So base, so petty."
"I agree that the Wille zur Macht is a base and petty thing. But with the Mino it is the desire to bring this female cat into a pure, stable equilibrium, a transcendent and abiding rapport with the single male. Whereas without him, as you see, she is a mere stray, a fluffy, sporadic bit of chaos. It is a volonté de pouvoir, if you like, a will to ability, taking pouvoir as a verb."
"Ah, sophistries! It's the old Adam."
"Oh yes, Adam kept Eve in the indestructible paradise when he kept her single with himself, like a star in its orbit."
"Yes, yes!" cried Ursula, pointing her finger at him. "There you are! A star in its orbit, a satellite of Mars. That's what she is to be. There, you've given yourself away. You want a satellite, Mars and his satellite. You've said it, you've dished yourself."
He stood smiling in frustration and amusement and irritation and admiration and love. She was so quick and so lambent, like discernible fire, and so vindictive, and so rich in her dangerous, flamy sensitiveness. "I've not said it at all," he replied, "if you will give me a chance to speak."
"No, no," she cried. "I won't let you speak. You've said it, a satellite. You're not going to wriggle out of it. You've said it."
"You'll never believe now that I haven't said it," he answered. "I neither implied, nor indicated, nor mentioned a satellite, nor intended a satellite. Never."
"You prevaricator!"
she cried, in real indignation. "Tea is ready, sir," said the landlady from the doorway. They both looked at her, very much as the cats had looked at them a little while before. "Thank you, Mrs. Dakin." An interrupted silence fell over the two of them, a moment of breach. "Come and have tea," he said. "Yes, I should love it," she replied, gathering herself together. They sat facing each other across the tea-table. "I did not say, nor imply, a satellite. I meant two single, equal stars, balanced in conjunction."
"You gave yourself away. You gave away your little game completely," she cried,
beginning at once to eat. He saw that she would take no further heed of his expostulation, so he began to pour the tea.
"What good things to eat!" she cried.
"Take your own sugar," he said. He handed her her cup. He had everything so nice, such pretty cups and plates, painted with mauve lustre and green, also shapely bowls and glass plates, and old spoons, on a woven cloth of pale grey and black and purple. It was very rich and fine, but Ursula could see Hermione's influence.
"Your things are so lovely,"
she said, almost angrily. "I like them. It gives me real pleasure to use things that are attractive in themselves, pleasant things. And Mrs. Dakin is good. She thinks everything is wonderful, for my sake."
"Really," said Ursula, "landladies are better than wives nowadays. They certainly care a great deal more. It is much more beautiful and complete here now than if you were married."
"But think of the emptiness within," he laughed.
"No," she said, "I am jealous that men have such perfect landladies and such beautiful lodgings. There is nothing left them to desire."
"In the housekeeping way, we'll hope not. It is disgusting, people marrying for a home."
"Still," said Ursula, "a man has very little need for a woman now, has he?"
"In outer things, maybe, except to share his bed and bear his children. But essentially there is just the same need as there ever was, only nobody takes the trouble to be essential."
"How essential?" she said.
"I do think," he said, "that the world is only held together by the mystic conjunction, the ultimate unison between people, a bond, and the immediate bond is between man and woman."
"But it's such old hat," said Ursula. "Why should love be a bond? No, I'm not having any."
"If you are walking westward," he said, "you forfeit the northern and eastward and southern direction. If you admit a unison, you forfeit all the possibilities of chaos."
"But love is freedom," she declared.
"Don't cant to me," he replied. "Love is a direction which excludes all other directions. It's a freedom together, if you like."
"No," she said, "love includes everything."
"Sentimental cant," he replied. "You want the state of chaos, that's all. It is ultimate nihilism, this freedom in love business, this freedom which is love, and love which is freedom. As a matter of fact, if you enter into a pure unison, it is irrevocable, and it is never pure until it is irrevocable. And when it is irrevocable, it is one way, like the path of a star.
Ha! she cried bitterly. It is the old dead morality.
No, he said, it is the law of creation. One is committed. One must commit oneself to a conjunction with the other forever. But it is not selfless. It is a maintaining of the self in mystic balance and integrity, like a star balanced with another star.
I don't trust you when you drag in the stars, she said. If you were quite true, it wouldn't be necessary to be so far-fetched.
Don't trust me then, he said, angry. It is enough that I trust myself.
And that is where you make another mistake, she replied. You don't trust yourself. You don't fully believe yourself what you are saying. You don't really want this conjunction. Otherwise you wouldn't talk so much about it. You'd get it.
He was suspended for a moment, arrested. How? He said.
By just loving,
she retorted in defiance. He was still a moment, in anger. Then he said, I tell you, I don't believe in love like that. I tell you, you want love to administer to your egoism, to subserve you. Love is a process of subservience with you, and with everybody. I hate it.
No,
she cried, pressing back her head like a cobra, her eyes flashing.
It is a process of pride. I want to be proud.
Proud and subservient, proud and subservient. I know you, he retorted dryly. Proud and subservient, then subservient to the proud. I know you and your love. It is a tic-tac, a dance of opposites.
Are you sure, she mocked wickedly, what my love is?
Yes, I am, he retorted.
So cocksure, she said. How can anybody ever be right who is so cocksure? It shows you are wrong.
He was silent in chagrin. They had talked and struggled till they were both wearied out. Tell me about yourself and your people, he said. And she told him about the Brangwens, and about her mother, and about Skrebensky, her first love, and about her later experiences. He sat very still, watching her as she talked. And he seemed to listen with reverence. Her face was beautiful, and full of baffled light, as she told him all the things that had hurt her, or perplexed her so deeply. He seemed to warm and comfort his soul at the beautiful light of her nature. If she really could pledge herself, he thought to himself, with passionate insistence, but hardly any hope. Yet a curious little irresponsible laughter appeared in his heart. We have all suffered so much, he mocked ironically. She looked up at him, and a flash of wild gaiety went over her face, a strange flash of yellow light coming from her eyes.
Haven't we? She cried in a high, reckless cry. It is almost absurd, isn't it?
Quite absurd, he said. Suffering bores me any more.
So it does me.
He was almost afraid of the mocking recklessness of her splendid face. Here was one who would go to the whole lengths of heaven or hell, whichever she had to go. And he mistrusted her. He was afraid of a woman capable of such abandon, such dangerous thoroughness of destructivity. Yet he chuckled within himself also. She came over to him and put her hand on his shoulder, looking down at him with strange golden-lighted eyes, very tender. but with a curious devilish look lurking underneath. "Say you love me. Say my love to me," she pleaded. He looked back into her eyes and saw. His face flickered with sardonic comprehension. "I love you right enough," he said grimly, "but I want it to be something else." "But why? But why?" she insisted, bending her wonderful, luminous face to him. "Why isn't it enough?" "Because we can go one better," he said, putting his arms round her. "No, we can't," she said, in a strong, voluptuous voice of yielding. "We can only love each other. Say my love to me. Say it. Say it." She put her arms round his neck. He enfolded her and kissed her subtly, murmuring in a subtle voice of love and irony and submission, "Yes, my love, yes, my love. Let love be enough then. I love you then. I love you. I'm bored by the rest." "Yes," she murmured, nestling, very sweet and close to him. Chapter 14 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 14. Water Party. Every year, Mr. Crich gave a more or less public water party on the lake. There was a little pleasure launch on Willey Water and several rowing boats, and guests could take tea either in the marquee that was set up in the grounds of the house, or they could picnic in the shade of the great walnut tree at the boat-house by the lake. This year the staff of the grammar school was invited, along with the chief officials of the firm. Gerald and the younger Criches did not care for this party, but it had become customary now, and it pleased the father, as being the only occasion when he could gather some people of the district together in festivity with him. For he loved to give pleasures to his dependents and to those poorer than himself. But his children preferred the company of their own equals in wealth. They hated their inferiors' humility, or gratitude, or awkwardness. Nevertheless, they were willing to attend at this festival, as they had done almost since they were children, the more so as they all felt a little guilty now, and unwilling to thwart their father any more, since he was so ill in health. Therefore, quite cheerfully, Laura prepared to take her mother's place as hostess, and Gerald assumed responsibility for the amusements on the water. Birkin had written to Ursula saying he expected to see her at the party, and Gudrun, although she scorned the patronage of the Criches, would nevertheless accompany her mother and father if the weather were fine. The day came blue and full of sunshine, with little wafts of wind. The sisters both wore dresses of white crape and hats of soft grass. But Gudrun had a sash of brilliant black and pink and yellow colour wound broadly round her waist, and she had pink silk stockings, and black and pink and yellow decoration on the brim of her hat, weighing it down a little. She carried also a yellow silk coat over her arm, so that she looked remarkable, like a painting from the salon. Her appearance was a sore trial to her father, who said angrily,
"Don't you think you might as well get yourself up for a Christmas cracker and ha' done with it?"
But Gudrun looked handsome and brilliant, and she wore her clothes in pure defiance. When people stared at her and giggled after her, she made a point of saying loudly to Ursula, "Regarde, regarde ces gens-là, ne sont-ils pas des hiboux incroyables?" And with the words of French in her mouth, she would look over her shoulder at the giggling party.
"No, really, it's impossible," Ursula would reply distinctly.
And so the two girls took it out of their universal enemy. But their father became more and more enraged. Ursula was all snowy white, save that her hat was pink and entirely without trimming, and her shoes were dark red, and she carried an orange-coloured coat. And in this guise they were walking all the way to Shortlands, their father and mother going in front. They were laughing at their mother, who, dressed in a summer material of black and purple stripes, and wearing a hat of purple straw, was setting forth with much more of the shyness and trepidation of a young girl than her daughters ever felt, walking demurely beside her husband, who, as usual, looked rather crumpled in his best suit, as if he were the father of a young family and had been holding the baby whilst his wife got dressed. "Look at the young couple in front," said Gudrun calmly. Ursula looked at her mother and father, and was suddenly seized with uncontrollable laughter. The two girls stood in the road and laughed till the tears ran down their faces as they caught sight again of the shy, unworldly couple of their parents going on ahead.
"We're roaring at you, mother,"
called Ursula, helplessly following after her parents. Mrs. Brangwen turned round with a slightly puzzled, exasperated look.
"Oh, indeed," she said. "What is there so very funny about me, I should like to know?"
She could not understand that there could be anything amiss with her appearance. She had a perfect calm sufficiency, an easy indifference to any criticism whatsoever, as if she were beyond it. Her clothes were always rather odd, and as a rule slipshod, yet she wore them with a perfect ease and satisfaction. Whatever she had on, so long as she was barely tidy, she was right, beyond remark. Such an aristocrat she was by instinct.
"You look so stately, like a country baroness,"
said Ursula, laughing with a little tenderness at her mother's naive, puzzled air.
"Just like a country baroness," chimed in Gudrun.
Now the mother's natural hauteur became self-conscious, and the girls shrieked again.
"Go home, you pair of idiots! Great giggling idiots!"
cried the father, inflamed with irritation.
"Meuh!"
booed Ursula, pulling a face at his crossness. The yellow light danced in his eyes. He leaned forward in real rage.
"Don't be so silly as to take any notice of the great gabies," said Mrs. Brangwen, turning on her way.
"I'll see if I'm going to be followed by a pair of giggling, yelling jackanapes," he cried vengefully.
The girls stood still, laughing helplessly at his fury, upon the path beside the hedge.
"Why, you're as silly as they are to take any notice,"
said Mrs. Brangwen, also becoming angry, now he was really enraged.
"There are some people coming, father,"
cried Ursula with mocking warning. He glanced round quickly, and went on to join his wife, walking stiff with rage, and the girls followed, weak with laughter. When the people had passed by, Brangwen cried in a loud, stupid voice. "I'm going back home if there's any more of this. I'm damned if I'm going to be made a fool of in this fashion in the public road." He was really out of temper. At the sound of his blind, vindictive voice, the laughter suddenly left the girls, and their hearts contracted with contempt. They hated his words, "in the public road." What did they care for the public road? But Gudrun was conciliatory. "But we weren't laughing to hurt you," she cried, with an uncouth gentleness which made her parents uncomfortable. "We were laughing because we're fond of you." "We'll walk on in front if they are so touchy," said Ursula, angry. And in this wise they arrived at Willey Water. The lake was blue and fair. The meadows sloped down in sunshine on one side, the thick dark woods dropped steeply on the other. The little pleasure launch was fussing out from the shore, twanging its music, crowded with people, flapping its paddles. Near the boat-house was a throng of gaily dressed persons, small in the distance. And on the high road some of the common people were standing along the hedge, looking at the festivity beyond, enviously, like souls not admitted to paradise. "My eye," said Gudrun sotto voce, looking at the motley of guests. "There's a pretty crowd, if you like. Imagine yourself in the midst of that, my dear." Gudrun's apprehensive horror of people in the mass unnerved Ursula. "It looks rather awful," she said anxiously. "And imagine what they'll be like. Imagine," said Gudrun, still in that unnerving, subdued voice. Yet she advanced determinedly. "I suppose we can get away from them?" said Ursula anxiously. "We're in a pretty fix if we can't," said Gudrun. Her extreme ironic loathing and apprehension was very trying to Ursula. "We needn't stay," she said. "I certainly shan't stay 5 minutes among that little lot," said Gudrun. They advanced nearer, till they saw policemen at the gates. "Policemen to keep you in, too," said Gudrun. "My word, this is a beautiful affair." "We'd better look after father and mother," said Ursula anxiously. "Mother's perfectly capable of getting through this little celebration," said Gudrun with some contempt. But Ursula knew that her father felt uncouth and angry and unhappy, so she was far from her ease. They waited outside the gate till their parents came up. The tall, thin man in his crumpled clothes was unnerved and irritable as a boy, finding himself on the brink of this social function. He did not feel a gentleman. He did not feel anything except pure exasperation. Ursula took her place at his side. They gave their tickets to the policeman and passed in onto the grass, 4 abreast. The tall, hot, ruddy dark man with his narrow, boyish brow drawn with irritation. The fresh-faced, easy woman, perfectly collected, though her hair was slipping on one side. Then Gudrun, her eyes round and dark and staring, her full soft face impassive, almost sulky, so that she seemed to be backing away in antagonism even whilst she was advancing. And then Ursula, with the odd, brilliant, dazzled look on her face that always came when she was in some false situation. Birkin was the good angel. He came smiling to them with his affected social grace, that somehow was never quite right. But he took off his hat and smiled at them with a real smile in his eyes, so that Brangwen cried out heartily in relief. "How do you do? You're better, are you?" Yes, I'm better. How do you do, Mrs. Brangwen? I know Gudrun and Ursula very well." His eyes smiled full of natural warmth. He had a soft, flattering manner with women, particularly with women who were not young. "Yes," said Mrs. Brangwen, cool but yet gratified. "I've heard them speak of you often enough." He laughed. Gudrun looked aside, feeling she was being belittled. People were standing about in groups. Some women were sitting in the shade of the walnut tree with cups of tea in their hands. A waiter in evening dress was hurrying round. Some girls were simpering with parasols. Some young men, who had just come in from rowing, were sitting cross-legged on the grass, coatless, their shirt-sleeves rolled up in manly fashion, their hands resting on their white flannel trousers, their gaudy ties floating about, as they laughed and tried to be witty with the young damsels. "Why," thought Gudrun churlishly, "don't they have the manners to put their coats on, and not to assume such intimacy in their appearance?" She abhorred the ordinary young man with his hair plastered back, and his easy-going chumminess. Hermione Roddice came up, in a handsome gown of white lace, trailing an enormous silk shawl blotched with great embroidered flowers, and balancing an enormous plain hat on her head. She looked striking, astonishing, almost macabre, so tall, with the fringe of her great cream-coloured, vividly blotched shawl trailing on the ground after her, her thick hair coming low over her eyes, her face strange and long and pale, and the blotches of brilliant colour drawn round her.
"Doesn't she look weird?"
Gudrun heard some girls titter behind her, and she could have killed them. "How do you do?" sang Hermione, coming up very kindly, and glancing slowly over Gudrun's father and mother. It was a trying moment, exasperating for Gudrun. Hermione was really so strongly entrenched in her class superiority, she could come up and know people out of simple curiosity, as if they were creatures on exhibition. Gudrun would do the same herself, but she resented being in the position when somebody might do it to her. Hermione, very remarkable and distinguishing the Brangwens very much, led them along to where Laura Crich stood receiving the guests. "This is Mrs. Brangwen," sang Hermione, and Laura, who wore a stiff, embroidered linen dress, shook hands and said she was glad to see her. Then Gerald came up, dressed in white, with a black and brown blazer, and looking handsome. He too was introduced to the Brangwen parents, and immediately he spoke to Mrs. Brangwen as if she were a lady, and to Brangwen as if he were not a gentleman. Gerald was so obvious in his demeanour. He had to shake hands with his left hand, because he had hurt his right, and carried it bandaged up in the pocket of his jacket. Gudrun was very thankful that none of her party asked him what was the matter with the hand. The steam launch was fussing in, with all its music jingling, people calling excitedly from on board. Gerald went to see to the debarkation. Birkin was getting tea for Mrs. Brangwen. Brangwen had joined a grammar school group. Hermione was sitting down by their mother. The girls went to the landing stage to watch the launch come in. She hooted and tooted gaily, then her paddles were silent. The ropes were thrown ashore. She drifted in with a little bump. Immediately the passengers crowded excitedly to come ashore. "Wait a minute, wait a minute," shouted Gerald in sharp command. They must wait till the boat was tight on the ropes, till the small gangway was put out. Then they streamed ashore, clamouring as if they had come from America.
"Oh, it's so nice,"
the young girls were crying.
"It's quite lovely."
The waiters from on board ran out to the boat-house with baskets. The captain lounged on the little bridge. Seeing all safe, Gerald came to Gudrun and Ursula.
"You wouldn't care to go on board for the next trip and have tea there?" he asked.
"No, thanks," said Gudrun coldly.
"You don't care for the water?"
"For the water? Yes, I like it very much." He looked at her, his eyes searching.
"You don't care for going on a launch, then?"
She was slow in answering, and then she spoke slowly. "No," she said, "I can't say that I do." Her colour was high. She seemed angry about something. "Un peu trop de monde," said Ursula, explaining.
"Eh? Trop de monde?"
He laughed shortly.
"Yes, there's a fair number of 'em."
Gudrun turned on him brilliantly.
"Have you ever been from Westminster Bridge to Richmond on one of the Thames steamers?" she cried.
"No," he said, "I can't say I have."
"Well, it's one of the most vile experiences I've ever had." She spoke rapidly and excitedly, the colour high in her cheeks. "There was absolutely nowhere to sit down, nowhere. A man just above sang 'Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep' the whole way. He was blind, and he had a small organ, one of those portable organs, and he expected money, so you can imagine what that was like. There came a constant smell of luncheon from below, and puffs of hot oily machinery. The journey took hours and hours and hours. And for miles, literally for miles, dreadful boys ran with us on the shore, in that awful Thames mud, going in up to the waist. They had their trousers turned back, and they went up to their hips, in that indescribable Thames mud, their faces always turned to us, and screaming, exactly like carrion creatures, screaming, 'Here you are, sir! Here you are, sir! Here you are, sir!' Exactly like some foul carrion objects, perfectly obscene. And paterfamilias on board laughing when the boys went right down in that awful mud, occasionally throwing them a halfpenny. And if you'd seen the intent look on the faces of these boys, and the way they darted in the filth when a coin was flung, really no vulture or jackal could dream of approaching them for foulness. I never would go on a pleasure boat again, never." Gerald watched her all the time she spoke, his eyes glittering with faint rousedness. It was not so much what she said, it was she herself who roused him with a small, vivid pricking.
"Of course," he said, "every civilised body is bound to have its vermin."
"Why," cried Ursula, "I don't have vermin. And it's not that, it's the quality of the whole thing. Paterfamilias laughing and thinking it's sport, and throwing the halfpennies, and materfamilias spreading her fat little knees and eating, continually eating," replied Gudrun. "Yes," said Ursula, "it isn't the boys so much who are vermin, it's the people themselves, the whole body politic, as you call it."
Gerald laughed.
"Never mind," he said. "You shan't go on the launch."
Gudrun flushed quickly at his rebuke. There were a few moments of silence. Gerald, like a sentinel, was watching the people who were going on to the boat. He was very good-looking and self-contained, but his air of soldierly alertness was rather irritating.
"Will you have tea here, then? Or go across to the house, where there's a tent on the lawn?" he asked.
"Can't we have a rowing boat and get out?"
asked Ursula, who was always rushing in too fast.
"To get out?"
smiled Gerald. "You see," cried Gudrun, flushing at Ursula's outspoken rudeness, "we don't know the people. We are almost complete strangers here."
"Oh, I can soon set you up with a few acquaintances,"
he said easily. Gudrun looked at him to see if it were ill meant. Then she smiled at him. "Ah," she said, "you know what we mean. Can't we go up there and explore that coast?" She pointed to a grove on the hillock of the meadow side, near the shore, halfway down the lake. "That looks perfectly lovely. We might even bathe. Isn't it beautiful in this light? Really, it's like one of the reaches of the Nile, as one imagines the Nile." Gerald smiled at her factitious enthusiasm for the distant spot. "You're sure it's far enough off?" he asked ironically, adding at once, "Yes, you might go there, if we could get a boat. They seem to be all out." He looked round the lake and counted the rowing boats on its surface. "How lovely it would be!" cried Ursula wistfully. "And don't you want tea?" he said. "Oh," said Gudrun, "we could just drink a cup and be off." He looked from one to the other, smiling. He was somewhat offended, yet sporting. "Can you manage a boat pretty well?" he asked. "Yes," replied Gudrun coldly, "pretty well." "Oh yes," cried Ursula, "we can both of us row like water spiders." "You can? There's a light little canoe of mine that I didn't take out for fear somebody should drown themselves. Do you think you'd be safe in that?" "Oh, perfectly," said Gudrun. "What an angel!" cried Ursula. "Don't, for my sake, have an accident, because I'm responsible for the water." "Sure," pledged Gudrun. "Besides, we can both swim quite well," said Ursula. "Well, then I'll get them to put you up a tea basket, and you can picnic all to yourselves. That's the idea, isn't it?" "How fearfully good, how frightfully nice if you could," cried Gudrun warmly, her colour flushing up again. It made the blood stir in his veins, the subtle way she turned to him and infused her gratitude into his body. "Where's Birkin?" he said, his eyes twinkling. "He might help me to get it down." "But what about your hand? Isn't it hurt?" asked Gudrun, rather muted, as if avoiding the intimacy. This was the first time the hurt had been mentioned. The curious way she skirted round the subject sent a new, subtle caress through his veins. He took his hand out of his pocket. It was bandaged. He looked at it, then put it in his pocket again. Gudrun quivered at the sight of the wrapped-up paw. "Oh, I can manage with one hand. The canoe is as light as a feather," he said. "There's Rupert. Rupert!" Birkin turned from his social duties and came towards them. "What have you done to it?" asked Ursula, who had been aching to put the question for the last half hour. "To my hand?" said Gerald. "I trapped it in some machinery." "Ugh!" said Ursula. "And did it hurt much?" "Yes," he said, "it did at the time. It's getting better now. It crushed the fingers." "Oh!" cried Ursula, as if in pain. "I hate people who hurt themselves. I can feel it." And she shook her hand. "What do you want?" said Birkin. The two men carried down the slim brown boat and set it on the water. "You're quite sure you'll be safe in it?" Gerald asked. "Quite sure," said Gudrun. "I wouldn't be so mean as to take it, if there were the slightest doubt. But I've had a canoe at Arundel, and I assure you I'm perfectly safe." So saying, having given her word like a man, she and Ursula entered the frail craft, and pushed gently off. The two men stood watching them. Gudrun was paddling. She knew the men were watching her, and it made her slow and rather clumsy. The colour flew in her face like a flag. "Thanks awfully," she called back to him from the water, as the boat slid away. "It's lovely, like sitting in a leaf." He laughed at the fancy. Her voice was shrill and strange, calling from the distance. He watched her as she paddled away. There was something childlike about her, trustful and deferential, like a child. He watched her all the while as she rowed, and to Gudrun it was a real delight, in make-belief, to be the childlike, clinging woman to the man who stood there on the quay, so good-looking and efficient in his white clothes, and moreover the most important man she knew at the moment. She did not take any notice of the wavering, indistinct, lambent Birkin, who stood at his side. One figure at a time occupied the field of her attention. The boat rustled lightly along the water. They passed the bathers, whose striped tents stood between the willows of the meadow's edge, and drew along the open shore, past the meadows that sloped golden in the light of the already late afternoon. Other boats were stealing under the wooded shore opposite. They could hear people's laughter and voices. But Gudrun rowed on towards the clump of trees that balanced perfect in the distance, in the golden light. The sisters found a little place where a tiny stream flowed into the lake, with reeds and flowery marsh of pink willow herb, and a gravelly bank to the side. Here they ran delicately ashore with their frail boat. The two girls took off their shoes and stockings, and went through the water's edge to the grass. The tiny ripples of the lake were warm and clear. They lifted their boat onto the bank, and looked round with joy. They were quite alone in a forsaken little stream mouth, and on the knoll just behind was the clump of trees.
"We will bathe just for a moment," said Ursula, "and then we'll have tea."
They looked round. Nobody could notice them, or could come up in time to see them. In less than a minute Ursula had thrown off her clothes, and had slipped naked into the water, and was swimming out. Quickly Gudrun joined her. They swam silently and blissfully for a few minutes, circling round their little stream mouth. Then they slipped ashore and ran into the grove again, like nymphs.
"How lovely it is to be free," said Ursula, running swiftly here and there between the tree trunks, quite naked, her hair blowing loose.
The grove was of beech trees, big and splendid, a steel grey scaffolding of trunks and boughs, with level sprays of strong green here and there, whilst through the northern side the distance glimmered open as through a window. When they had run and danced themselves dry, the girls quickly dressed and sat down to the fragrant tea. They sat on the northern side of the grove, in the yellow sunshine, facing the slope of the grassy hill, alone in a little wild world of their own. The tea was hot and aromatic. There were delicious little sandwiches of cucumber and of caviar, and winy cakes.
"Are you happy, Prune?" cried Ursula in delight, looking at her sister.
"Ursula, I'm perfectly happy," replied Gudrun gravely, looking at the westering sun.
"So am I."
When they were together, doing the things they enjoyed, the two sisters were quite complete, in a perfect world of their own. And this was one of the perfect moments of freedom and delight, such as children alone know, when all seems a perfect and blissful adventure. When they had finished tea, the two girls sat on, silent and serene. Then Ursula, who had a beautiful, strong voice, began to sing to herself softly, Entchen von Tachau. Gudrun listened as she sat beneath the trees, and the yearning came into her heart. Ursula seemed so peaceful and sufficient unto herself, sitting there unconsciously crooning her song, strong and unquestioned at the centre of her own universe. And Gudrun felt herself outside, always this desolating, agonised feeling that she was outside of life, an onlooker, whilst Ursula was a partaker, caused Gudrun to suffer from a sense of her own negation, and made her that she must always demand the other to be aware of her, to be in connection with her. "Do you mind if I do Dalcroze to that tune, Hurtler?" she asked, in a curious muted tone, scarce moving her lips. "What did you say?" asked Ursula, looking up in peaceful surprise. "Will you sing while I do Dalcroze?" said Gudrun, suffering at having to repeat herself. Ursula thought a moment, gathering her straying wits together. "While you do?" she asked vaguely. "Dalcroze movements," said Gudrun, suffering tortures of self-consciousness, even because of her sister. "Oh, Dalcroze! I couldn't catch the name. Do! I should love to see you," cried Ursula, with childish, surprised brightness. "What shall I sing?" "Sing anything you like, and I'll take the rhythm from it." But Ursula could not for her life think of anything to sing. However, she suddenly began in a laughing, teasing voice: "My love is a high-born lady." Gudrun, looking as if some invisible chain weighed on her hands and feet, began slowly to dance in the eurythmic manner, pulsing and fluttering rhythmically with her feet, making slower, regular gestures with her hands and arms, now spreading her arms wide, now raising them above her head, now flinging them softly apart, and lifting her face, her feet all the time beating and running to the measure of the song, as if it were some strange incantation, her white, rapt form drifting here and there in a strange impulsive rhapsody, seeming to be lifted on a breeze of incantation, shuddering with strange little runs. Ursula sat on the grass, her mouth open in her singing, her eyes laughing as if she thought it was a great joke, but a yellow light flashing up in them as she caught some of the unconscious, ritualistic suggestion of the complex shuddering and waving and drifting of her sister's white form, that was clutched in pure, mindless, tossing rhythm, and a will set powerful in a kind of hypnotic influence. "My love is a high-born lady, she is rather dark than shady," rang out Ursula's laughing satiric song, and quicker, fiercer went Gudrun in the dance, stamping as if she were trying to throw off some bond, flinging her hands suddenly and stamping again, then rushing with face uplifted and throat full and beautiful, and eyes half closed, sightless. The sun was low and yellow, sinking down, and in the sky floated a thin, ineffectual moon. Ursula was quite absorbed in her song, when suddenly Gudrun stopped and said mildly, ironically, "Ursula?" "Yes?" said Ursula, opening her eyes out of the trance. Gudrun was standing still and pointing, a mocking smile on her face, towards the side. "Ugh!" cried Ursula in sudden panic, starting to her feet. "They're quite all right," rang out Gudrun's sardonic voice. On the left stood a little cluster of Highland cattle, vividly coloured and fleecy in the evening light, their horns branching into the sky, pushing forward their muzzles inquisitively to know what it was all about. Their eyes glittered through their tangle of hair, their naked nostrils were full of shadow. "Won't they do anything?" cried Ursula in fear. Gudrun, who was usually frightened of cattle, now shook her head in a queer, half doubtful, half-sardonic motion, a faint smile round her mouth.
"Don't they look charming, Ursula?" cried Gudrun, in a high, strident voice, something like the scream of a seagull.
Charming, cried Ursula in trepidation. But won't they do anything to us? Again Gudrun looked back at her sister with an enigmatic smile, and shook her head.
"I'm sure they won't,"
she said, as if she had to convince herself also, and yet as if she were confident of some secret power in herself, and had to put it to the test.
"Sit down and sing again,"
she called in her high, strident voice.
"I'm frightened,"
cried Ursula in a pathetic voice, watching the group of sturdy, short cattle that stood with their knees planted and watched with their dark, wicked eyes through the matted fringe of their hair. Nevertheless, she sank down again in her former posture.
"They're quite safe,"
came Gudrun's high call.
"Sing something. You've only to sing something."
It was evident she had a strange passion to dance before the sturdy, handsome cattle. Ursula began to sing in a false, quavering voice.
Way down in Tennessee.
She sounded purely anxious. Nevertheless, Gudrun, with her arms outspread and her face uplifted, went in a strange, palpitating dance towards the cattle, lifting her body towards them as if in a spell, her feet pulsing as if in some little frenzy of unconscious sensation, her arms, her wrists, her hands stretching and heaving and falling and reaching and falling, her breasts lifted and shaken towards the cattle, her throat exposed as in some voluptuous ecstasy towards them, whilst she drifted imperceptibly nearer, an uncanny white figure, towards them, carried away in its own rapt trance, ebbing in strange fluctuations upon the cattle, that waited and ducked their heads a little in sudden contraction from her, watching all the time as if hypnotised, their bare horns branching in the clear light, as the white figure of the woman ebbed upon them in the slow, hypnotising convulsion of the dance. She could feel them just in front of her. It was as if she had the electric pulse from their breasts running into her hands. Soon she would touch them, actually touch them. A terrible shiver of fear and pleasure went through her. And all the while Ursula, spellbound, kept up her high-pitched, thin, irrelevant song, which pierced the fading evening like an incantation. Gudrun could hear the cattle breathing heavily, with helpless fear and fascination. Oh, they were brave little beasts, these wild Scotch bullocks, wild and fleecy. Suddenly one of them snorted, ducked its head and backed.
"Hey! Hi-ee!"
came a sudden loud shout from the edge of the grove. The cattle broke and fell back quite spontaneously, went running up the hill, their fleece waving like fire to their motion. Gudrun stood suspended out on the grass. Ursula rose to her feet. It was Gerald and Birkin come to find them, and Gerald had cried out to frighten off the cattle.
"What do you think you're doing?"
he now called, in a high, wondering, vexed tone.
"Why have you come?"
came back Gudrun's strident cry of anger.
"What do you think you are doing?"
Gerald repeated automatically.
We were doing eurythmics,
laughed Ursula in a shaken voice. Gudrun stood aloof, looking at them with large dark eyes of resentment, suspended for a few moments. Then she walked away up the hill, after the cattle, which had gathered in a little spellbound cluster higher up.
"Where are you going?"
Gerald called after her. And he followed her up the hillside. The sun had gone behind the hill, and shadows were clinging to the earth. The sky above was full of travelling light. "A poor song for a dance," said Birkin to Ursula, standing before her with a sardonic, flickering laugh on his face. And in another second he was singing softly to himself, and dancing a grotesque step dance in front of her, his limbs and body shaking loose, his face flickering palely, a constant thing, whilst his feet beat a rapid mocking tattoo, and his body seemed to hang all loose and quaking in between, like a shadow.
"I think we've all gone mad,"
she said, laughing, rather frightened. "Pity we aren't madder," he answered, as he kept up the incessant shaking dance. Then suddenly he leaned up to her and kissed her fingers lightly, putting his face to hers and looking into her eyes with a pale grin. She stepped back, affronted. "Offended?" he asked ironically, suddenly going quite still and reserved again. "I thought you liked the light fantastic."
"Not like that,"
she said, confused and bewildered, almost affronted. Yet somewhere inside her she was fascinated by the sight of his loose vibrating body, perfectly abandoned to its own dropping and swinging, and by the pallid, sardonic, smiling face above. Yet automatically she stiffened herself away and disapproved. It seemed almost an obscenity in a man who talked, as a rule, so very seriously. "Why not like that?" he mocked. And immediately he dropped again into the incredibly rapid, slack-waggling dance, watching her malevolently. And moving in the rapid stationary dance, he came a little nearer, and reached forward with an incredibly mocking, satiric gleam on his face, and would have kissed her again, had she not started back.
"No, don't!"
she cried, really afraid. "Cordelia after all," he said satirically. She was stung, as if this were an insult. She knew he intended it as such, and it bewildered her.
"And you," she cried in retort, "why do you always take your soul in your mouth so frightfully full?"
"So that I can spit it out the more readily," he said, pleased by his own retort. Gerald Crich, his face narrowing to an intent gleam, followed up the hill with quick strides, straight after Gudrun. The cattle stood with their noses together on the brow of a slope, watching the scene below, the men in white hovering about the white forms of the women, watching above all Gudrun, who was advancing slowly towards them. She stood a moment, glancing back at Gerald, and then at the cattle. Then, in a sudden motion, she lifted her arms and rushed sheer upon the long-horned bullocks, in shuddering, irregular runs, pausing for a second and looking at them, then lifting her hands and running forward with a flash, till they ceased pawing the ground and gave way, snorting with terror, lifting their heads from the ground and flinging themselves away, galloping off into the evening, becoming tiny in the distance, and still not stopping. Gudrun remained staring after them, with a mask-like, defiant face.
"Why do you want to drive them mad?" asked Gerald, coming up with her.
She took no notice of him, only averted her face from him.
"It's not safe, you know," he persisted. "They're nasty when they do turn."
"Turn where? Turn away?" she mocked loudly.
"No," he said, "turn against you."
"Turn against me?" she mocked. He could make nothing of this.
"Anyway, they gored one of the farmer's cows to death the other day," he said. "What do I care?" she said. "I cared, though," he replied, "seeing that they're my cattle." "How are they yours? You haven't swallowed them? Give me one of them now," she said, holding out her hand. "You know where they are," he said, pointing over the hill. "You can have one, if you'd like it sent to you later on." She looked at him inscrutably. "You think I'm afraid of you and your cattle, don't you?" she asked. His eyes narrowed dangerously. There was a faint, domineering smile on his face. "Why should I think that?" he said. She was watching him all the time with her dark, dilated, inchoate eyes. She leaned forward and swung round her arm, catching him a light blow on the face with the back of her hand. "That's why," she said, mocking. And she felt in her soul an unconquerable desire for deep violence against him. She shut off the fear and dismay that filled her conscious mind. She wanted to do as she did. She was not going to be afraid. He recoiled from the slight blow on his face. He became deadly pale, and a dangerous flame darkened his eyes. For some seconds he could not speak, his lungs were so suffused with blood, his heart stretched almost to bursting with a great gush of ungovernable emotion. It was as if some reservoir of black emotion had burst within him and swamped him. "You have struck the first blow," he said at last, forcing the words from his lungs, in a voice so soft and low it sounded like a dream within her, not spoken in the outer air. "And I shall strike the last," she retorted involuntarily, with confident assurance. He was silent. He did not contradict her. She stood negligently staring away from him into the distance. On the edge of her consciousness the question was asking itself automatically, "Why are you behaving in this impossible and ridiculous fashion?" But she was sullen. She half shoved the question out of herself. She could not get it clean away, so she felt self-conscious. Gerald, very pale, was watching her closely. His eyes were lit up with intense lights, absorbed and gleaming. She turned suddenly on him. "It's you who make me behave like this, you know," she said, almost suggestive. "I? How?" he said. But she turned away and set off towards the lake. Below, on the water, lanterns were coming alight, faint ghosts of warm flame floating in the pallor of the first twilight. The earth was spread with darkness like lacquer. Overhead was a pale sky, all primrose, and the lake was pale as milk in one part. Away at the landing stage, tiniest points of coloured rays were stringing themselves in the dusk. The launch was being illuminated. All round, shadow was gathering from the trees. Gerald, white like a presence in his summer clothes, was following down the open grassy slope. Gudrun waited for him to come up. Then she softly put out her hand and touched him, saying softly, "Don't be angry with me." A flame flew over him, and he was unconscious. Yet he stammered, "I'm not angry with you. I'm in love with you." His mind was gone. He grasped for sufficient mechanical control to save himself. She laughed a silvery little mockery, yet intolerably caressive. "That's one way of putting it," she said. The terrible swooning burden on his mind, the awful swooning, the loss of all his control,
was too much for him. He grasped her arm in his one hand as if his hand were iron. "It's all right then, is it?" he said, holding her arrested. She looked at the face with the fixed eyes set before her, and her blood ran cold. "Yes, it's all right," she said softly, as if drugged, her voice crooning and witch-like. He walked on beside her, a striding, mindless body. But he recovered a little as he went. He suffered badly. He had killed his brother when a boy, and was set apart, like Cain. They found Birkin and Ursula sitting together by the boats, talking and laughing. Birkin had been teasing Ursula. "Do you smell this little marsh?" he said, sniffing the air. He was very sensitive to scents, and quick in understanding them. "It's rather nice," she said. "No," he replied. "Alarming." "Why alarming?" she laughed. "It seethes and seethes, a river of darkness," he said, "putting forth lilies and snakes, and the ignis fatuus, and rolling all the time onward. That's what we never take into count, that it rolls onwards." "What does?" "The other river, the black river. We always consider the silver river of life, rolling on and quickening all the world to a brightness, on and on to heaven, flowing into a bright eternal sea, a heaven of angels thronging. But the other is our real reality." "But what other? I don't see any other," said Ursula. "It is your reality, nevertheless," he said, "that dark river of dissolution. You see, it rolls in us just as the other rolls, the black river of corruption. And our flowers are of this, our sea-born Aphrodite. All our white phosphorescent flowers of sensuous perfection, all our reality nowadays." "You mean that Aphrodite is really deathly?" asked Ursula. "I mean she is the flowering mystery of the death process, yes," he replied. "When the stream of synthetic creation lapses, we find ourselves part of the inverse process, the blood of destructive creation. Aphrodite is born in the first spasm of universal dissolution. Then the snakes and swans, and lotus, marsh flowers, and Gudrun and Gerald, born in the process of destructive creation." "And you and me?" she asked. "Probably," he replied. "In part, certainly. Whether we are that in toto, I don't yet know." "You mean we are flowers of dissolution? Fleurs du mal? I don't feel as if I were," she protested. He was silent for a time. "I don't feel as if we were, altogether," he replied. "Some people are pure flowers of dark corruption, lilies. But there ought to be some roses, warm and flamy. You know Heraclitus says a dry soul is best. I know so well what that means. Do you?" "I'm not sure," Ursula replied. "But what if people are all flowers of dissolution, when they're flowers at all? What difference does it make?" "No difference, and all the difference. Dissolution rolls on, just as production does," he said. "It is a progressive process, and it ends in universal nothing, the end of the world, if you like. But why isn't the end of the world as good as the beginning?" "I suppose it isn't," said Ursula, rather angry. "Oh yes, ultimately," he said. "It means a new cycle of creation after, but not for us. If it is the end, then we are of the end. Fleurs du mal, if you like.
If we are fleurs du mal, we're not roses of happiness, and there you are."
"But I think I am," said Ursula. "I think I am a rose of happiness."
"Ready-made?" he asked ironically.
"No, real," she said, hurt.
"If we are the end, we are not the beginning," he said.
"Yes, we are," she said. "The beginning comes out of the end."
"After it, not out of it. After us, not out of us."
"You are a devil, you know, really," she said. "You want to destroy our hope. You want us to be deathly."
"No," he said, "I only want us to know what we are."
"Ha!" she cried in anger. "You only want us to know death."
"You're quite right," said the soft voice of Gerald, out of the dusk behind. End of the first part of chapter. The second part of chapter 14 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 14. Water Party. Birkin rose. Gerald and Gudrun came up. They all began to smoke in the moments of silence. One after another Birkin lighted their cigarettes. The match flickered in the twilight, and they were all smoking peacefully by the waterside. The lake was dim, the light dying from off it in the midst of the dark land. The air all round was intangible, neither here nor there, and there was an unreal noise of banjos or such-like music. As the golden swim of light overhead died out, the moon gained brightness, and seemed to begin to smile forth her ascendancy. The dark woods on the opposite shore melted into universal shadow. And amid this universal undershadow there was a scattered intrusion of lights. Far down the lake were fantastic pale strings of colour, like beads of wan fire, green and red and yellow. The music came out in a little puff, as the launch, all illuminated, veered into the great shadow, stirring her outlines of half-living lights, puffing out her music in little drifts. All were lighting up. Here and there, close against the faint water, and at the far end of the lake, where the water lay milky in the last whiteness of the sky, and there was no shadow, solitary frail flames of lanterns floated from the unseen boats. There was a sound of oars, and a boat passed from the pallor into the darkness under the wood, where her lanterns seemed to kindle into fire, hanging in ruddy, lovely globes. And again, in the lake, shadowy red gleams hovered in reflection about the boat. Everywhere were these noiseless, ruddy creatures of fire drifting near the surface of the water, caught at by the rarest, scarce visible reflections. Birkin brought the lanterns from the bigger boat, and the 4 shadowy white figures gathered round to light them. Ursula held up the first. Birkin lowered the light from the rosy, glowing cup of his hands into the depths of the lantern. It was kindled, and they all stood back to look at the great blue moon of light that hung from Ursula's hand, casting a strange gleam on her face. It flickered, and Birkin went bending over the well of light. His face shone out like an apparition, so unconscious, and again something demoniacal.
Ursula was dim and veiled, looming over him. "That is all right," said his voice softly. She held up the lantern. It had a flight of stalks streaming through a turquoise sky of light over a dark earth. "This is beautiful," she said. "Lovely," echoed Gudrun, who wanted to hold one also and lift it up, full of beauty. "Light one for me," she said. Gerald stood by her, incapacitated. Birkin lit the lantern she held up. Her heart beat with anxiety to see how beautiful it would be. It was primrose yellow, with tall, straight flowers growing darkly from their dark leaves, lifting their heads into the primrose day, while butterflies hovered about them in the pure, clear light. Gudrun gave a little cry of excitement, as if pierced with delight. "Isn't it beautiful? Oh, isn't it beautiful?" Her soul was really pierced with beauty. She was translated beyond herself. Gerald leaned near to her, into her zone of light, as if to see. He came close to her, and stood touching her, looking with her at the primrose shining globe, and she turned her face to his, that was faintly bright in the light of the lantern, and they stood together in one luminous union, close together and ringed round with light, all the rest excluded. Birkin looked away, and went to light Ursula's second lantern. It had a pale, ruddy sea bottom, with black crabs and seaweed moving sinuously under a transparent sea that passed into flamy ruddiness above. "You've got the heavens above and the waters under the earth," said Birkin to her. "Anything but the earth itself," she laughed, watching his live hands that hovered to attend to the light. "I'm dying to see what my second one is," cried Gudrun, in a vibrating, rather strident voice that seemed to repel the others from her. Birkin went and kindled it. It was of a lovely deep blue colour, with a red floor, and a great white cuttlefish flowing in white soft streams all over it. The cuttlefish had a face that stared straight from the heart of the light, very fixed and coldly intent. "How truly terrifying!" exclaimed Gudrun, in a voice of horror. Gerald at her side gave a low laugh. "But isn't it really fearful?" she cried in dismay. Again he laughed, and said, "Change it with Ursula for the crabs." Gudrun was silent for a moment. "Ursula," she said, "could you bear to have this fearful thing?" "I think the colouring is lovely," said Ursula. "So do I," said Gudrun, "but could you bear to have it swinging to your boat? Don't you want to destroy it at once?" "Oh no," said Ursula, "I don't want to destroy it." "Well, do you mind having it instead of the crabs? Are you sure you don't mind?" Gudrun came forward to exchange lanterns. "No," said Ursula, yielding up the crabs and receiving the cuttlefish. Yet she could not help feeling rather resentful at the way in which Gudrun and Gerald should assume a right over her, a precedence. "Come then," said Birkin, "I'll put them on the boats." He and Ursula were moving away to the big boat. "I suppose you'll row me back, Rupert," said Gerald, out of the pale shadow of the evening. "Won't you go with Gudrun in the canoe?" said Birkin. "It'll be more interesting." There was a moment's pause. Birkin and Ursula stood dimly with their swinging lanterns by the water's edge. The world was all elusive. "Is that all right?" said Gudrun to him. "It'll suit me very well," he said. "But what about you and the rowing? I don't see why you should pull me." "Why not?" she said. "I can pull you as well as I could pull Ursula." By her tone, he could tell she wanted to have him in the boat to herself, and that she was subtly gratified that she should have power over them both. He gave himself in a strange electric submission. She handed him the lanterns, whilst she went to fix the cane at the end of the canoe. He followed after her, and stood with the lanterns dangling against his white flannelled thighs, emphasising the shadow around.
"Kiss me before we go,"
came his voice softly from out of the shadow above. She stopped her work in real momentary astonishment. "But why?" she exclaimed in pure surprise.
"Why?"
he echoed ironically. And she looked at him fixedly for some moments. Then she leaned forward and kissed him with a slow, luxurious kiss, lingering on the mouth. And then she took the lanterns from him, while he stood swooning with the perfect fire that burned in all his joints. They lifted the canoe into the water. Gudrun took her place, and Gerald pushed off. "Are you sure you don't hurt your hand doing that?" she asked, solicitous. "Because I could have done it perfectly."
"I don't hurt myself,"
he said in a low, soft voice that caressed her with inexpressible beauty. And she watched him as he sat near her, very near to her, in the stern of the canoe, his legs coming towards hers, his feet touching hers. And she paddled softly, lingeringly, longing for him to say something meaningful to her. But he remained silent. "You like this, do you?" she said in a gentle, solicitous voice. He laughed shortly.
"There is a space between us,"
he said, in the same low, unconscious voice, as if something was speaking out of him. And she was as if magically aware of their being balanced in separation, in the boat. She swooned with acute comprehension and pleasure. "But I'm very near," she said caressively, gaily.
"Yet distant, distant,"
he said. Again she was silent with pleasure, before she answered, speaking with a reedy, thrilled voice.
"Yet we cannot very well change whilst we're on the water."
She caressed him subtly and strangely, having him completely at her mercy. A dozen or more boats on the lake swung their rosy and moon-like lanterns low on the water that reflected as from a fire. In the distance the steamer twanged and thrummed and washed with her faintly splashing paddles, trailing her strings of coloured lights, and occasionally lighting up the whole scene luridly with an effusion of fireworks, Roman candles, and sheafs of stars, and other simple effects, illuminating the surface of the water and showing the boats creeping round, low down. Then the lovely darkness fell again. The lanterns and the little threaded lights glimmered softly. There was a muffled knocking of oars and a waving of music. Gudrun paddled almost imperceptibly. Gerald could see, not far ahead, the rich blue and the rose globes of Ursula's lanterns, swaying softly cheek to cheek as Birkin rowed, and iridescent, evanescent gleams chasing in the wake. He was aware, too, of his own delicately coloured lights casting their softness behind him. Gudrun rested her paddle and looked round. The canoe lifted with the lightest ebbing of the water. Gerald's white knees were very near to her. "Isn't it beautiful?" she said softly, as if reverently. She looked at him as he leaned back against the faint crystal of the lantern light. She could see his face, although it was a pure shadow, but it was a piece of twilight, and her breast was keen with passion for him. He was so beautiful in his male stillness and mystery. It was a certain pure effluence of maleness, like an aroma from his softly, firmly moulded contours, a certain rich perfection of his presence that touched her with an ecstasy, a thrill of pure intoxication. She loved to look at him. For the present she did not want to touch him, to know the further satisfying substance of his living body. He was purely intangible, yet so near. Her hands lay on the paddle like slumber. She only wanted to see him like a crystal shadow, to feel his essential presence.
"Yes," he said vaguely, "it is very beautiful."
He was listening to the faint near sounds, the dropping of water drops from the oar blades, the slight drumming of the lanterns behind him as they rubbed against one another, the occasional rustling of Gudrun's full skirt, an alien land noise. His mind was almost submerged. He was almost transfused, lapsed out for the first time in his life into the things about him. For he always kept such a keen attentiveness, concentrated and unyielding in himself. Now he had let go. Imperceptibly he was melting into oneness with the whole. It was like pure, perfect sleep. His first great sleep of life. He had been so insistent, so guarded all his life, but here was sleep and peace and perfect lapsing out. "Shall I row to the landing stage?" asked Gudrun wistfully.
"Anywhere," he answered. "Let it drift."
"Tell me then, if we're running into anything," she replied, in that very quiet, toneless voice of sheer intimacy.
"The lights will show," he said.
So they drifted almost motionless in silence. He wanted silence, pure and whole. But she was uneasy yet for some word, for some assurance. "Nobody will miss you?" she asked, anxious for some communication.
"Miss me?" he echoed. "No, why?"
"I wondered if anybody would be looking for you."
"Why should they look for me?"
And he remembered his manners.
"But perhaps you want to get back," he said in a changed voice.
"No, I don't want to get back," she replied. "No, I assure you."
"You're quite sure it's all right for you?"
"Perfectly all right." And again they were still. The launch twanged and hooted, somebody was singing. Then, as if the night smashed, suddenly there was a great shout, a confusion of shouting, warring on the water, then the horrid noise of paddles reversed and churned violently. Gerald sat up, and Gudrun looked at him in fear. "Somebody in the water," he said angrily and desperately, looking keenly across the dusk. "Can you row up?" "Where? To the launch?" asked Gudrun in nervous panic.
"Yes."
"You'll tell me if I don't steer straight," she said in nervous apprehension.
"You keep pretty level," he said, and the canoe hastened forward. The shouting and the noise continued, sounding horrid through the dusk over the surface of the water.
"Wasn't this bound to happen?" said Gudrun with heavy, hateful irony.
But he hardly heard, and she glanced over her shoulder to see her way. The half-dark waters were sprinkled with lovely bubbles of swaying lights. The launch did not look far off. She was rocking her lights in the early night. Gudrun rowed as hard as she could, but now that it was a serious matter, she seemed uncertain and clumsy in her stroke. It was difficult to paddle swiftly. She glanced at his face. He was looking fixedly into the darkness, very keen and alert and single in himself, instrumental. Her heart sank. She seemed to die a death.
Of course, she said to herself, nobody will be drowned. Of course they won't. It would be too extravagant and sensational. But her heart was cold because of his sharp, impersonal face. It was as if he belonged naturally to dread and catastrophe. As if he were himself again. Then there came a child's voice, a girl's high, piercing shriek.
Die! 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 Oh, die! Oh, die! Oh, die!
The blood ran cold in Gudrun's veins.
"It's Diana, is it?"
muttered Gerald.
"The young monkey! She'd have to be up to some of her tricks."
And he glanced again at the paddle. The boat was not going quickly enough for him. It made Gudrun almost helpless at the rowing, this nervous stress. She kept up with all her might. Still the voices were calling and answering. "Where? Where? There you are, that's it. Which? No, no! Damn it all! Here, here!" Boats were hurrying from all directions to the scene. Coloured lanterns could be seen waving close to the surface of the lake, reflections swaying after them in uneven haste. The steamer hooted again for some unknown reason. Gudrun's boat was travelling quickly. The lanterns were swinging behind Gerald. And then again came the child's high, screaming voice, with a note of weeping and impatience in it now.
Die! Oh, die! Oh, die! Oh, die!
It was a terrible sound, coming through the obscure air of the evening.
"You'd be better if you were in bed, Winnie,"
Gerald muttered to himself. He was stooping, unlacing his shoes, pushing them off with the foot. Then he threw his soft hat into the bottom of the boat.
"You can't go into the water with your hurt hand,"
said Gudrun, panting, in a low voice of horror.
"What? It won't hurt."
He had struggled out of his jacket, and had dropped it between his feet. He sat bareheaded, all in white now. He felt the belt at his waist. They were nearing the launch, which stood still big above them, her myriad lamps making lovely darts and sinuous running tongues of ugly red and green and yellow light on the lustrous dark water under the shadow.
Oh, get her out! Oh, darling! Oh, get her out! Oh, daddy!
Moaned the child's voice in distraction. Somebody was in the water with a lifebelt. 2 boats paddled near, their lanterns swinging ineffectually, the boats nosing round.
"Hi there! Rockley! Hi there!"
"Mr. Gerald!"
came the captain's terrified voice.
"Miss Diana's in the water!"
"Anybody gone in for her?"
came Gerald's sharp voice.
"Young Dr. Brindle, sir."
"Where?"
"Can't see no signs of them, sir. Everybody's looking, but there's nothing so far."
There was a moment's ominous pause.
"Where did she go in?"
"I think about where that boat is,"
came the uncertain answer.
"that one with red and green lights."
"Row there,"
said Gerald quietly to Gudrun.
Get her out, Gerald! Oh, get her out!
The child's voice was crying anxiously. He took no heed.
"Lean back that way,"
said Gerald to Gudrun as he stood up in the frail boat.
"She won't upset."
In another moment he had dropped clean down, soft and plumb into the water. Gudrun was swaying violently in her boat. The agitated water shook with transient lights. She realised that it was faintly moonlight, and that he was gone. So it was possible to be gone. A terrible sense of fatality robbed her of all feeling and thought. She knew he was gone out of the world. There was merely the same world and absence, his absence. The night seemed large and vacuous. Lanterns swayed here and there. People were talking in an undertone on the launch and in the boats. She could hear Winifred moaning.
"Oh, do find her, Gerald! Do find her!"
And somebody trying to comfort the child. Gudrun paddled aimlessly here and there. The terrible, massive, cold, boundless surface of the water terrified her beyond words. Would he never come back? She felt she must jump into the water too, to know the horror also. She started, hearing someone say, "There he is!" She saw the movement of his swimming, like a water rat, and she rowed involuntarily to him, but he was near another boat, a bigger one. Still she rowed towards him. She must be very near. She saw him. He looked like a seal. He looked like a seal as he took hold of the side of the boat. His fair hair was washed down on his round head. His face seemed to glisten suavely. She could hear him panting. Then he clambered into the boat. Oh, and the beauty of the subjection of his loins, white and dimly luminous as he climbed over the side of the boat, made her want to die. To die. The beauty of his dim and luminous loins as he climbed into the boat, his back rounded and soft. Oh, this was too much for her. Too final a vision. She knew it, and it was fatal. The terrible hopelessness of fate, and of beauty, such beauty. He was not like a man to her. He was an incarnation, a great phase of life. She saw him press the water out of his face and look at the bandage on his hand. And she knew it was all no good, and that she would never go beyond him. He was the final approximation of life to her. "Put the lights out, we shall see better," came his voice, sudden and mechanical, and belonging to the world of man. She could scarcely believe there was a world of man. She leaned round and blew out her lanterns. They were difficult to blow out. Everywhere the lights were gone, save the coloured points on the sides of the launch. The bluey grey early night spread level around. The moon was overhead. There were shadows of boats here and there. Again there was a splash, and he was gone under. Gudrun sat, sick at heart, frightened of the great level surface of the water, so heavy and deadly. She was so alone, with the level, unliving field of the water stretching beneath her. It was not a good isolation. It was a terrible, cold separation of suspense. She was suspended upon the surface of the insidious reality until such time as she also should disappear beneath it. Then she knew, by a stirring of voices, that he had climbed out again into a boat. She sat, wanting connection with him. Strenuously she claimed her connection with him across the invisible space of the water, but round her heart was an isolation unbearable, through which nothing would penetrate. "Take the launch in. It's no use keeping her there. Get lines for the dragging," came the decisive instrumental voice that was full of the sound of the world. The launch began gradually to beat the waters.
"Gerald! Gerald!"
came the wild, crying voice of Winifred. He did not answer. Slowly the launch drifted round in a pathetic and clumsy circle, and slunk away to the land, retreating into the dimness. The wash of her paddles grew duller. Gudrun rocked in her light boat, and dipped the paddle automatically to steady herself.
"Gudrun!" called Ursula's voice. "Ursula!"
The boats of the two sisters pulled together.
"Where is Gerald?"
said Gudrun.
"He's dived again," said Ursula plaintively. "And I know he ought not, with his hurt hand and everything."
"I'll take him in home this time," said Birkin. The boats swayed again from the wash of steamer. Gudrun and Ursula kept a lookout for Gerald.
"There he is!"
cried Ursula, who had the sharpest eyes. He had not been long under. Birkin pulled towards him, Gudrun following. He swam slowly, and caught hold of the boat with his wounded hand. It slipped, and he sank back.
"Why don't you help him?"
cried Ursula sharply. He came again, and Birkin leaned to help him into the boat. Gudrun again watched Gerald climb out of the water. But this time, slowly, heavily, with the blind, clambering motions of an amphibious beast, clumsy. Again the moon shone with faint luminosity on his white, wet figure, on the stooping back and the rounded loins. But it looked defeated now, his body. It clambered and fell with slow clumsiness. He was breathing hoarsely too, like an animal that is suffering. He sat, slack and motionless in the boat, his head blunt and blind like a seal's, his whole appearance inhuman, unknowing. Gudrun shuddered as she mechanically followed his boat. Birkin rowed without speaking to the landing stage.
"Where are you going?"
Gerald asked suddenly, as if just waking up. "Home," said Birkin.
"Oh no," said Gerald imperiously. "We can't go home while they're in the water. Turn back again. I'm going to find them."
The women were frightened. His voice was so imperative and dangerous, almost mad, not to be opposed. "No," said Birkin, "you can't." There was a strange fluid compulsion in his voice. Gerald was silent in a battle of wills. It was as if he would kill the other man. But Birkin rowed evenly and unswerving, with an inhuman inevitability.
"Why should you interfere?"
said Gerald in hate. Birkin did not answer. He rowed towards the land, and Gerald sat mute, like a dumb beast, panting, his teeth chattering, his arms inert, his head like a seal's head. They came to the landing stage. Wet and naked looking, Gerald climbed up the few steps. There stood his father in the night. "Father," he said. "Yes, my boy. Go home and get those things off." "We shan't save them, father," said Gerald. "There's hope yet, my boy." "I'm afraid not. There's no knowing where they are. You can't find them, and there's a current as cold as hell." "We'll let the water out," said the father. "Go home, you, and look to yourself. See that he's looked after, Rupert," he added in a neutral voice. "Well, father, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's my fault. But it can't be helped. I've done what I could for the moment. I could go on diving, of course. Not much, though, and not much use." He moved away, barefoot, on the planks of the platform. Then he trod on something sharp. "Of course, you've got no shoes on," said Birkin. "His shoes are here," cried Gudrun from below. She was making fast her boat. Gerald waited for them to be brought to him. Gudrun came with them. He pulled them on his feet. "If you once die," he said, "then when it's over, it's finished. Why come to life again? There's room under that water there for thousands." "Two is enough," she said, murmuring. He dragged on his second shoe. He was shivering violently, and his jaw shook as he spoke. "That's true," he said. "Maybe. But it's curious how much room there seems. A whole universe under there, and as cold as hell. You're as helpless as if your head was cut off." He could scarcely speak, he shook so violently. "There's one thing about our family, you know," he continued. "Once anything goes wrong, it can never be put right again. Not with us. I've noticed it all my life. You can't put a thing right once it has gone wrong." They were walking across the high road to the house. "And you know, when you're down there, it's so cold, actually, and so endless, so different, really, from what it is on top. So endless. You wonder how it is so many are alive, why we're up here. Are you going? I shall see you again, shan't I? Good night, and thank you. Thank you very much." The two girls waited a while to see if there were any hope. The moon shone clearly overhead, with almost impertinent brightness. The small dark boats clustered on the water. There were voices and subdued shouts. But it was all to no purpose. Gudrun went home when Birkin returned. He was commissioned to open the sluice that let out the water from the lake, which was pierced at one end near the high road, thus serving as a reservoir to supply with water the distant mines, in case of necessity. "Come with me," he said to Ursula, "and then I will walk home with you when I've done this." He called at the water-keeper's cottage, and took the key of the sluice. They went through a little gate from the high road to the head of the water, where was a great stone basin which received the overflow, and a flight of stone steps descended into the depths of the water itself. At the head of the steps was the lock of the sluice gate. The night was silver grey and perfect, save for the scattered, restless sound of voices. The grey sheen of the moonlight caught the stretch of water. Dark boats plashed and moved. But Ursula's mind ceased to be receptive. Everything was unimportant and unreal. Birkin fixed the iron handle of the sluice and turned it with a wrench. The cogs began slowly to rise. He turned and turned, like a slave. His white figure became distinct. Ursula looked away. She could not bear to see him winding heavily and laboriously, bending and rising mechanically like a slave, turning the handle. Then, a real shock to her, there came a loud splashing of water from out of the dark, tree-filled hollow beyond the road, a splashing that deepened rapidly to a harsh roar, and then became a heavy, booming noise of a great body of water falling solidly all the time. It occupied the whole of the night, this great, steady booming of water. Everything was drowned within it, drowned and lost. Ursula seemed to have to struggle for her life. She put her hands over her ears and looked at the high, bland moon. "Can't we go now?" she cried to Birkin, who was watching the water on the steps, to see if it would get any lower. It seemed to fascinate him. He looked at her and nodded. The little dark boats had moved nearer. People were crowding curiously along the hedge by the high road to see what was to be seen. Birkin and Ursula went to the cottage with the key, then turned their backs on the lake. She was in great haste. She could not bear the terrible, crushing boom of the escaping water.
"Do you think they're dead?"
she cried in a high voice, to make herself heard. "Yes," he replied.
"Isn't it horrible?"
He paid no heed. They walked up the hill, further and further away from the noise.
"Do you mind very much?" she asked him.
"I don't mind about the dead," he said, "once they are dead. The worst of it is, they cling on to the living, and won't let go." She pondered for a time.
"Yes," she said, "the fact of death doesn't really seem to matter much, does it?"
"No," he said. "What does it matter if Diana Crich is alive or dead?"
"Doesn't it?" she said, shocked.
"No. Why should it? Better she were dead. She'll be much more real. She'll be positive in death. In life she was a fretting, negated thing."
"You are rather horrible," murmured Ursula.
"No, I'd rather Diana Crich were dead. Her living, somehow, was all wrong. As for the young man, poor devil, he'll find his way out quickly instead of slowly. Death is all right, nothing better."
"Yet you don't want to die," she challenged him.
He was silent for a time. Then he said, in a voice that was frightening to her in its change, "I should like to be through with it. I should like to be through with the death process."
"And aren't you?"
asked Ursula nervously. They walked on for some way in silence under the trees. Then he said, slowly, as if afraid, "There is life which belongs to death, and there is life which isn't death. One is tired of the life that belongs to death, our kind of life. But whether it is finished, God knows. I want love that is like sleep, like being born again, vulnerable as a baby that just comes into the world." Ursula listened, half attentive, half avoiding what he said. She seemed to catch the drift of his statement, and then she drew away. She wanted to hear, but she did not want to be implicated. She was reluctant to yield there where he wanted her, to yield, as it were, her very identity.
"Why should love be like sleep?" she asked sadly.
"I don't know. So that it is like death. I do want to die from this life, and yet it is more than life itself. One is delivered over like a naked infant from the womb, all the old defences and the old body gone, and new air around one that has never been breathed before." She listened, making out what he said. She knew, as well as he knew, that words themselves do not convey meaning, that they are but a gesture we make, a dumb show, like any other. And she seemed to feel his gesture through her blood. And she drew back, even though her desire sent her forward.
"But," she said gravely, "didn't you say you wanted something that was not love? Something beyond love?"
He turned in confusion. There was always confusion in speech. Yet it must be spoken. Whichever way one moved, if one were to move forwards, one must break a way through. And to know, to give utterance, was to break away through the walls of the prison, as the infant in labour strives through the walls of the womb. There is no new movement now, without the breaking through of the old body, deliberately, in knowledge, in the struggle to get out. "I don't want love," he said. "I don't want to know you. I want to be gone out of myself, and you to be lost to yourself, so we are found different." One shouldn't talk when one is tired and wretched. One Hamletises, and it seems a lie. Only believe me when I show you a bit of healthy pride and insouciance. I hate myself serious. "Why shouldn't you be serious?" she said. He thought for a minute. Then he said sulkily, "I don't know." Then they walked on in silence, at outs. He was vague and lost. "Isn't it strange," she said, suddenly putting her hand on his arm with a loving impulse, "how we always talk like this? I suppose we do love each other in some way." "Oh yes," he said, "too much." She laughed almost gaily. "You'd have to have it your own way, wouldn't you?" she teased. "You could never take it on trust." He changed, laughed softly, and turned and took her in his arms in the middle of the road. "Yes," he said softly. And he kissed her face and brow, slowly, gently, with a sort of delicate happiness which surprised her extremely, and to which she could not respond. They were soft, blind kisses, perfect in their stillness. Yet she held back from them. It was like strange moths, very soft and silent, settling on her from the darkness of her soul. She was uneasy. She drew away. "Isn't somebody coming?" she said. So they looked down the dark road, then set off again, walking towards Beldover. Then suddenly, to show him she was no shallow prude, she stopped and held him tight, hard against her, and covered his face with hard, fierce kisses of passion. In spite of his otherness, the old blood beat up in him. "Not this, not this," he whimpered to himself, as the first perfect mood of softness and sleep loveliness ebbed back away from the rushing of passion that came up to his limbs and over his face as she drew him. And soon he was a perfect hard flame of passionate desire for her, yet in the small core of the flame was an unyielding anguish of another thing. But this also was lost. He only wanted her, with an extreme desire that seemed inevitable as death, beyond question. Then, satisfied and shattered, fulfilled and destroyed, he went home away from her, drifting vaguely through the darkness, lapsed into the old fire of burning passion. Far away, there seemed to be a small lament in the darkness. But what did it matter? What did it matter? What did anything matter, save this ultimate and triumphant experience of physical passion that had blazed up anew like a new spell of life? I was becoming quite dead alive. Nothing but a word bag, he said in triumph, scorning his other self. Yet somewhere far off and small, the other hovered. The men were still dragging the lake when he got back. He stood on the bank and heard Gerald's voice. The water was still booming in the night. The moon was fair. The hills beyond were elusive. The lake was sinking. There came the raw smell of the banks in the night air. Up at Shortlands there were lights in the windows, as if nobody had gone to bed. On the landing stage was the old doctor, the father of the young man who was lost. He stood quite silent, waiting. Birkin also stood and watched. Gerald came up in a boat.
"You still here, Rupert?"
he said.
"We can't get them. The bottom slopes, you know, very steep. The water lies between two very sharp slopes with little branch valleys, and God knows where the drift will take you. It isn't as if it was a level bottom. You never know where you are with the dragging."
"Is there any need for you to be working?" said Birkin. "Wouldn't it be much better if you went to bed?"
"To bed? Good God, do you think I should sleep? We'll find 'em before I go away from here."
"But the men would find them just the same without you. Why should you insist?" Gerald looked up at him. Then he put his hand affectionately on Birkin's shoulder, saying,
"Don't you bother about me, Rupert. If there's anybody's health to think about, it's yours, not mine. How do you feel yourself?"
"Very well. But you spoil your own chance of life. You waste your best self." Gerald was silent for a moment. Then he said,
"Waste it? What else is there to do with it?"
"But leave this, won't you? You force yourself into horrors, and put a millstone of beastly memories round your neck. Come away now."
"A millstone of beastly memories," Gerald repeated.
Then he put his hand again affectionately on Birkin's shoulder.
"God, you've got such a telling way of putting things, Rupert, you have."
Birkin's heart sank. He was irritated and weary of having a telling way of putting things. "Won't you leave it? Come over to my place," he urged, as one urges a drunken man.
"No,"
said Gerald coaxingly, his arm across the other man's shoulder.
"Thanks very much, Rupert. I shall be glad to come tomorrow, if that'll do. You understand, don't you? I want to see this job through, but I'll come tomorrow right enough. Oh, I'd rather come and have a chat with you than do anything else, I verily believe. Yes, I would. You mean a lot to me, Rupert, more than you know."
"What do I mean, more than I know?" asked Birkin irritably. He was acutely aware of Gerald's hand on his shoulder, and he did not want this altercation. He wanted the other man to come out of the ugly misery.
"I'll tell you another time," said Gerald coaxingly.
"Come along with me now. I want you to come," said Birkin. There was a pause, intense and real. Birkin wondered why his own heart beat so heavily. Then Gerald's fingers gripped hard and communicative into Birkin's shoulder, as he said,
"No, I'll see this job through, Rupert. Thank you. I know what you mean. We're all right, you know, you and me."
"I may be all right, but I'm sure you're not, mucking about here," said Birkin. And he went away. The bodies of the dead were not recovered till towards dawn. Diana had her arms tight round the neck of the young man, choking him.
"She killed him," said Gerald.
The moon sloped down the sky and sank at last. The lake was sunk to quarter size. It had horrible raw banks of clay that smelled of raw, rottenish water. Dawn roused faintly behind the eastern hill. The water still boomed through the sluice. As the birds were whistling for the first morning, and the hills at the back of the desolate lake stood radiant with the new mists, there was a straggling procession up to Shortlands, men bearing the bodies on a stretcher, Gerald going beside them, the two grey-bearded fathers following in silence. Indoors, the family was all sitting up, waiting. Somebody must go to tell the mother in her room. The doctor, in secret, struggled to bring back his son, till he himself was exhausted. Over all the outlying district was a hush of dreadful excitement on that Sunday morning. The colliery people felt as if this catastrophe had happened directly to themselves. Indeed, they were more shocked and frightened than if their own men had been killed. Such a tragedy in Shortlands, the high home of the district. One of the young mistresses, persisting in dancing on the cabin roof of the launch, wilful young madam, drowned in the midst of the festival with the young doctor. Everywhere on the Sunday morning the colliers wandered about, discussing the calamity. At all the Sunday dinners of the people there seemed a strange presence. It was as if the angel of death were very near. There was a sense of the supernatural in the air. The men had excited, startled faces. The women looked solemn. Some of them had been crying. The children enjoyed the excitement at first. There was an intensity in the air, almost magical. Did all enjoy it? Did all enjoy the thrill? Gudrun had wild ideas of rushing to comfort Gerald. She was thinking all the time of the perfect, comforting, reassuring thing to say to him. She was shocked and frightened, but she put that away, thinking of how she should deport herself with Gerald, act her part. That was the real thrill. How she should act her part. Ursula was deeply and passionately in love with Birkin, and she was capable of nothing. She was perfectly callous about all the talk of the accident, but her estranged air looked like trouble. She merely sat by herself whenever she could, and longed to see him again. She wanted him to come to the house. She would not have it otherwise. He must come at once. She was waiting for him. She stayed indoors all day, waiting for him to knock at the door. Every minute she glanced automatically at the window. He would be there. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 15. Sunday Evening. As the day wore on, the lifeblood seemed to ebb away from Ursula, and within the emptiness a heavy despair gathered. Her passion seemed to bleed to death, and there was nothing. She sat suspended in a state of complete nullity, harder to bear than death. "Unless something happens," she said to herself, in the perfect lucidity of final suffering, "I shall die. I am at the end of my line of life." She sat crushed and obliterated in a darkness that was the border of death. She realised how all her life she had been drawing nearer and nearer to this brink where there was no beyond, from which one had to leap like Sappho into the unknown. The knowledge of the imminence of death was like a drug. Darkly, without thinking at all, she knew that she was near to death. She had travelled all her life along the line of fulfilment, and it was nearly concluded. She knew all she had to know. She had experienced all she had to experience. She was fulfilled in a kind of bitter ripeness. There remained only to fall from the tree into death. And one must fulfil one's development to the end, must carry the adventure to its conclusion. And the next step was over the border into death. So it was then. There was a certain peace in the knowledge. After all, when one was fulfilled, one was happiest in falling into death, as a bitter fruit plunges in its ripeness downwards. Death is a great consummation, a consummating experience. It is a development from life. That we know while we are yet living. What then need we think for further? One can never see beyond the consummation. It is enough that death is a great and conclusive experience. Why should we ask what comes after the experience, when the experience is still unknown to us? Let us die, since the great experience is the one that follows now upon all the rest, death, which is the next great crisis in front of which we have arrived. If we wait, if we balk the issue, we do but hang about the gates in undignified uneasiness. There it is, in front of us, as in front of Sappho, the illimitable space. Thereinto goes the journey. Have we not the courage to go on with our journey? Must we cry, I daren't? On ahead we will go, into death, and whatever death may mean. If a man can see the next step to be taken, why should he fear the next but one? Why ask about the next but one? Of the next step we are certain. It is the step into death. I shall die. I shall quickly die, said Ursula to herself, clear, as if in a trance, clear, calm, and certain beyond human certainty. But somewhere behind, in the twilight, there was a bitter weeping and hopelessness. That must not be attended to. One must go where the unfaltering spirit goes. There must be no balking the issue because of fear. No balking the issue, no listening to the lesser voices, if the deepest desire be now to go on into the unknown of death. Shall one forfeit the deepest truth for one more shallow? Then let it end, she said to herself. It was a decision. It was not a question of taking one's life. She would never kill herself. That was repulsive and violent. It was a question of knowing the next step. And the next step led into the space of death. Did it? Or was there? Her thoughts drifted into unconsciousness. She sat as if asleep beside the fire, and then the thought came back. The space of death. Could she give herself to it? Ah, yes. It was asleep. She had had enough. So long she had held out and resisted. Now was the time to relinquish, not to resist any more. In a kind of spiritual trance, she yielded. She gave way, and all was dark. She could feel within the darkness the terrible assertion of her body, the unutterable anguish of dissolution, the only anguish that is too much, the far-off, awful nausea of dissolution set in within the body. Does the body correspond so immediately with the spirit? She asked herself. And she knew, with the clarity of ultimate knowledge, that the body is only one of the manifestations of the spirit. The transmutation of the integral spirit is the transmutation of the physical body as well. Unless I set my will, unless I absolve myself from the rhythm of life, fix myself and remain static, cut off from living, absolved within my own will. But better die than live mechanically a life that is a repetition of repetitions. To die is to move on with the invisible. To die is also a joy of submitting to that which is greater than the known, namely the pure unknown. That is a joy. But to live mechanized and cut off within the motion of the will, to live as an entity absolved from the unknown, that is shameful and ignominious. There is no ignominy in death. There is complete ignominy in an unreplenished, mechanized life. Life indeed may be ignominious, shameful to the soul, but death is never a shame. Death itself, like the illimitable space, is beyond our sullying. Tomorrow was Monday. Monday, the beginning of another school week. Another shameful, barren school week, mere routine and mechanical activity. Was not the adventure of death infinitely preferable? Was not death infinitely more lovely and noble than such a life? A life of barren routine, without inner meaning, without any real significance. How sordid life was! How it was a terrible shame to the soul to live now! How much cleaner and more dignified to be dead! One could not bear any more of this shame of sordid routine and mechanical nullity. One might come to fruit in death. She had had enough. For where was life to be found? No flowers grow upon busy machinery. There is no sky to a routine. There is no space to a rotary motion. And all life was a rotary motion, mechanized, cut off from reality. There was nothing to look for from life. It was the same in all countries and all peoples. The only window was death. One could look out onto the great dark sky of death with elation, as one had looked out of the classroom window as a child and seen perfect freedom in the outside. Now one was not a child, and one knew that the soul was a prisoner within this sordid, vast edifice of life, and there was no escape save in death. But what a joy! What a gladness to think that whatever humanity did, it could not seize hold of the kingdom of death to nullify that. The sea they turned into a murderous alley and a soiled road of commerce, disputed like the dirty land of a city, every inch of it. The air they claimed too, shared it up, parcelled it out to certain owners. They trespassed in the air to fight for it. Everything was gone, walled in, with spikes on top of the walls, and one must ignominiously creep between the spiky walls through a labyrinth of life. But the great, dark, illimitable kingdom of death, there humanity was put to scorn. So much they could do upon earth, the multifarious little gods that they were, but the kingdom of death put them all to scorn. They dwindled into their true vulgar silliness in face of it. How beautiful, how grand and perfect death was, how good to look forward to. There one would wash off all the lies and ignominy and dirt that had been put upon one here. A perfect bath of cleanness and glad refreshment, and go unknown, unquestioned, unabased. After all, one was rich, if only in the promise of perfect death. It was a gladness above all that this remained to look forward to, the pure, inhuman otherness of death. Whatever life might be, it could not take away death, the inhuman, transcendent death. Oh, let us ask no question of it, what it is or is not. To know is human, and in death we do not know, we are not human. And the joy of this compensates for all the bitterness of knowledge and the sordidness of our humanity. In death we shall not be human, and we shall not know. The promise of this is our heritage. We look forward like heirs to their majority. Ursula sat quite still and quite forgotten, alone by the fire in the drawing-room. The children were playing in the kitchen, all the others were gone to church, and she was gone into the ultimate darkness of her own soul. She was startled by hearing the bell ring away in the kitchen. The children came scudding along the passage in delicious alarm.
"Ursula, there's somebody."
"I know, don't be silly," she replied. She too was startled, almost frightened. She dared hardly go to the door. Birkin stood on the threshold, his raincoat turned up to his ears. He had come now she was gone far away. She was aware of the rainy night behind him.
"Oh, is it you?"
she said. "I'm glad you're at home," he said in a low voice, entering the house.
"They're all gone to church."
He took off his coat and hung it up. The children were peeping at him round the corner.
"Go and get undressed now, Billy and Dora," said Ursula. "Mother will be back soon, and she'll be disappointed if you're not in bed."
The children, in a sudden angelic mood, retired without a word. Birkin and Ursula went into the drawing-room. The fire burned low. He looked at her and wondered at the luminous delicacy of her beauty, and the wide shining of her eyes. He watched from a distance, with wonder in his heart. She seemed transfigured with light. "What have you been doing all day?" he asked her.
"Only sitting about," she said.
He looked at her. There was a change in her, but she was separate from him. She remained apart in a kind of brightness. They both sat silent in the soft light of the lamp. He felt he ought to go away again, he ought not to have come. Still, he did not gather enough resolution to move. But he was de trop. Her mood was absent and separate. Then there came the voices of the two children calling shyly outside the door, softly, with self-excited timidity.
"Ursula! Ursula!"
She rose and opened the door. On the threshold stood the two children in their long nightgowns, with wide-eyed, angelic faces. They were being very good for the moment, playing the role perfectly of two obedient children.
"Shall you take us to bed?"
said Billy in a loud whisper. "Why, you are angels tonight," she said softly. "Won't you come and say good night to Mr. Birkin?" The children merged shyly into the room on bare feet. Billy's face was wide and grinning, but there was a great solemnity of being good in his round blue eyes. Dora, peeping from the floss of her fair hair, hung back like some tiny dryad that has no soul. "Will you say good night to me?" asked Birkin, in a voice that was strangely soft and smooth. Dora drifted away at once, like a leaf lifted on a breath of wind. But Billy went softly forward, slow and willing, lifting his pinched-up mouth implicitly to be kissed. Ursula watched the full-gathered lips of the man gently touch those of the boy, so gently. Then Birkin lifted his fingers and touched the boy's round, confiding cheek with a faint touch of love. Neither spoke. Billy seemed angelic, like a cherub boy, or like an acolyte. Birkin was a tall, grave angel looking down to him. "Are you going to be kissed?" Ursula broke in, speaking to the little girl. But Dora edged away like a tiny dryad that will not be touched. "Won't you say good night to Mr. Birkin? Go, he's waiting for you," said Ursula. But the girl-child only made a little motion away from him. "Silly Dora, silly Dora," said Ursula. Birkin felt some mistrust and antagonism in the small child. He could not understand it. "Come then," said Ursula. "Let us go before mother comes."
"Who'll hear us say our prayers?"
asked Billy anxiously.
"Whom you like."
"Won't you?"
"Yes, I will."
"Ursula?"
"Well, Billy?"
"Is it whom you like?"
"That's it."
"Well, what is whom?"
"It's the accusative of who." There was a moment's contemplative silence, then the confiding, "Is it?" Birkin smiled to himself as he sat by the fire. When Ursula came down, he sat motionless, with his arms on his knees. She saw him, how he was motionless and ageless, like some crouching idol, some image of a deathly religion. He looked round at her, and his face, very pale and unreal, seemed to gleam with a whiteness almost phosphorescent.
"Don't you feel well?"
she asked, in indefinable repulsion. "I hadn't thought about it."
"But don't you know without thinking about it?"
He looked at her, his eyes dark and swift, and he saw her revulsion. He did not answer her question.
"Don't you know whether you are unwell or not, without thinking about it?"
she persisted. "Not always," he said coldly.
"But don't you think that's very wicked?"
"Wicked?"
"Yes, I think it's criminal to have so little connection with your own body that you don't even know when you are ill."
He looked at her darkly. "Yes," he said.
"Why don't you stay in bed when you are seedy? You look perfectly ghastly."
"Offensively so?" he asked ironically.
"Yes, quite offensive, quite repelling."
"Ah, well, that's unfortunate."
"And it's raining, and it's a horrible night. Really, you shouldn't be forgiven for treating your body like it. You ought to suffer, a man who takes as little notice of his body as that."
"Takes as little notice of his body as that," he echoed mechanically. This cut her short, and there was silence. The others came in from church, and the two had the girls to face, then the mother and Gudrun, and then the father and the boy. "Good evening," said Brangwen, faintly surprised. "Came to see me, did you?" "No," said Birkin, "not about anything in particular, that is. The day was dismal, and I thought you wouldn't mind if I called in." "It has been a depressing day," said Mrs. Brangwen sympathetically. At that moment the voices of the children were heard calling from upstairs.
"Mother! Mother!"
She lifted her face and answered mildly into the distance, "I shall come up to you in a minute, Doisy." Then to Birkin, "There is nothing fresh at Shortlands, I suppose?" "Ah," she sighed, "no, poor things, I should think not." "You've been over there today, I suppose?" asked the father. "Gerald came round to tea with me, and I walked back with him. The house is over-excited and unwholesome, I thought." "I should think they were people who hadn't much restraint," said Gudrun. "Or too much," Birkin answered. "Oh yes, I'm sure," said Gudrun, almost vindictively. "One or the other." "They all feel they ought to behave in some unnatural fashion," said Birkin. "When people are in grief, they would do better to cover their faces and keep in retirement, as in the old days."
"Certainly," cried Gudrun, flushed and inflammable. "What can be worse than this public grief? What is more horrible, more false? If grief is not private and hidden, what is?"
"Exactly," he said. "I felt ashamed when I was there, and they were all going about in a lugubrious, false way, feeling they must not be natural or ordinary."
"Well," said Mrs. Brangwen, offended at this criticism, "it isn't so easy to bear a trouble like that."
And she went upstairs to the children. He remained only a few minutes longer, then took his leave. When he was gone, Ursula felt such a poignant hatred of him that all her brain seemed turned into a sharp crystal of fine hatred. Her whole nature seemed sharpened and intensified into a pure dart of hate. She could not imagine what it was. It merely took hold of her, the most poignant and ultimate hatred, pure and clear and beyond thought. She could not think of it at all. She was translated beyond herself. It was like a possession. She felt she was possessed. And for several days she went about, possessed by this exquisite force of hatred against him. It surpassed anything she had ever known before. It seemed to throw her out of the world into some terrible region where nothing of her old life held good. She was quite lost and dazed, really dead to her own life. It was so completely incomprehensible and irrational. She did not know why she hated him. Her hate was quite abstract. She had only realised with a shock that stunned her that she was overcome by this pure transportation. He was the enemy, fine as a diamond, and as hard and jewel-like, the quintessence of all that was inimical. She thought of his face, white and purely wrought, and of his eyes that had such a dark, constant will of assertion, and she touched her own forehead to feel if she were mad, she was so transfigured in white flame of essential hate. It was not temporal, her hatred. She did not hate him for this or for that. She did not want to do anything to him, to have any connection with him. Her relation was ultimate and utterly beyond words. The hate was so pure and gem-like. It was as if he were a beam of essential enmity, a beam of light that did not only destroy her, but denied her altogether, revoked her whole world. She saw him as a clear stroke of uttermost contradiction, a strange gem-like being, whose existence defined her own non-existence. When she heard he was ill again, her hatred only intensified itself a few degrees, if that were possible. It stunned her and annihilated her, but she could not escape it. She could not escape this transfiguration of hatred. Chapter 16 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 16. Man to Man. He lay sick and unmoved, in pure opposition to everything. He knew how near to breaking was the vessel that held his life. He knew also how strong and durable it was, and he did not care. Better 1,000 times take one's chance with death than accept a life one did not want. But best of all to persist and persist and persist forever, till one was satisfied in life. He knew that Ursula was referred back to him. He knew his life rested with her. But he would rather not live than accept the love she proffered. The old way of love seemed a dreadful bondage, a sort of conscription. What it was in him he did not know, but the thought of love, marriage and children, and a life lived together in the horrible privacy of domestic and connubial satisfaction, was repulsive. He wanted something clearer, more open, cooler, as it were. The hot, narrow intimacy between man and wife was abhorrent. The way they shut their doors, these married people, and shut themselves into their own exclusive alliance with each other, even in love, disgusted him. It was a whole community of mistrustful couples, insulated in private houses or private rooms, always in couples, and no further life, no further immediate, no disinterested relationship admitted. A kaleidoscope of couples, disjoined, separatist, meaningless entities of married couples. True, he hated promiscuity even worse than marriage, and a liaison was only another kind of coupling, reactionary from the legal marriage. Reaction was a greater bore than action. On the whole, he hated sex. It was such a limitation. It was sex that turned a man into a broken half of a couple, the woman into the other broken half. And he wanted to be single in himself, the woman single in herself. He wanted sex to revert to the level of the other appetites, to be regarded as a functional process, not as a fulfilment. He believed in sex marriage, but beyond this he wanted a further conjunction, where man had being and woman had being, two pure beings, each constituting the freedom of the other, balancing each other like two poles of one force, like two angels or two demons. He wanted so much to be free, not under the compulsion of any need for unification, or tortured by unsatisfied desire. Desire and aspiration should find their object without all this torture, as now, in a world of plenty of water, simple thirst is inconsiderable, satisfied almost unconsciously. And he wanted to be with Ursula as free as with himself, single and clear and cool, yet balanced, polarized with her. The merging, the clutching, the mingling of love was become madly abhorrent to him. But it seemed to him woman was always so horrible and clutching. She had such a lust for possession, a greed of self-importance in love. She wanted to have, to own, to control, to be dominant. Everything must be referred back to her, to woman, the great mother of everything, out of whom proceeded everything, and to whom everything must finally be rendered up. It filled him with almost insane fury, this calm assumption of the Magna Mater, that all was hers because she had borne it. Man was hers because she had borne him. A Mater Dolorosa, she had borne him. A Magna Mater, she now claimed him again, soul and body, sex, meaning and all. He had a horror of the Magna Mater. She was detestable. She was on a very high horse again, was woman, the great mother. Did he not know it in Hermione? Hermione the humble, the subservient. What was she all the while but the Mater Dolorosa in her subservience, claiming with horrible, insidious arrogance and female tyranny her own again, claiming back the man she had borne in suffering. By her very suffering and humility she bound her son with chains, she held him her everlasting prisoner. And Ursula was the same, or the inverse. She too was the awful, arrogant queen of life, as if she were a queen bee on whom all the rest depended. He saw the yellow flare in her eyes. He knew the unthinkable, overweening assumption of primacy in her. She was unconscious of it herself. She was only too ready to knock her head on the ground before a man. But this was only when she was so certain of her man that she could worship him as a woman worships her own infant, with a worship of perfect possession. It was intolerable, this possession at the hands of woman. Always a man must be considered as the broken-off fragment of a woman, and the sex was the still aching scar of the laceration. Man must be added on to a woman before he had any real place or wholeness. And why? Why should we consider ourselves, men and women, as broken fragments of one whole? It is not true. We are not broken fragments of one whole. Rather, we are the singling away into purity and clear being of things that were mixed. Rather the sex is that which remains in us of the mixed, the unresolved. And passion is the further separating of this mixture, that which is manly being taken into the being of the man, that which is womanly passing to the woman, till the two are clear and whole as angels. The admixture of sex in the highest sense surpassed, leaving two single beings constellated together, like two stars. In the old age, before sex was, we were mixed, each one a mixture. The process of singling into individuality resulted into the great polarization of sex. The womanly drew to one side, the manly to the other. But the separation was imperfect even then. And so our world cycle passes. There is now to come the new day, when we are beings, each of us fulfilled in difference. The man is pure man, the woman pure woman. They are perfectly polarized. But there is no longer any of the horrible merging, mingling, self-abnegation of love. There is only the pure duality of polarization, each one free from any contamination of the other. In each the individual is primal. Sex is subordinate but perfectly polarized. Each has a single, separate being with its own laws. The man has his pure freedom, the woman hers. Each acknowledges the perfection of the polarized sex circuit. Each admits the different nature in the other. So Birkin meditated whilst he was ill. He liked sometimes to be ill enough to take to his bed, for then he got better very quickly, and things came to him clear and sure. Whilst he was laid up, Gerald came to see him. The two men had a deep, uneasy feeling for each other. Gerald's eyes were quick and restless, his whole manner tense and impatient. He seemed strung up to some activity. According to conventionality, he wore black clothes. He looked formal, handsome, and comme il faut. His hair was fair almost to whiteness, sharp like splinters of light. His face was keen and ruddy. His body seemed full of northern energy. Gerald really loved Birkin, though he never quite believed in him. Birkin was too unreal, clever, whimsical, wonderful, but not practical enough. Gerald felt that his own understanding was much sounder and safer. Birkin was delightful, a wonderful spirit, but after all not to be taken seriously. Not quite to be counted as a man among men.
"Why are you laid up again?"
he asked kindly, taking the sick man's hand. It was always Gerald who was protective, offering the warm shelter of his physical strength. "For my sins, I suppose," Birkin said, smiling a little ironically.
"For your sins? Yes, probably that is so. You should sin less and keep better in health."
"You'd better teach me." He looked at Gerald with ironic eyes. "How are things with you?" asked Birkin.
"With me?"
Gerald looked at Birkin, saw he was serious, and a warm light came into his eyes.
"I don't know that they're any different. I don't see how they could be. There's nothing to change."
"I suppose you're conducting the business as successfully as ever, and ignoring the demand of the soul."
"That's it. said Gerald. "At least as far as the business is concerned. I couldn't say about the soul, I'm sure." "No." "Surely you don't expect me to?" laughed Gerald. "No. How are the rest of your affairs progressing, apart from the business?" "The rest of my affairs? What are those? I couldn't say. I don't know what you refer to." "Yes, you do," said Birkin. "Are you gloomy or cheerful? And what about Gudrun Brangwen?" "What about her?"
A confused look came over Gerald.
"Well," he added, "I don't know. I can only tell you she gave me a hit over the face last time I saw her."
"A hit over the face? What for?"
"That I couldn't tell you either."
"Really? But when?"
"The night of the party, when Diana was drowned. She was driving the cattle up the hill, and I went after her. You remember?"
"Yes, I remember. But what made her do that?
You didn't definitely ask her for it, I suppose?" "I? No, not that I know of. I merely said to her that it was dangerous to drive those Highland bullocks, as it is. She turned in such a way and said, 'I suppose you think I'm afraid of you and your cattle, don't you?' So I asked her why. And for answer she flung me a backhander across the face."
Birkin laughed quickly, as if it pleased him. Gerald looked at him, wondering, and began to laugh as well, saying,
"I didn't laugh at the time, I assure you. I was never so taken aback in my life."
"And weren't you furious?"
"Furious? I should think I was. I'd have murdered her for 2 pins."
ejaculated Birkin. "Poor Gudrun! Wouldn't she suffer afterwards for having given herself away?" He was hugely delighted.
"Would she suffer?"
asked Gerald, also amused now. Both men smiled in malice and amusement. "Badly, I should think, seeing how self-conscious she is."
"She is self-conscious, is she? Then what made her do it? For I certainly think it was quite uncalled for and quite unjustified."
"I suppose it was a sudden impulse."
"Yes, but how do you account for her having such an impulse? I've done her no harm."
Birkin shook his head. "The Amazon suddenly came up in her, I suppose," he said.
"Well," replied Gerald, "I'd rather it had been the Orinoco."
They both laughed at the poor joke. Gerald was thinking how Gudrun had said she would strike the last blow too, but some reserve made him keep this back from Birkin. "And you resent it?" Birkin asked.
"I don't resent it. I don't care a tinker's curse about it."
He was silent a moment. Then he added, laughing,
"No, I'll see it through, that's all. She seemed sorry afterwards."
"Did she? You've not met since that night?" Gerald's face clouded.
"No,"
he said.
You can imagine how it's been since the accident."
"Yes. Is it calming down?"
"I don't know. It's a shock, of course, but I don't believe mother minds. I really don't believe she takes any notice. And what's so funny, she used to be all for the children. Nothing mattered, nothing whatever mattered but the children. And now she doesn't take any more notice than if it was one of the servants."
"No? Did it upset you very much?"
"It's a shock. But I don't feel it very much, really. I don't feel any different. We've all got to die, and it doesn't seem to make any great difference anyhow, whether you die or not. I can't feel any grief, you know." It leaves me cold. I can't quite account for it."
"You don't care if you die or not?" asked Birkin. Gerald looked at him with eyes blue as the blue-fibred steel of a weapon. He felt awkward, but indifferent. As a matter of fact, he did care terribly, with a great fear.
"Oh," he said, "I don't want to die. Why should I? But I never trouble. The question doesn't seem to be on the carpet for me at all. It doesn't interest me, you know."
"Timor mortis conturbat me," quoted Birkin, adding, "No, death doesn't really seem the point any more. It curiously doesn't concern one. It's like an ordinary tomorrow." Gerald looked closely at his friend. The eyes of the two men met, and an unspoken understanding was exchanged. Gerald narrowed his eyes. His face was cool and unscrupulous as he looked at Birkin, impersonally, with a vision that ended in a point in space, strangely keen-eyed, and yet blind.
"If death isn't the point," he said in a strangely abstract, cold, fine voice, "what is?"
He sounded as if he had been found out. "What is?" re-echoed Birkin. And there was a mocking silence. "There's a long way to go after the point of intrinsic death before we disappear," said Birkin.
"There is," said Gerald. "But what sort of way?"
He seemed to press the other man for knowledge which he himself knew far better than Birkin did. "Right down the slopes of degeneration, mystic, universal degeneration. There are many stages of pure degradation to go through, age-long. We live on long after our death, and progressively, in progressive devolution." Gerald listened with a faint, fine smile on his face all the time, as if somewhere he knew so much better than Birkin all about this. As if his own knowledge were direct and personal, whereas Birkin's was a matter of observation and inference, not quite hitting the nail on the head, though aiming near enough at it. But he was not going to give himself away. If Birkin could get at the secrets, let him. Gerald would never help him. Gerald would be a dark horse to the end.
"Of course," he said, with a startling change of conversation, "it is father who really feels it. It will finish him. For him the world collapses. All his care now is for Winnie. He must save Winnie. He says she ought to be sent away to school, but she won't hear of it, and he'll never do it. Of course she is in rather a queer way. We're all of us curiously bad at living. We can do things, but we can't get on with life at all. It's curious, a family failing."
"She oughtn't to be sent away to school," said Birkin, who was considering a new proposition.
"She oughtn't? Why?"
"She's a queer child, a special child, more special even than you, and in my opinion special children should never be sent away to school. Only moderately ordinary children should be sent to school, so it seems to me."
"I'm inclined to think just the opposite. I think it would probably make her more normal if she went away and mixed with other children."
"She wouldn't mix, you see. You never really mixed, did you? And she wouldn't be willing even to pretend to. She's proud and solitary and naturally apart."
If she has a single nature, why do you want to make her gregarious? No, I don't want to make her anything, but I think school would be good for her. Was it good for you? Gerald's eyes narrowed uglily. School had been torture to him, yet he had not questioned whether one should go through this torture. He seemed to believe in education through subjection and torment. I hated it at the time, but I can see it was necessary, he said. It brought me into line a bit, and you can't live unless you do come into line somewhere.
Well, said Birkin, I begin to think that you can't live unless you keep entirely out of the line. It's no good trying to toe the line when your one impulse is to smash up the line. Winnie is a special nature, and for special natures you must give a special world.
Yes, but where's your special world? Said Gerald.
Make it. Instead of chopping yourself down to fit the world, chop the world down to fit yourself. As a matter of fact, two exceptional people make another world. You and I, we make another, separate world. You don't want a world same as your brothers-in-law. It's just a special quality you value. Do you want to be normal or ordinary? It's a lie. You want to be free and extraordinary in an extraordinary world of liberty. Gerald looked at Birkin with subtle eyes of knowledge. But he would never openly admit what he felt. He knew more than Birkin in one direction, much more. And this gave him his gentle love for the other man, as if Birkin were in some way young, innocent, childlike, so amazingly clever, but incurably innocent. Yet you are so banal as to consider me chiefly a freak, said Birkin pointedly.
A freak?
Exclaimed Gerald, startled. And his face opened suddenly, as if lighted with simplicity, as when a flower opens out of the cunning bud.
No, I never consider you a freak.
And he watched the other man with strange eyes that Birkin could not understand.
I feel, Gerald continued, that there is always an element of uncertainty about you. Perhaps you are uncertain about yourself, but I'm never sure of you. You can go away and change as easily as if you had no soul.
He looked at Birkin with penetrating eyes. Birkin was amazed. He thought he had all the soul in the world. He stared in amazement, and Gerald, watching, saw the amazing, attractive goodliness of his eyes, a young, spontaneous goodness that attracted the other man infinitely, yet filled him with bitter chagrin because he mistrusted it so much. He knew Birkin could do without him, could forget and not suffer. This was always present in Gerald's consciousness, filling him with bitter unbelief. This consciousness of the young, animal-like spontaneity of detachment. It seemed almost like hypocrisy and lying sometimes, oh, often, on Birkin's part, to talk so deeply and importantly. Quite other things were going through Birkin's mind. Suddenly he saw himself confronted with another problem, the problem of love and eternal conjunction between two men. Of course this was necessary. It had been a necessity inside himself all his life, to love a man purely and fully. Of course he had been loving Gerald all along, and all along denying it. He lay in the bed and wondered whilst his friend sat beside him, lost in brooding. Each man was gone in his own thoughts. "You know how the old German knights used to swear a Blutbruderschaft?" he said to Gerald, with quite a new happy activity in his eyes. "Make a little wound in their arms and rub each other's blood into the cut," said Gerald. "Yes, and swear to be true to each other, of one blood, all their lives. That is what we ought to do. No wounds, that is obsolete. But we ought to swear to love each other, you and I, implicitly and perfectly, finally, without any possibility of going back on it." He looked at Gerald with clear, happy eyes of discovery. Gerald looked down at him, attracted, so deeply bondaged in fascinated attraction that he was mistrustful, resenting the bondage, hating the attraction. "We will swear to each other one day, shall we?" pleaded Birkin. "We will swear to stand by each other, be true to each other, ultimately, infallibly, given to each other, organically, without possibility of taking back." Birkin sought hard to express himself, but Gerald hardly listened. His face shone with a certain luminous pleasure. He was pleased, but he kept his reserve. He held himself back. "Shall we swear to each other one day?" said Birkin, putting out his hand towards Gerald. Gerald just touched the extended, fine, living hand, as if withheld and afraid. "We'll leave it till I understand it better," he said, in a voice of excuse. Birkin watched him. A little sharp disappointment, perhaps a touch of contempt, came into his heart. "Yes," he said, "you must tell me what you think, later. You know what I mean? Not sloppy emotionalism. An impersonal union that leaves one free." They lapsed both into silence. Birkin was looking at Gerald all the time. He seemed now to see, not the physical animal man, which he usually saw in Gerald, and which usually he liked so much, but the man himself, complete, and as if fated, doomed, limited. This strange sense of fatality in Gerald, as if he were limited to one form of existence, one knowledge, one activity, a sort of fatal halfness, which to himself seemed wholeness, always overcame Birkin after their moments of passionate approach, and filled him with a sort of contempt or boredom. It was the insistence on the limitation which so bored Birkin in Gerald. Gerald could never fly away from himself in real indifferent gaiety. He had a clog, a sort of monomania. There was silence for a time. Then Birkin said, in a lighter tone, letting the stress of the contact pass, "Can't you get a good governess for Winifred? Somebody exceptional?" "Hermione Roddice suggested we should ask Gudrun to teach her to draw and to model in clay. You know Winnie is astonishingly clever with that plasticine stuff. Hermione declares she is an artist." Gerald spoke in the usual animated, chatty manner, as if nothing unusual had passed. But Birkin's manner was full of reminder. "Really? I didn't know that. Oh, well then, if Gudrun would teach her, it would be perfect. Couldn't be anything better, if Winifred is an artist, because Gudrun somewhere is one, and every true artist is the salvation of every other." "I thought they got on so badly as a rule." "Perhaps. But only artists produce for each other the world that is fit to live in. If you can arrange that for Winifred, it is perfect. But you think she wouldn't come?
I don't know. Gudrun is rather self-opinionated.
She won't go cheap anywhere, or if she does, she'll pretty soon take herself back. So whether she would condescend to do private teaching, particularly here in Beldover, I don't know. But it would be just the thing. Winifred has got a special nature, and if you can put into her way the means of being self-sufficient, that is the best thing possible. She'll never get on with the ordinary life. You find it difficult enough yourself, and she is several skins thinner than you are. It is awful to think what her life will be like unless she does find a means of expression, some way of fulfilment. You can see what mere leaving it to fate brings. You can see how much marriage is to be trusted to. Look at your own mother.
Do you think Mother is abnormal?
No. I think she only wanted something more, or other than the common run of life, and not getting it, she has gone wrong perhaps.
After producing a brood of wrong children, said Gerald gloomily.
No more wrong than any of the rest of us, Birkin replied. The most normal people have the worst subterranean selves, take them one by one.
Sometimes I think it is a curse to be alive,
said Gerald with sudden impotent anger. Well, said Birkin, why not? Let it be a curse sometimes to be alive. At other times it is anything but a curse. You've got plenty of zest in it, really. Less than you'd think, said Gerald, revealing a strange poverty in his look at the other man. There was silence, each thinking his own thoughts.
I don't see what she has to distinguish between teaching at the grammar school and coming to teach Win, said Gerald.
The difference between a public servant and a private one. The only nobleman today, king and only aristocrat, is the public. The public. You are quite willing to serve the public, but to be a private tutor.
I don't want to serve either.
No, and Gudrun will probably feel the same. Gerald thought for a few minutes. Then he said,
At all events, Father won't make her feel like a private servant. He will be fussy and grateful enough.
So he ought, and so ought all of you. Do you think you can hire a woman like Gudrun Brangwen with money? She is your equal like anything, probably your superior.
Is she? Said Gerald.
Yes, and if you haven't the guts to know it, I hope she'll leave you to your own devices.
Nevertheless, said Gerald, if she is my equal, I wish she weren't a teacher, because I don't think teachers as a rule are my equal.
Nor do I, damn them, but am I a teacher because I teach, or a parson because I preach? Gerald laughed. He was always uneasy on this score. He did not want to claim social superiority, yet he would not claim intrinsic personal superiority, because he would never base his standard of values on pure being, so he wobbled upon a tacit assumption of social standing. No, Birkin wanted him to accept the fact of intrinsic difference between human beings, which he did not intend to accept. It was against his social honour, his principle. He rose to go.
I've been neglecting my business all this while, he said, smiling.
I ought to have reminded you before, Birkin replied, laughing and mocking.
I knew you'd say something like that,
laughed Gerald, rather uneasily. Did you?
Yes, Rupert. It wouldn't do for us all to be like you are. We should soon be in the cart. When I am above the world, I shall ignore all businesses.
Of course we're not in the cart now, said Birkin satirically.
Not as much as you make out. At any rate, we have enough to eat and drink.
and be satisfied," added Birkin. Gerald came near the bed and stood looking down at Birkin, whose throat was exposed, whose tossed hair fell attractively on the warm brow, above the eyes that were so unchallenged and still in the satirical face. Gerald, full-limbed and turgid with energy, stood unwilling to go. He was held by the presence of the other man. He had not the power to go away. "So," said Birkin, "good-bye." And he reached out his hand from under the bedclothes, smiling with a glimmering look.
"Good-bye,"
said Gerald, taking the warm hand of his friend in a firm grasp.
"I shall come again. I miss you down at the mill."
"I'll be there in a few days," said Birkin. The eyes of the two men met again. Gerald's, that were keen as a hawk's, were suffused now with warm light and with unadmitted love. Birkin looked back as out of a darkness, unsounded and unknown, yet with a kind of warmth that seemed to flow over Gerald's brain like a fertile sleep.
"Good-bye, then. There's nothing I can do for you?"
"Nothing, thanks." Birkin watched the black-clothed form of the other man move out of the door. The bright head was gone. He turned over to sleep.